currently, we go back 90 days, and anything before that we can't even look at. So this just extends that to 180 days. Happy to take any questions. I don't have a PowerPoint or anything for you. It's pretty simple.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? And it should be noted for members of the audience that we heard this item on March 5th of this year and adopted the ordinance. This was just one part that we wanted to come back to. So I'm looking for a motion to read the ordinance. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we read ordinance number 2023-05 by title only for the first time.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending Flagstaff City Code Title 14, Human Relations, Chapter 14-02, Civil Rights, Section 14-02-001-0006, Complaint Procedures, to allow a verified charge to be filed within 180 calendar days after the alleged violation occurred, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving down. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Now we're moving down to item number 11B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-19, a resolution approving the City of Flagstaff's 2023 annual action plan and authorizing its submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me today. I'm here to ask you for a resolution approving the submission of our 2023 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So thanks so much for all of your great feedback on the funding recommendations we brought to you and presented during the April 18th meeting. As a reminder, you can see on your screen here the final allocations that we intend to submit to HUD with our annual action plan. That plan is due to HUD on May 15th, and I'm just here to answer any questions you might have about this year's recommended allocations.
Thank you, Christine. Any questions? All right. Did you have anything else, Christine?
Nope, that was it. If you guys are able to pass that resolution for us, then we can submit our plan.
All right, we'll see what we can do. Councilmember Sweet.
I move to read resolution number 2023-19 by title only.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the City of Flagstaff Community Development Block Grant 2023 Annual Action Plan and authorizing its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. Can I
Thank
get a
you so
motion?
much.
Councilmember Sweet.
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-19.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving down to item 11C, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-22, a resolution approving binding waivers of enforcement for 12 parcels of land located in the City of Flagstaff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Christina Rubalcava, Senior Assistant City Attorney, here to discuss some binding waivers of enforcement. So on November 17th of 2020, the Flagstaff City Council adopted Ordinance 2020-28, which made various amendments to the Flagstaff zoning code. These amendments made certain changes that regulate high occupancy housing. We call them the HOH amendments. Some of those changes included requiring a conditional use permit for HOH, restricting HOH of 4 units or more to the pedestrian shed of an activity center, and adding parking, bedroom, bathroom, and other regulations. In February of this year, the city received Prop 207 claims on behalf of 12 parcels of land, and the owners claimed that as a result of the HOH code amendments, their properties lost a collective $20 million. ARS 12-1134, also known informally as Prop 207, provides that if the existing rights to use, divide, sell, or possess private real property are reduced by the enactment or applicability of any land use law enacted after the date the property is transferred to the owner, and that action reduces the fair market value of the property, then the owner is entitled to just compensation from the city. The landowner must make a written demand for a specific amount of just compensation, and the city then has 90 days to pay, amend the law, or permanently waive enforcement of the new land use law on the landowner's parcel. If the city does not act, the landowner may file a claim for just compensation in Superior Court within 3 years from the date that the land use law took effect. Just compensation for diminution in value is the reduction of fair market value for the property resulting from the land use law, and fair market value is the most likely price which the land would bring if exposed for sale on the open market. If approved by council, the city will agree and declare that the HOH zoning code amendments will not be enforced to any portion of the 12 properties identified in the binding waiver of enforcement, which is attached in the staff summary as Exhibit A to the resolution. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, council? All right, I will entertain a motion. Councilmember House.
I move to read resolution number 2023-22 by title only.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving binding waivers of enforcement for 12 parcels of land within the corporate limits of the city of Flagstaff.
Thank you.
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-22.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Moving on to 11D, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-17, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the First Amendment to the Transit Service Intergovernmental Agreement by and between the City of Flagstaff and the Northern Arizona Intergovernmental Public Transportation Authority.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, David Peterson, Capital Improvement Project Manager. I'm happy to say that this document has been in the works for several years. Really thankful to the Mountain Lion team for making this possible. What this really does is just enshroud the teamwork that we have and their contribution to the project for the design and the construction of their 2 bus lanes, as well as the bus stops that are on the new Beulah portion of the project. And then we also have part of this is the resource sharing agreement. So when we were back before council presenting the GMP back in December for the project, we talked about those value engineering efforts. So we were able to take the 50,000 cubic yards that we're producing as part of the Beulah University project and share that with Mountain Lion in a way that benefits the city and Mountain Lion to help them construct their new commercial driver's license course on South Campus of NAU, as well as the downtown construction, or downtown connection center, excuse me. So this just enshrouds that agreement into place. There's an Exhibit A that shows the extent of the project, and then Exhibit B does the breakdown of all the costs. I'll spare you going down all those numbers, but there was a percentage that was calculated based on the cost that Mountain Lion has as a comparison to the total GMP value, and that percentage was applied across all spectrums of the budget to it. If you're wondering where that 1.610, I think, is the number that was applied. So if any questions on that, I'm happy to entertain those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Looks like council is good. Can I get a motion?
I move to read resolution 2023-17 by title only.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the First Amendment to Transit Service Intergovernmental Agreement by and between the City of Flagstaff and the Northern Arizona Intergovernmental Public Transportation Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-17.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Moving down, I realize that most of the audience is probably here for informational items too from mayor, council, and staff at the end of the agenda, but we do need to get through these public hearing items. So 12A, 1 and 2, we are first going to have a presentation from staff, and then the applicant is going to give a presentation. Council will ask questions, and then we will open it up for public comment. But first, before we do any of this, I am going to open the public hearing. Tiffany.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. We were going to play a little joke and introduce pickleball, but just kidding. So tonight we are here to talk about the NIH Health Village, which is a Phase 1 specific plan, as well as a Phase 1 concept zoning map amendment. So before we get started, I'd just like to say that it really does take a team to make a case like this and to bring it before you all today. I think almost everybody in City Hall and out in the bounds of the city everywhere probably touched this case in some degree, or held my hand, or talked me through and educated me on how to best bring this case to you all today. So I want to shout out, and if I forgot anybody, I'm so sorry, but we really do work with the most amazing group of people here in Flagstaff. So with that, we'll get started. This is the NIH Health Village. The property is located at 1120 West Purple Sage Trail. The proposed use for Phase 1 is up to 1.15 million square feet of hospital and medical offices, as well as 31.2 acres of open space and civic space. Phase 2 will include supporting uses, which include approximately 315 residential dwelling units as part of a mixed-use development, approximately 230,000 square feet of non-residential uses, and approximately 250,000 square feet of research and development uses. This request includes the adoption of a new specific plan for approximately 172.6 acres, and the concept zoning map amendment of 98.39 acres, from rural residential and estate residential to highway commercial for 63 acres, and public facilities for 35.21. Those are all gross acres, so I'll try not to get confused between the gross and the net. Also, we're adding 3 parcels under the resource protection overlay. I don't want to forget that. So here is where the property is located. It's this faint blue outline. It does sit north of Fort Tuthill County Park. It is across I-17 from Ponderosa Trails, as well as the City of Flagstaff Airport. It is to the hospital site itself is to the east of an area of land that is large lot, single-family residential, and it's to the south of both vacant land and a county holding parcel or area known as Mountain Dell. So the purpose of a specific plan is to provide a greater level of detail for a geographic area or element of the regional plan, and to provide for the systematic implementation of the regional plan. Specific plans can be adopted as master plans for development when they accompany a request for rezoning. The development of specific plans is essential for the implementation of the Flagstaff Regional Plan and its vision. These plans are necessary to further determine the nature and scale of activity centers, corridors, and neighborhoods, as well as the cross-sections and alignment of future corridors and the priority and goals in a particular area. So the planning framework for this specific plan divides the total 172.6 acre site into 7 land use areas. So this is, again, setting what that planning framework will be for the entire Health Village. This would include land use areas 1A and 1B. Those are the areas in green. 35.2 acres. They are included in this portion of the rezoning request. Land use area 2A, which is a 17-acre site, it is intended for mixed use. It is located in the far north portion of the property. Land use area 2B, which is just over 63 acres, it is the main location of the hospital. This is also a parcel subject to the rezoning that you're looking at tonight. Then you have land use area 2C, which is part of that overall hospital island, but will be a separate block. It will also be rezoned at a separate time. It is likely intended for a hospital, but could be some other type of commercial use. It is likely intended for a hotel, but could be some other commercial use. Further south, we have land use area 2D, about 25 acres, which is also intended for more supporting commercial uses. And then land use area 3, just under 30 acres, intended for research and development uses, affiliated with the hospital and self-supporting as well. The specific plan, Arizona Revised Statute provides the authority for the scope for municipalities to adopt a specific plan. They may be adopted either through an ordinance or through a resolution. In this case, we're looking at adopting this particular specific plan through ordinance. The Arizona Revised Statutes allows the specific plan to create regulations determining the location of buildings and other improvements with respect to existing rights-of-way, floodplains, and public facilities. It also allows the specific plan to create regulations of the use of land, buildings, and structures, including the height and bulk of buildings and structures and the open spaces around those buildings. So we'll talk quickly about what the zoning code modifications are that you'll see within this specific plan. The first is in regard to site planning design standards. In this particular case, the City of Flagstaff site planning design standards are looking for a building forward design. So we want to get the buildings as close as possible to the street. One, because of the accessibility for transit, for bikes and pedestrians, instead of having large parking fields in front of buildings. In this case, the hospital location is in close proximity to I-17 as well as the existing airport. Hospitals, I'm told, are sensitive to noise and sound, and for that reason, the applicants have requested to stray from our typical site planning design standards to allow the building to be set back further, which would allow a larger parking field to be located in front of the building. Additionally, our architectural design standards are proposed to be modified. This includes modifying the building materials to allow EIFS or stucco as more of a primary building material. This is for the largest portion of the building, the tower, the patient tower, which is also the tallest portion of the building. While stucco is not a primary material for the City of Flagstaff, it does work well on a building of this height in terms of giving the building definition. A lot of our other smaller grain materials are lost on a building of this particular height. Additionally, NAH guidelines modify our building and massing scales. The building does a good job of the proposed building is doing a good job of breaking itself down in terms of massing, but it doesn't meet our specific articulation standards, which can be difficult to achieve, especially with this particular type of use. Additionally, the specific code is looking to amend our bicycle parking standards by enhancing or increasing our required bicycle parking and including bicycle parking spaces that are covered and included within the garage. Also, NAH is proposing to alter the definition of meeting facilities, public or private, to include the possibility of a conference center or convention center. This is a use that's not clearly called out in our code. It was great that this was brought to light. I hope to bring this forward to you in a future code amendment so that we can make sure that this is a use properly and adequately covered by our code. Next up, we have specific standards or modifications to the zoning districts themselves. In terms of the public facility zone, it's about the uses that are allowed in the zone. So NAH is proposing to amend the allowed uses of the PF zone to prohibit the development of libraries, museums, residential uses, cemeteries, government offices, government service maintenance facilities, and municipal airports. All other listed uses remain the same. None of the PF zone building form or property development standards are modified by this specific plan. Additionally, to the highway commercial zone standards, NAH proposed to amend the uses of the HC zone by prohibiting most of the uses that are not compatible with the proposed hospital and ACC uses, ACC Ambulatory Care Center. The hospital is modified from requiring a conditional use permit to being a permitted use. We've gone through a lot of work. The thought process here is that an additional conditional use permit really doesn't get us anything additional. We're doing lots of public outreach, lots of public hearings and comments, so an additional use permit at this point probably doesn't help us much in this process. And one new use has been added. These include, so all other listed uses are listed only as permissible as an accessory use, right? A restaurant, for example, most hospitals do have a cafe. They have a place for people to eat at. So there's a number of uses, because the hospital itself is sort of like this little island of which, and in this mixed-use building where all of these different things occur. So those uses will still be allowed. They'll just be considered accessory to the primary use of the hotel and medical offices. One new use is added, and that includes the airport's landing strips, because there is a helipad. There's a helipad at the existing hospital site. There will be a helipad located here. That helipad will be located on the top of the tallest tower of this building. In terms of the highway commercial zone standards, the building form and property development standards are modified to allow a maximum building height of 160 feet. I know that council has specifically requested the dimensions and how that height breaks out. The applicant is prepared to provide that information to you, as their site plan, which is currently being reviewed by staff, is not part of this application. Additionally, so they can go over the height and the reasonings for the height. The proposal, they do a much better job at explaining their building than I ever can. But the applicant has also provided a view shed analysis. Staff's primary concern in looking at a building of a taller height is what will be that ultimate view shed analysis impact to the surrounding community. So I'm going to run through some pictures for you really quickly. This is, of course, we're looking up in the air down at the hospital, but I think it gives you a great image of the site overall, because to really see the site as a whole, you'd have to be looking up, down towards the project. So you can see the main hospital tower running east-west. You can see the ambulatory care center out in front. You can see the hospital, and you can see the variations in height, modulation, and articulation. So let's talk about where this building will be visible from. This viewpoint is from Mountain Dell. Because of the differential in topography and the length of distance, it is unlikely that any portion of, even the tallest portions of this hospital, will be seen from Mountain Dell or from that particular community. This is one of the locations where the building would most likely be visible, and this is from Sinclair Wash Trail, which does run through the subject property. This is an existing trail. This trail will be surrounded by at least 10 acres of open space, but the hospital will be visible from this location. This is looking from Getaway Trail that is directly west. This is sort of the residential area. It is likely there will be some pieces or places where some of the building could be visible. You're not seeing a lot here. Again, I think it's going to be different based on how close you are within the vicinity to the hospital itself. Here are views basically adjacent to the site. So from Woody Mountain Road, I mean, the building will not, it's not that the building is invisible. It will obviously be visible from certain locations. And it's certainly going to be visible from the adjacent streets. So Woody Mountain Road, you're going to see this length of building. They've added in that proposed future tower extension, which would be an additional bed tower sometime in the future. This is from the parking lot inside Fort Tuthill, which accesses the bike park. And you can see that very little of the proposed hospital is shown from inside this particular area, Fort Tuthill. It doesn't mean that from all areas that it would not be visible. Again, it's going to just depend on your elevation and the tree line of what you're going to see. And lastly, from Ponderosa Trails, very little visibility of the proposed hospital Where you're really going to see that hospital is when you're on I-17 and when you're on the immediate surrounding streets. That's where it'll be the most visible. In terms of specific plans are required to do a certain set of community services impact analysis. You'll be most familiar with these types of impact analysis that are affiliated with rezonings, because that's what we see most of the time. In terms of rezonings, you're seeing transportation impact analysis, stormwater impact analysis, and water and sewer. In this case, a specific plan requires a much broader community service impact analysis, including police and fire. So you can see that we have reached out to our police department and consulted on this particular project. A specific impact analysis was not required, but the feedback provided is that the new hospital will be about 4.6 miles from the current headquarters, compared with a distance of 1.8 miles to the current medical facility. This may result in response times a couple minutes slower than currently provided, and the extra distance will have marginal cost impact to the department. So there was little concern here in terms of the overall separation or the relocation of this particular facility. Next up, we have a fire impact analysis. There were three different analyses done in regard to fire. The first is in regard to wildland fire risk assessment, because of course we're taking a facility now that's currently within our urban core and we're moving it out to the exterior fringe adjacent to the wildland urban interface. The results of this study provide recommendation mitigation measures for fuel management. A lot of this work has already occurred on site. If you've traveled by it in the recent past, you'll see that thinning work has occurred. I know that there have been concerns in the past about that, meaning work has already commenced on site, but the thinning is necessary. Whether this project is approved or not, that thinning is a good thing for us and the community as well. So a lot of that work has already commenced and started. There are mitigation measures for building materials as well as general recommendations for the overall development of the health village. Those mitigation measures have been incorporated within the specific plan. Additionally, there were 2 studies completed looking at specifically our ability to serve this property with our fire department resources. The most recent study was completed in November of 2022, and that's a standard of cover analysis. So the city of Flagstaff was already working on this analysis because we know that of potential future expansion and growth and development in the John Wesley Powell corridor. NAH was able to collaborate with the existing consultant for that study and to come up with some particular findings on how NAH may impact our existing resources. What I can tell you from that study is that the Flagstaff Fire Department does not currently meet the minimum staffing requirements or national standards or best practices as development exists today. It is recommended that we have a fully staffed ladder company. Because the hospital is a high-rise tower, which means it is a higher risk occupancy, it definitely accentuates the need that we move some resources out of current locations to help deal with this high-risk facility. So we need to relocate existing fire resources. So we already need a fully staffed ladder company. We now need to relocate that ladder company. The closest station to the NAH proposed facility is on Lake Murray Road, station number 6. That station is too small to accommodate the additional equipment necessary, so we are looking at possibly relocating that particular station as part of this request. In terms of schools, they talk about the fact that this particular development isn't intended to have a significant impact, especially with the amount of housing that's required. But as development is occurring in this area, they'll need to be looking for school sites in the future. And an economic impact analysis was done. I'll try to go through this all very quickly. These are highlight bullet points. This is definitely a 20-page document, but the highlights are that construction expenditures are projected at over $1 billion over 23 years. That's the construction life of the entire health village. Project construction could support over 10,000 direct jobs and close to 3,200 indirect jobs over the 23-year period. Once the health village is developed, the project could generate an annual economic impact of $387 million in the region and could employ an estimated 1,985 people at build-out. An estimated $113 million direct labor income are anticipated at build-out. Annual off-site visitor spending is estimated at $9.8 million by 2036. And the jobs generated by the health village could support an estimated local population of 2,600 people. Approximately half would reside in Flagstaff. And the health village could generate an estimated $39.1 million in sales tax, board and beverage tax, property taxes, and state shared revenue to the city of Flagstaff over the next 23 years. Lastly, the last but not the least needed community service impact is in regards to our parks. We are in desperate need of regional park facilities in our community, and this area is not any different than any other area, but because it's just starting its development, it is underserved by parks. And I know that sounds odd coming from the fact that it sits directly adjacent to the county Fort Tuthill Park. But there is a need for active recreation and sports fields. Instead of requiring an impact analysis, PRO staff worked with their existing master plan, which identifies a deficiency of parks and sports fields and community recreation fields in this particular area. In working with staff and the applicant, our PRO staff requested that some form of active recreation amenity be added to the wellness retreat area that is operated and maintained by the applicant. And the applicant has agreed to evaluate and include such an amenity in their wellness retreat. That particular wellness retreat has not yet been designed. So let's jump into the concept zone plan. We talked before about there being 63.1 acres to be rezoned to highway commercial. Again, that's that area here that's in purple. And then we're looking at rezoning the area in green to public facility. The reason that public facility is chosen instead of public open space is because of the fact that active recreation is recommended for this site. Public open space is more limited, that particular zoning category is limited to more passive recreation opportunities. So of the 14 parcels included in the request, 3 were not included in the resource protection overlay, and so those remaining 3 will be added as part of this rezoning request. The rezoning request is primarily to permit the development of a new regional hospital, ambulatory care center, and associated medical offices, and includes over 30 acres of open space intended to function as a wellness retreat. The first phase of the development includes an approximately 751,850 square foot hospital with room for future expansion, just over 200,000 square foot ambulatory care center, and just under 500,000 square foot parking garage, as well as their affiliated central utility plant. The first phase of the hospital will include 276 patient beds, which is 35 more beds than the current hospital. We talked about the property being within the resource protection overlay. What I can tell you is that they will have no problem meeting their resource protection overlay standards. All of the zoning categories that they're looking at will require 30% preservation of the trees. There are no slopes. There are no floodplains that need to be preserved on this site. In terms of open space and civic space, this is just a rough look at what this area will provide, but it is a good refuge for the entire health village. It will provide that community space. It is intended to be open for the public. And again, there really are 2 spaces. There's the one that will be the open space around the existing Sinclair Wash Foots Trail, and then the wellness retreat, which will be closer and more affiliated with the hospital use itself. In terms of landscaping and outdoor lighting, landscaping is not required to be reviewed as this level of rezoning, and neither is outdoor lighting. However, concerns were discussed in regards to outdoor lighting because of the height of the tower. So the concern here is more about the spillage of light out of the tower bedrooms itself than it is about the light that will be at the ground. The hospital is located in lighting zone 2. They will be able to comply with those standards, hopefully. And the hospital has also proposed adding shades on each of the windows on the north and east elevations that will operate on a timer to reduce impacts from light spillage outside of the windows during the nighttime periods. Additionally, architectural elements have been added to the building to help screen these windows from the direction of the observatory. So there are small little architectural features that also screen these windows as well. Parking calculations. So this is something that staff is reviewing as part of the site plan application. Hospitals are definitely a site that have unique parking calculations. We haven't had a new hospital built in the city of Flagstaff in quite some time. I would say that we haven't spent a lot of time looking at or updating our code in regards to hospitals and what's the appropriate amount of parking. In working with NAH, they decided that, parking is a significant need for their site. They have included a parking garage so that they can exceed the surface parking. So we only allow a developer to exceed surface parking by 5% unless you build a parking garage affiliated with that. So that is the case in this instance. Bicycle parking, like I said it earlier, is also part of the application, and there's both surface bicycle parking as well as bicycle parking included within the garage. So let's talk about the bicycle and pedestrian circulation system. The applicant has done a lot to create a site that is friendly to bikes and peds, as well as transit as well, even though the site is not currently served by public transit. So bike and pedestrian circulation includes the development of multiple footpaths, as well as on-street buffered bike lanes, as well as off-street multimodal paths. So there is a combination. Martin has spent hours of time with us, helping us vet out the most appropriate bike and ped facilities for each particular street within this system. And if you have particular questions, I can work on getting you answers on those. So with this, I'm going to ask Steph Santana to come up and go through the TIA for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steph Santana. I'm a transportation engineer here at the City of Flagstaff. I'll be providing some details and information specific to the NAH Transportation Impact Analysis. Just a brief overview, a transportation impact analysis is referred to as a TIA, and it's a document that analyzes a developer's impacts on the roadway network. NAH has expressed many times that this is a regional hospital, meaning people are coming from the west, Kingman, from the north, the reservation, the south, Camp Verde, and the east, maybe as far as the New Mexico border, all to receive state-of-the-art care. Most trips will be vehicle trips, although there are a number of shuttle services that will be provided to local shelters and mountain line transit stops. A hospital of this magnitude required looking at the city of Flagstaff as a whole, and that's why the full build-out TI includes roughly 32 study intersections and spans from the western city boundary, the Flagstaff Ranch traffic interchange, all the way to the eastern city boundary, the Country Club traffic interchange. The full build-out TIA includes 3 different study years, which spanned over a 40-year period, and was estimated to generate approximately 53,000 new trips. Due to the compressed timeline and the complexity of the TIA, NAH requested to shift to a phased TIA process, allowing them to move forward with mitigating the impacts of just the hospital and ambulatory care center, which is the focus of today's hearing. Phase 1 utilized a 2027 study year and is projected to generate approximately 15,000 new daily trips, which is about 28% of the full build-out, 53,000 trips. The Phase 2 full build-out TIA and project development is expected shortly after Phase 1 is constructed. With a tight timeline and a few back and forth, the Phase 1 TIA was approved by city staff March 30th, 2023. The scope for the Phase 1 TIA was reduced by the transportation engineering staff to only include the corridors and intersections that were most directly affected by the project. The required Phase 1 improvements include the widening of the Beulah corridor to a 4-lane cross-section from Woodlands Village Boulevard to John Wesley Powell, and specific intersection improvements along Beulah and the John Wesley Powell corridors. Back in December of 2022, NAH was granted a regional plan amendment to keep Beulah in its current location for better development of their parcel. More recently, NAH has requested to delay the build of the intersection of Beulah and Purple Sage to the proper grades needed for the future I-17 underpass. This is because the grades at this location are difficult to work with, which was why it was originally planned for Beulah to pull away from I-17 in this particular area. So looking at the map here, this was the original regional plan, and you can see Beulah is the blue line here, and Beulah was proposed to pull away from I-17 in order to get grades for the future underpass to go under I-17 here, the orange road. NAH proposed to keep Beulah in the original location, which is technically under this big black line, which is I-17, and that's why they're struggling to get grades in this area along Beulah. Staff wanted to note a few things to consider. This underpass was in the last version of the regional plan and was recently confirmed by Metro Plan to be included in this next version of the regional plan as well. The Metro Plan model considers other possible developments in the area, including a 450-acre state trust parcel shown here in white, along with a 30-acre city parcel just on the northeast side of the John Wesley Powell and I-17 interchange, approximately right here. Once the John Wesley Powell Bridge is widened to a 4-lane cross-section, which is proposed by NAH and needed for Phase 2, and NAH is fully built out, the bridge will have approximately 11% capacity left, which is not enough for future developments in the area. The Beulah and Purple Sage underpass is a very important addition that will allow trips to distribute between Lake Mary, Purple Sage, and John Wesley Powell. John Wesley Powell and Lake Mary are 3 miles apart, and this has been deemed the best location for a future underpass. That's all I have. I'm here for questions.
All right, so moving right along, we're getting to our water and sewer impact analysis, which was completed February 2022 with an amended letter in December 5th, 2022. Essentially for water, there's a required water infrastructure, includes a 16-inch water main extended through the project site. This water line will create a loop from a well on the Fort Todd Hill property to the existing 12-inch main located at the intersection of Litzler Drive and University Heights Drive South. Additionally, water lines to be constructed within the site shall feed off that main that connects to Fort Todd Hill Extension. The applicant must also construct a water storage tank and the associated water lines to connect it to the Zone B system. The tank shall store a minimum net volume of 685,000 gallons. And for wastewater, the main sewer service for this project has been completed. It's the 18-inch sewer extension from Fort Todd Hill to University Heights. The county paid for the cost to complete this infrastructure improvement and has elected to participate in the reimbursement agreement. The applicant will be required to reimburse the county the cost of their proportionate share as determined in the reimbursement agreement. Stormwater analysis is what you commonly see for most of these projects. A full drainage impact analysis was not completed with the downflow analysis. Instead, here you see what we typically see, and that's that they will mitigate the difference between peak flow mitigation of post-development and pre-development flow rates. So what is staff's role in all of this review? I've just given you a lot of information from a lot of different staff members. For the most part, staff's doing a code review. So staff is ensuring that the project complies with current codes or that modifications or waivers are considered when necessary. Additionally, there's a policy review as part of these cases. Staff provides guidance on how a project can best conform to the policies that have been adopted by the city. The interdivision staff team, our IDS team, includes both types of reviews. We are very much, many of us are looking at both code and policy. IDS approvals are indications from staff that the required code information has been relayed to the applicant and that all code requirements are met or addressed. A final policy analysis is provided by staff as part of the recommendation to both the Planning and Zoning Commission and then follows to the City Council in accordance with the required findings. So that takes us to the findings, the first finding of which is regional plan conformance. The proposed specific plan and concept zoning map amendment must be found to be consistent with and in conformance with the goals and policies of the general plan and any applicable specific plans. If the application is not consistent with the general plan and any other applicable specific plan, the applicable plan must be amended in compliance with the procedures established in Section 11 of City Code. So the comprehensive, or our comprehensive plan is the Flagstaff Regional Plan. If the specific plan is adopted, it will supplement the regional plan as well, and it will contain its own set of goals and policies for the development of the health village. So any future rezoning cases, as well as the current, need to be in compliance with the goals and policies that are presented within this specific plan as well. So there's 2 layers of policy review now that follow the NAH Health Village. I will tell you overall, there are a lot of goals and policies within the regional plan, and staff does the best they can to balance the priorities and needs between all of those goals and policies. And that leads me really quickly to carbon neutrality goals and policies, and I'm going to hand the mic off.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Christina Rubalcaba, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Just very briefly, because of some of the public comment we've received and some of other meetings, wanted to make sure that everyone was really clear about the weight of the different plans that the city has. So as you know, the city has passed a carbon neutrality plan, very important statement of council policy. However, compliance with the carbon neutrality plan is not a finding for either of NAH's applications. Instead, as Tiffany just went over, finding number 1 is compliance with our regional plan. Our regional plan was approved by council and the voters, although the voters did not approve subsequent amendments, just the original plan. And compliance with the regional plan is required for both NAH applications, both for the rezoning and for the specific plan. Now, there were certain amendments to the regional plan that incorporated some of the carbon neutrality goals that were listed in that carbon neutrality plan, and those changes to the regional plan were made in December of 2021. But these amendments, again, represent community goals. I think the one goal that I've heard was where before the regional plan said, I believe it was reduce greenhouse emissions, and it was changed to achieve carbon neutrality for the Flagstaff community by 2030. And that's a really important statement of the community's goals, but it was never intended and does not require any specific project getting approval to be carbon neutral. But those goals are amongst the goals that council can consider when council does its own analysis of regional plan conformance and comes to its own conclusions about finding number 1.
So finding number 2 is that the proposed amendment must be determined to not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city and will add to the general public good as described in the general plan. And finding number 3, that the site must be determined to be physically suitable in terms of design, location, shape, size, and operating characteristics, and the provision of public and emergency vehicle access, public services, and utilities to ensure that the requested zone designation and the proposed or anticipated uses and or development will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property or improvements of the vicinity in which the property is located. So can we serve it? Can the site handle the development that is proposed? Those are the particular findings. In terms of addressing some of those findings, as well as the applicant's commitment to certain portions of this development, a draft development agreement has been prepared and will be reviewed by the City Council on May 16th. Development agreements are now required to be noticed to the public, similar to other public hearing cases. So while I haven't prepared a full presentation tonight on the development agreement, there will be one on May 16th. The primary purpose of this development agreement is to set out the roles and responsibilities. So these are the items that are, this is just a highlight of what's in the development agreement. And again, on May 16th, we'll go through all of those fine point details. Of course, if you have questions, we're here to answer them. But I feel like this is a document that is on the move. It's not currently static. So, and we'll see how and if that document changes even more tonight. So the document does include provisions for that offsite water infrastructure improvements, the water storage requirements, the sewer reimbursement, on-site and off-site transportation improvements, fire department requirements, future affordable housing contributions, and sustainability contributions. Digging in a little further into the on-site and off-site transportation improvements, there seems to be some confusion out there. NAH is required to provide all of the on-site and off-site transportation improvements. Those transportation improvements are as described by Steph, but primarily focused on that Beulah corridor. It is their responsibility to provide those infrastructure improvements. In terms of fire department, as previously stated, the city needs a ladder company now. In working with NAH, we know we need to relocate that fire company. So NAH is willing to contribute 50% of the cost of a new fire station if a new fire station is deemed necessary to house that particular ladder company at a location that best serves NAH. Future affordable housing contribution, the property is not currently being rezoned for that housing piece, but of the 315 housing units that are anticipated to come in phase 2, the applicant has agreed to 10% affordable category 1 units. So that's 32 affordable units. Sustainability contributions, these have kind of been on the move, but the newest and greatest is that NAH has committed to provide solar panels on the garage at a 40% cover, which is approximately 22,000 square feet of solar panels and solar arrays. Of course, the remaining items still include buildings being designed to the 25th percentile Energy Star, buildings developed on site using best practices and high performance design, and of course the solar power panels that we've added here. So wrapping this presentation up, lots of citizen participation forever and always, but more importantly, the specific plan required a minimum of a 60-day notice before any planning and zoning commission. That had to go out to specific government agencies. To date, staff only received formal 60-day review comments from Coconino County, FUSD, and Friends of Flagstaff Future, all which were attached in one of the versions of public comments to your report. And the applicant did hold 3 neighborhood meetings for this application. They started early January 2022, ended up towards the end of the year in October 2022. Common themes of support included economic development impacts, better access to care and clinical services in the overall health and wellness vision. Common themes of concern included transit and bus service, access to the new campus, traffic, reuse of the existing NIH campus, helicopter, ambulance noise, and building height. So the specific plan recommendation, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of this application due to nonconformance with the regional plan goals and policies. Their specific focus was that the part that I got the most from the Planning and Zoning Commission was that they didn't have sufficient information to determine if this particular development met the standards of the carbon neutrality goals and policies. They were also concerned in regards to public transit versus private transit. And lastly, they were concerned about the costs of infrastructure and what the ultimate cost would be for Flagstaff taxpayers. If the City Council is able to make the required findings for this application, staff recommends the following conditions of approval. There are 5 conditions. I will let you know that originally we had a lot more conditions built in to suspend sort of a long public hearing process, and We've continued to work through this document, make it better and improve it so that we can bring to you the best possible document. As part of this process, we were able to refine many of those original conditions of approval, so you're now seeing the streamlined final of what staff is recommending in terms of both of these cases. So here are the 5 conditions for the specific plan, and here are the 7 conditions for the rezoning case. And if you should have any questions or comments, we have lots of staff here. I would love to hand the mic over to somebody else.
Thank you, Tiffany. Great job, not only this afternoon, but throughout the entire process. This was a huge project, and you've handled it quite well from what I can see. Before we allow Tiffany to sit down, does council have any questions? Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification, can you go back 3 slides? So it was required for the proposal to be reviewed and further comment to all government agencies. And so you listed Coconino County, FUSD, and Friends of Flagstaff Future. They're not a government agency, correct?
That's correct. They weren't specifically notified, but we notified the public of the 60-day review process, and FCUBE did respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, council?
You bet.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I have a few. Thank you, Tiffany, so much for all the hard work. Your team is amazing. I just really am very impressed with the work you guys do. A couple quick questions here. During your presentation about lighting standards, you paused for a second and you said, hopefully, when talking about them being able to conform to Zone 2 lighting standards. Could you elaborate on that a little bit and just explain what your train of thought was there?
Absolutely. While we have been working on this project, we also amended and changed our lighting code standards. One of those particular lighting code standards, in some ways, they make working with the hospital a lot easier. In one way, it got a little difficult, and that is that there are certain areas of any property that we do allow to use white light, and those are areas where color rendition is important. So the ambulance entrance into the emergency room is one of those locations where color rendition is important. We have a limitation on white light of 2700 Kelvin. The hospital was anticipating and hoping to use 3700 Kelvin. The last we talked, they were going to try to make that 2700 Kelvin work, and it looks like that's where we're at. So I didn't 100% have that in my head at that moment when I got to that point, so I didn't want to overstate. But there you go. Looks like we're going to make it work.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's great news. And I know that NAH team has been responsive to my requests to adhere as strictly as possible to dark lighting standards, specifically for the national security mission that our U.S. Naval Observatory has and the relative proximity that those two places will have to each other. Another question, I was hoping you or maybe NAH during their presentation can elaborate on the statement they're going to evaluate options for amenities in terms of recreation facilities. So that seemed like a very loosey-goosey response to the question of whether or not they're going to come to the table with some great options for us. A promise to look at options isn't very, I don't want to, I'm getting tongue-tied here, but maybe you can just elaborate on that, and then for the NAH presenters, put that one in your queue for when you're presenting.
You know, since this project, like I said, has not been static. It's been moving and growing and changing and adapting, and NAH has since committed to definitely incorporating an active recreation amenity and working with our pros team. So instead of just committing to looking at, they've committed to doing, owning, and operating, maintaining.
Okay, yeah, I'm excited for a few more details on that. And then before you leave, can you put up the finding number 2 slide again? You were on that for about 2 seconds, and I wanted to take a little bit of a longer look and allow the public to get a longer look at it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Did you, Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone for being late. I won't get into the reasons, but I can assure you it was a good reason. No kidding. In my 7 years on council, I've only missed 1 meeting, and that was, I had a good excuse that one too. It's my goal to be here for every meeting. All right, I read the development agreement, and Tiffany, you said it's a work in process. So some of these things, and the other thing is I might have missed some of this because I came in late. And some of this kind of ties into what Mr. Aslan just said. I see in the development agreement phrases like "it is recommended" instead of "it is required." Those need to be resolved. I mean, what is recommended, just take it out. That's meaningless. If it's required, then it's part of a DA. Uh-oh, now the lawyers are up.
No, and I just wanted to say the parts where you pointed me to, and thanks Councilmember McCarthy for emailing your comments to me earlier. I appreciate it. It does help so I can be prepared. The recommendations you're referring to talked about how there was a study. The study made recommendations, and as a result of the recommendations, these are the commitments. And so I think the recommendations that are recommendations, it is a true statement that it's recommendations, because actually what the recommendation was from that study, the standards of cover study that Tiffany mentioned that we received in November of last year, was to place the ladder company at Station 6. That is actually impossible because of the size, so we can't comply specifically with that recommendation. We're going to have to build a new station somewhere along the Lake Mary corridor. That is why the commitment is actually slightly different from the recommendation, but still meets the same goal.
Okay, so I'm okay with that for tonight, but I'll do a final read on the development agreement, and it hopefully will be very clear what is required and what is not required. Fire protection was one of the things, but there were other places that kind of wording. So I won't belabor it now, but we will come back to it in 2 weeks. And when I read the development agreement, the bit on solar panels was completely undefined and ambiguous. But I think I heard something about that tonight about the time I walked in. So I won't get into that one either, but I guess the only point I'll make is that it needs to be definitive of what we are agreeing to, and it has to be significant. And I would ask that our sustainability people weigh in on that, what's significant and what isn't. All right, so my next comment has to do with traffic impact analysis. If I understand correctly, the events at the park were not included in the analysis. First of all, is that a true statement? Oh, I knew you'd come up. Thank you.
Yes, that is a true statement, and it was not included in the 2027 Phase 1 TIA.
So I guess I have sort of a secondary question then. Well, that may have been a reasonable decision. But my question is, there's certain times when the off-ramps get very crowded. So it occurs to me, well, the ambulances, because we don't want to slow down ambulances just because we're having picking in the pines or whatever. Are the shoulders wide enough? And you don't have to answer this now, but I'd like to answer by next week. Are the shoulders wide enough that the ambulance can bypass all that traffic that's going 1 mile an hour and get into the hospital? So you can come back to me on that next week.
If it's okay, I have a semi-answer to that.
Okay.
NAH's and ADOT are having NAH build a bypass lane off the off-ramp. So southbound I-17 off the freeway, northbound onto Beulah. So it's a lane separated from the two roundabouts, and it will bypass the two roundabouts. So granted, that's not answering your question about the width of the shoulder and if it will be wide enough, but that is an improvement that will be made for this phase one.
Okay, it sounds like you've thought that one through, so good. And then my last one is, I see that Purple Sage Trail, when I look at my maps, which I printed out here, it looks like half of it's on the county land and half of it's on the developer's land. Has the county given permission to widen that road into their land? And again, well, here, Tiffany, she knows everything.
It's actually a much smaller amount. So there's an existing public access easement over the area now. The preliminary plat that will subdivide and include the right-of-way and shows the right-of-way does not actually include that particular area, so it falls outside. It would have to come through a separate dedication if the county was willing to dedicate that land. I think whether or not the county is willing to dedicate that land is a question better answered by Coconino County and the applicant. There is a preliminary plat that is currently moving its way through the review process and will hopefully be making it to you, to your way soon. It is possible, however, that Purple Sage could be relocated entirely on NAH's property. We were just trying to work to make sure that adequate access was provided to Fort Tuthill. But if that doesn't work for Coconino County, there's alternatives.
Okay, and I guess what I'm hearing is that that'll be determined on the final plat. And at that point, everyone affected will hopefully be in agreement.
It's actually outside of the boundaries of the plat, so if the right-of-way is necessary, they'll need to receive that as a separate dedication, but would accompany the plat, and we should have that issue resolved by final plat. I'm hoping to have it resolved by preliminary plat.
All right, Mayor, I have other comments, but I think at this point, these are more like questions for staff. I'll wait to make comments. I presume we have not had public comment yet. Is that true? Yeah. Okay, so I can come back with my other comments a little bit later tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Tiffany, I just wanted to have you restate again so we're clear, because this question or comment has came up a lot from the community. We have a ladder truck now, or it's coming, that we got through, I think, the bond, correct? Regardless, irrespectful of the hospital, what we need is to have it located closer to the hospital, or we need to staff it at Station 6 in a different location because of the hospital. We didn't need the ladder truck because of the hospital. We already have that. And we already are missing the staff to man that ladder truck. But because of the hospital's requested move, that changes the location of where that ladder truck is housed, which also then requires that staff that we need anyway for the truck, correct?
Yes.
Council, other questions? I have a couple. The draft development agreement discusses public access to the open space. Is there an easement to the public open space that the public can easily get to?
So we do have an easement. It will be attached to the final development agreement. It is in the process of being reviewed internally through staff to make sure that the language is correct. Words matter. We had some things in there saying passive recreation. We need to make sure it included active. We wanted to make sure that there were some specific hours of which when the the public could expect the space to be open. I think we ended up with dusk to dawn. There are provisions in there for NAH to close the access to the public for maintenance, or if they were to have a special event on the property along those lines. So there's provisions built in for them as well on the easement. And what's great about the easement is it'll live in perpetuity, where the development agreement only lasts for 40 years.
Thank you. And regarding Purple Sage and the underpass, I know this has gone back and forth a number of times, and I believe that the applicant would like to would like to not grade at this point and then provide the money for the grading later. And I would like staff to address the pros and cons of both of those approaches.
Right now or at a later date?
When could staff do that?
Steph, do you want to do that now? Jeff, do you want to?
I'd like to hear about it now, too.
Come on up.
He loves it when I do this to him.
I'm sure you all do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Bowman, City Traffic Engineer. Always love this microphone. Pros and cons of building the road, which is actually Beulah and the Purple Sage intersection. Of course, as Stephanie had shown on that map, is a future connection under I-17. That might help, actually. Under I-17 to the east. It's not a roadway that's required as part of the mitigation for this project, but we expect at some point in the future, and we don't know when that is. It's all dependent on how much development activity occurs, specifically in the southwest part of the city. But so that's kind of the background on the road. Pros and cons, obviously it's much less expensive at the moment to not build the grade sufficient to go under the freeway. It will be more expensive in the future to do that, but there's definitely trade-offs. I understand that the platting process is going to accommodate all of the land necessary, so if the road needs to be graded in the future, it will not, it's not an unexpected thing for the site development, so it's not like buildings will have to be moved or demolished. We'll plan for all of that now. Trying to think on the fly. And it would be good to ask the applicant as well the same question, because I think they've thought about this a lot more than we have.
I will.
Yeah, perfect. So cost, there's obviously uncertainty. We don't know when this will be needed. We think it will be needed in the future at some point. It's on the regional plan. It continues to be on the regional plan, but there's definitely uncertainty. It's not a guarantee. So that's a big plus of not doing anything now, is we just don't know for sure. Can't think of anything else really critical at this moment. Got anything? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tiffany, could someone from maybe Stormwater or Water Services speak to any potential maintenance issues or any potential problems, concerns with having the approach already graded but not connecting to anything under I-17?
I apologize. I was working on something else. Are we talking about the drainage that goes under I-17?
If they were to grade for the eventual underpass.
Oh, okay. With that, can you ask your question again?
I certainly can. So there's a question about whether to go ahead and grade for the future underpass under 17, or to commit the money to do it later. And so my question is, what are pros and cons of doing it now versus doing it later? And specifically, what would be concerns from Water Services about infrastructure, potential flooding, any maintenance issues if it were to be graded now?
So not being familiar with the grading in that area, one, yes, we would have to make sure that it drains. We don't want to and don't allow for pumps to be put in for stormwater on a general basis. We do on certain occasions. So that's one aspect as it pertains to stormwater. For the water and sewer facilities specifically, there are water and sewer facilities constructed at this intersection, or will be constructed at this intersection. If they are constructed with the intersection at a higher level today, and there's future plans to lower that intersection, all of those utilities would have to be lowered as well when that intersection is regraded or reconstructed. So there would be an additional cost associated with constructing it at a higher elevation today and then rebuilding that in the future. So you'd have those utility conflicts that you'd have to deal with. Does that answer the question?
Would the costs of those be borne by the applicant?
I think that's, I would assume so. So I don't know the mechanism by which they would be required to post an assurance or something like that, but that would definitely have to be included as part of the cost to reconstruct that intersection.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any concerns about flooding or maintenance issues if it were to be graded to when the project is first constructed?
Again, I'm not familiar enough with that intersection or that proposed intersection to know where it would drain today. There are not any flooding concerns in that area today, and any potential flooding issues would need to be mitigated as part of the project. So that would be something we would address as part of civil plan review.
That's part of so that's fundamentally the issue is that we haven't gotten that far in the engineering design of how that intersection would work with the grading. So we have a lot of presuppositions about what that might look like, but we haven't gone through that process of vetting that civil design.
And where does that fall in the process? Would that come after the project was rejected or approved? Well, I guess it wouldn't come after if the project wasn't approved, but it would come after. Is that correct?
Generally, the civil plans are completed after we have an approved preliminary plat. So that preliminary plat is going to go through Planning and Zoning Commission and come through you as City Council. There may be necessary engineering modification requirements as part of that process. We would also bring those forward as part of that review. But yes, that detailed civil plan pretty much happens between preliminary plat and final plat. Part of what's been the struggle for us is determining what is going to be the final design of this intersection. So it's sort of been delaying us back and forth in the preliminary in terms of jumping into that civil plan, that full civil plan design. We've had some preliminary work done, but until I think that final engineering design is done and we're in that midst, will we have this very specific answer for you?
I'd like to see some additional information on that, because I think that's a crucial question. Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Do you mind if I add one more thing?
No, please do.
One thing that I think is a thing that we need to consider is if we do not build this intersection at grades today and it comes back in the future and we need to build it then, we need to talk about traffic control. Closing down Beulah to drop it 20 feet, I'm just throwing that out of my head from memory. Ambulances getting to the hospital for this traffic control and for this construction in the future when this needs to be built. Just trying to think about it and the difficulties of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I've done some thinking and asking questions about this intersection. And one of my thoughts was maybe we don't even need to build this underpass. So I will say that I have talked to city staff and I've talked to MetroPlan staff, and there seems to be a strong consensus that it may not be needed at this point in time, but in the near future, when the hospital's built and some other things that we anticipate, it definitely will be required.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Hi, Tiffany, thank you so much for all of your work and staff. I can't believe that we're here and the presentation is well thought out, and I appreciate that. I have a question on the solar. Do we have a specific timeline? It's kind of a new added bonus to the project and one that I was going to ask for, so happy on that, but I would like to hear the timeline and if it's definitive.
Sure, the current commitment is 2030, knowing that the hospital is anticipated around 2027, so you're looking at like 3 years after opening of the hospital.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so thank you, Tiffany and staff. So staff's presentation was 45 minutes, and the applicant is given 45 minutes for their presentation. I'm anticipating that we will take a break after the applicant's presentation, and then come, maybe after council asks questions, and then come back for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you to Tiffany and all the city staff that have worked diligently and tirelessly on this project and made sure that we've came to a much better solution throughout the time. My name is Josh Tinkle. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer for Northern Arizona Healthcare, and it's my absolute pleasure to be here today talking about this project. I'm going to be joined today by Steve Ice, our Vice President of Construction and Real Estate Development, Colleen Mehring, our Chief Legal Counsel, Nolan Roman with WSP, who is our carbon neutrality and energy expert, and John Neislick, who is with HKS, the architecture firm. So we aim to really drive this project based on our feedback from planning and zoning and clear up some things as an organization. So NAH, we are a not-for-profit healthcare system. We do serve in the interest of the public and provide a full spectrum of services of care, including education, prevention, and treatment. We are the only level 1 trauma center today north of the greater Phoenix area, and we provide life and limb salvaging or saving care for thousands in the region. We employ approximately 4,000 people throughout Flagstaff and the Verde Valley, and we have caregivers to more than 700,000 residents and millions of tourists across northern Arizona each year, and that will become important as we talk a little bit about being a regional referral center and a regional center for providing care. We also are an emergency department, and we are open to all citizens who seek care with our facility regardless of our ability to pay. We're an independent, not-for-profit healthcare organization, so we are not part of a larger conglomeration. We do not exist to have profits reinvested for shareholders. 100% of the profits that we're able to generate as an organization are reinvested back in the facilities, employees, equipment, and infrastructure that it requires to take care of our community in our region. We are governed by a volunteer, unpaid board of directors. There's probably some in the crowd here, and they spend countless hours making sure that NAH is operating in accordance with the best interests of the communities that we service. And just for clarity, no officers of the company have any financial interest in the company. I have no financial interest, none of the officers of the company have any financial interest, and we do not seek to gain financially from the development of this project. We exist to make healthcare available to all. We strive to combine the capability of providing world-class care with providing the care for those who do not and cannot afford it. About 25% of our patients that we service at any given time in any given year are considered financially disadvantaged. And about a third of the patients at Flagstaff Medical Center come from tribal nations and are members of Native American tribes. Apache and Navajo counties are two big counties that we service, are among the most impoverished counties in the country and disproportionately and historically underserved as a population. NEH in fiscal year 2021 provided approximately $125 million in care to patients who would not have been able to afford those services otherwise. And that's calculated really from our financial assistance provided to uninsured and underinsured patients at Flagstaff Medical Center and Verde Valley Medical Center. In partnership with government and assisted primary care and community health care services, we provide a continuum of care not found anywhere else within our region. And we do serve a large population. I think you've heard it in our previous presentations. Last year alone, we deferred approximately 6,000 patients due to physical bed capacity, not to staff bed capacity. That number is much greater, about 6,000 patients that were not able to be taken care of at our current facility due to physical bed capacity. And we'll talk a little bit later on about the improvements in that overall bed capacity. Flagstaff is a regional hub for Northern Arizona in many, many ways, in addition to healthcare. We're a regional hub for education with Northern Arizona University, Coconino Community College. We house the only regional airport. We have local government here, tourism to Grand Canyon, Arizona Snowboard, Fort Tuthill County Park, and obviously healthcare, Flagstaff Medical Center, North Country Healthcare, which is one of the largest FQHCs in the country, and Sacred Peaks Health Center. As we look at future growth and the future population of not only Flagstaff, Coconino County, and the region that we service, these figures came from U.S. Census data, Arizona population projections, Maricopa County, Apache County, Mojave, so on and so forth. And what you can see from the table is our actual population in the region that we service, roughly in 2021 was about 767,000, so we say approximately 700,000. We're talking about a project that's going to last for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And as the team goes through, you'll see the expansion capabilities that we believe we will need to be able to continue to service our region. And by 2050, it's estimated that about 1.9 million individuals live in northern Arizona alone. And unfortunately, 27 years is only 27 years away to get to 2050 now. So now is the time to move on a project like this. We've had a lot of discussion about the existing campus and why can't we stay on the existing campus. We've done extensive studies on 1200 North Beaver. It is not suited for 21st century care. Its insurmountable challenges include wash, public roads, and elevation differences. We currently have a bisected, and if we were to expand, we could have a trisected inpatient-outpatient services, which prevents true integration. Magnifies wayfinding challenges, confusion, particularly in times of stress for our patients, and it gives us limited expansion opportunities. It does not improve our operational efficiencies and further compound some of those challenges. Multiple departments will be left unimproved and undersized for expansion of inpatient beds. Campus would be then fully built out with no further expansion opportunities. And the plan that we could do on this particular campus provides us with 8 additional inpatient beds when we go to private occupancy. And it's obviously untenable to do that over the years with the amount of disruption that would ensue and occur. We also looked at all the obstacles at 1200 North Beaver in addition to a split campus option as well as a greenfield option. And over many years of work and hard work, we believe that 1120 Purple Sage is the best option for the community. As we mentioned, multiple entrances across 3 different roads, the operational efficiencies. The central plant would continue to be decoupled, reducing our energy efficiency and preventing achievement of carbon neutrality. We've talked a lot about carbon neutrality at planning and zoning. The one certainty of NEH not being able to meet that goal of carbon neutrality is staying in its existing location. So if we stay in that existing location, we cannot meet the 2030 goal as it stands today. As I mentioned, our ED would remain as is. That's a big pain point for us as an organization with no expansion opportunity. And the additional tower would allow, at the current campus, allow for private rooms, but again, we just get 8 additional beds. And if you'll draw your attention to the graph, it really looks at what would the time take to stay, what would a split campus look like, what is the cost estimates, what areas are we focusing on, and what areas could we potentially achieve. So I'm looking forward to a robust and long discussion and dialogue tonight, and I'm sure that we'll have lots of great things. So I'll turn it over to Steve, who will start to take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us this evening. Councilwoman Sweet, I think you nailed it before when you said we're finally here. This has been a really amazing journey that we've been on for 25 months since NIH originally submitted their application. I think it's really shown what community outreach and partnership could look like between a private development entity and staff. And thank you to Tiffany and her team and all the work she's done. And thank you to everybody up on the dais right now for all the coordination and cooperation that you've given us to now. I hope what you see out of our presentation tonight is that we have been listening, not only to our political and community leaders, but community residents in totality. We have been out, and you'll see later all of the meetings and feedback we've received, but we have listened and made modifications to make sure this is a fantastic project for not only the residents of Flagstaff, but also the region we serve as Northern Arizona. So I'll put this up for a second. I think it's important that we do say that as Northern Arizona Healthcare, we do serve the entire region of Northern Arizona. 66% of our patients currently come from outside of Flagstaff proper. And so when we look at that and also look in collaboration and partnership with the city of Flagstaff, we wanted to make sure we provided a location that was adequate for all of the community we serve. So this slide shows, you'll see down in the bottom, kind of lower left, the new parcel for the NIH Health Village. And I think this slide shows the future growth of Flagstaff in accordance with the current regional plan, as well as Council's approval of the JWP corridor. So what you see there in yellow is the JWP corridor, along with the Beulah to Woody Mountain Road network that would be part of the NIH Health Village, and that fully connecting. And when we overlay that with the 2030 growth plan for the city of Flagstaff, you can see that the majority of the projected growth from a development perspective is intended to be in this southern portion of Flagstaff. So we feel that with that growth south of the I-40, this planning further contributes to making the proposed location with access from the I-17 and I-40 for residents of Northern Arizona the correct choice of available lands to build this facility. So there's a lot we plan on doing in this facility. We've had a lot of discussion in previous presentations to not only council but the community on some of the challenges with the existing campus and some of the things we feel we can bring from a world-class healthcare perspective, and that ranges from everything to single occupancy rooms to all of our rooms having access to natural daylight, larger operating rooms to be able to handle more complex procedures and continue to recruit and retain physicians. But we wanted to specifically talk about our emergency department, because I think our emergency department is something that almost everybody in this room can connect to. Odds are most of you up on the dais and most of you in this room have either been patients in our emergency department or been in the emergency department with loved ones. It is admittedly a hard place to be a patient in. I think if our ED staff were here, they would tell you it's admittedly a difficult place to give patient care in. And although we are blessed to have an amazing clinical staff that does a great job in the confines of that existing emergency department, I think they deserve better, and I think the region of Northern Arizona deserves better. So the ED is one of the things we've really focused on. Whether most realize it or not, the emergency department is really the front door of a hospital. More people come through the emergency department to enter into our hospital than they do come through the front door of our hospital. And we've spent quite a bit of time working on really optimizing that ED layout to make it great for the community. What we've landed on is a really optimal layout and design of an ED based on the needs of our patients. Our ED right now was built in an older fashion, which is a series of pods that can't really grow in any one direction. Our new emergency department will provide a linear design. It'll have more direct observation of patients and access for caregivers without compromising the ability for the care team to collaborate. Allows for flexing up and down of the overall department as patient volumes and acuity change throughout the day. There is actually a rhyme and reason to how an emergency department works. We see pretty similar traffic patterns throughout the day, and so we do understand where those efficiencies lie from a staffing and clinical perspective. And I think more importantly, we're designing this department and all the departments of the new facility to have future growth expansion as the line can simply extend to the north. So we're not going to get into the design of every department, but we have thoughtfully gone through and designed the growth of inpatient beds. So that's our ICU and our med-surg. We've designed the growth of our imaging and surgical departments, as well as some of our ancillary departments like lab, imaging, and pharmacy, so that we can continue to respond to the growth in population that Josh showed on his previous slide. From a patient segmentation perspective, right now we struggle with that. Whether you're a pediatric patient or an adult patient, we really have no way to segment our patient populations. Our new design will have more isolated exam rooms for intoxicated patients, reducing the risk of cross-patient incidents. And I think one of the best parts of this design is the introduction of quick look bays close to the entrance to speed the triage and treatment of low acuity visits. So by low acuity, I mean patients who do need care from us, but they aren't in this high acuity care where they're most likely going to turn into an inpatient setting. These are people who come in with sprains, bad cuts, bruises, et cetera, the kind of patients that honestly sit in our waiting room for quite some time right now because we know they can wait from an acuity perspective. We plan on getting them through this new emergency department quicker. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our architect so he can discuss our building height and some of the whys.
Thanks, Steve. So what you're looking at here, this is it's called a stacking diagram, and we use this to study the building height of a hospital. All of the colored blocks that you see here represent every department in a hospital. The red one on the right is the ED that Steve just talked about. It is on the end so that it could easily expand incrementally so it doesn't disrupt any caregiving going on at the time. The big black line that you see here is grade or ground level. So you can see our site slopes, which was very important when we studied the height. And when we design healthcare facilities, really the flow of patients, family members, providers are all focused on. And we focus on the reduction of waiting times, the minimization of walking distances, how do we decrease or alleviate stress, and most importantly, eliminating waste. That's one of the real drivers with this plan, is to eliminate waste to make this facility more efficient compared to its current location. Most of the departments that we put into a hospital can be done in a horizontal fashion to reduce its height, and that's what you see across the block at the bottom. With 1 to 2 floors, it's 3 on one of the buildings, but the site does slope. Really, and we spent a lot of time to make sure that the height of the building was as low as possible to maximize views of the trees and the mountain behind the building when you approach it from the east. Really, the only tall part of the building is the patient tower, and that's what you see with the blue stacked apartments going vertically. That's really where the patients are kept in their rooms, ICU and med-surg. And by stacking those rooms vertically, that's how we eliminate those walking distances. It's a short elevator ride to every treatment they need, from surgery to imaging to other services. Additionally, by that smaller footprint, it's only about 17% of this building square footage is tall. We've been able to accommodate half of the rooms looking at San Francisco Peak. So by getting up into that tree canopy zone and then above it, we're looking at the mountain. To the south, it's still beautiful looking down across the vista of the campus and then looking south towards Camp Verde. The one thing that we really did study with this is to try to lower the height of the tower. We studied it, we did reduce the floor-to-floor heights, but more importantly what we did is we created a longer chassis of beds so that each floor is 54 beds from floors 2 through 5. In doing that, which is a 30-bed unit on the west side, we're able to lower the east side tower to only 5 floors, so that as you approach it from Beulah, it doesn't seem as high as it is, or as high as you think it would be as you get up to it, because we step it coming down towards the entry. And that's really the study in the height to get it lower. Hopefully that, if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Thanks, John. So As you had heard earlier from staff, carbon neutrality is not a required finding for this particular case. However, that doesn't mean that NIH isn't listening, and it doesn't mean that we're not taking this seriously. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through a couple of things that we were thinking through prior to any of our meetings, and a couple of things we've been thinking through since we heard some of the community input and input from planning and zoning during all of our meetings. So for starters, just a kind of brief reintroduction to the Flagstaff Climate Action and Adaptation Plan that was adopted on October 27th of 2020. There are multiple different ways that the city plans on getting to this. But I think it's important to note that we can help in some of those cases, and we plan on helping in some of those cases. The first of those being air travel. Our higher bed capacity will help us with the 6,000 deferrals Josh was speaking of early, reducing upwards of 50% of patient flown to Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Albuquerque. In that action plan in 2020, there was a commercial energy target of natural gas reduction by 40% and electricity reduction by 20%. Our preliminary design estimates for the new campus show us at a 78% reduction, so almost double the proposed reduction of gas from existing campus to new campus, and a 45% reduction in overall energy consumption, so double what the original plan was back in 2020. So just to kind of set the tone for where NIH is coming from a partnership perspective as it pertains to sustainability, NIH has been focused on sustainability since the beginning of this project. At the same time, NIH as a nonprofit is trying to achieve sustainability goals without compromising clinical opportunities. This process is complex and does not focus on only one phase. One of the things NIH has done, and this was in July of 2022, NIH was among the first hospitals to voluntarily sign the White House Healthcare Sector Climate Pledge. In doing so, we committed to reduce organizational emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieve net zero for our entire healthcare system, not just Flagstaff Medical Center, by 2050, publicly accounting for progress on this goal every year. We have designated an executive level lead for the work on reducing emissions by 2023 and conduct an inventory of scope 3 emissions by the end of 2024. These are items that have already been in the works. And we will be developing and releasing a climate resilience plan for continuous operations by the end of 2023, anticipating the needs of groups in the community that experience disproportionate risk of climate-related harm. The new hospital and ambulatory care center play a big part in our ability to reach these requirements. As we had stated earlier, we know our path to carbon neutrality is not staying where we are, and in quite the opposite, it's probably our path to start to have more carbon and increased use in both gas and power. So, along with that commitment that NIH made to the White House, we stand here before Mayor and Council making the same commitment to you, and also stating that this new hospital will be in line with the most sustainable hospitals built in the state of Arizona. I didn't know Tiffany was going to steal my thunder during her presentation, but here we are. So I do have a slide, and maybe we can discuss a little bit more about our commitment to solar. So during the P&Z process, we heard a lot of robust discussion around sustainability, and we appreciate the community's concerns to our commitment. We have been planning for this garage to have solar capacity on it since we started design. The structural design for the parking garage has always incorporated the structural capacity to have a solar array built on top of it. We were holding out, if you will, to make sure that we were able to incorporate it into the process at the right time and with the right technology. But as we understand how important and vital this is to Flagstaff's community and leaders, NIH is prepared to make a commitment that we will be covering the top of our parking garage with solar array by 2030. Councilman McCarthy, we heard you about more detail. We will try and put more detail together. This is a commitment we have made new based on this community feedback, and I think we can put a little more engineering to it. Our intention, just so you understand, is to cover as much of the garage and get as much capacity as possible, keeping in mind there's things like drive aisles and ramps, et cetera, that we have to factor into our design. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the real brains in the room when it pertains to sustainability, Nolan Romey, our lead engineer.
Thank you, Steve. Mayor and Council. I'm Nolan Romey. I'm the Director of Healthcare with WSP. I'm also the principal in charge of this project and have been since the early onset a few years ago. My primary role within WSP as Healthcare Director is actually our resiliency and sustainability practices on large projects. So with that being said, we're going to dive into kind of the heavy engineering of what that means to NIH and what it means to this site development. So first, in site development, I think there's been some question about what the impact is overall. Only 40% of the land is actually being developed in the hospital site itself directly. More than 30% of that will be improved, 25% of that will be vegetated. 30% of that will remain undisturbed forest. And I think one important part is if the hospital doesn't develop this, its development by right can go to residential estates, which will break that down and develop it into a significantly more dense parcel than the 25% and 30% that we're proposing. In terms of water efficiency, we're incorporating a few technologies into this that are industry leading and staying on the cutting edge. One of them is a vacuum sanitary system. The other is a heat pump chiller technology for all of our baseline heating that will be electrified. Those combined along with the medical equipment actually reduce water consumption of the facility by 22 million gallons annually in this facility. Again, those are investments above and beyond what we would do in a standard modern hospital. Diving into the energy reduction and what that means, and we really appreciate some of the public comment from the P&Z Commission. One of the comments was, how do we compare against the ASHRAE 189.1 standard? We ran those calculations over the last couple of weeks. We already had baseline modeling done for the building, so it was an easy challenge to look at. We're currently 12% below that baseline. The heating plant is 116% more efficient than that baseline. So there's a big question around how we're heating the building, how we're driving that valuable resource, especially around carbon emissions, and to see that high efficiency really meant a lot to our team, and we appreciate that challenge to kind of put that highlight on the project. Energy Star 75, which is a requirement of the city, we're currently 18% below that requirement. So we're driving significant efficiency, but it's really around resiliency of this hospital, right? We look at efficiency in the way we're being stewards of the consumable energy. It's also they're that highly efficient that we can focus our staff's attention onto other more pressing matters and make this a more sustainable place for both clinical support and facility support in addition to high-level patient care. When you couple the overall site use, the energy reduction, the water reduction, several months ago as a team in our big room, we were a co-located design and construction team along with the owner's team in a site. We went through and did the LEED scorecard. We are not achieving LEED certification, but we did it for our own edification and being in line with NIH's mission and vision for this project to be sustainable and resilient. There are enough points in the yes column and very strong on the borderline to get us into LEED Gold, and that is firmly in the gold category. Again, and this is a trend I'm seeing most places across the country where we have a not-for-profit healthcare system wanting to drive most value to the patient, most value to the community. They're not seeking LEED certification and that cost that goes along with it during the construction phase and the design phase, but they are coming out publicly and saying we're meeting our mission and vision using this brand name and this rating system, but they are choosing to invest their dollars in clinical programs, equipment, and capacity for care in this community. Natural gas has been a hot topic, and we really, really appreciate it. It was one that I got to have with planning and zoning, and a really great one-on-one, robust exchange. So for public record, I've gone ahead and outlined that strategy so people that can't attend can understand why natural gas is resilient and why it's the best use for patient safety. The FGI guidelines are what dictate how we design a hospital and how we define risk management. Flagstaff and its design temperatures for heating in the winter require us to have emergency heat. If we were to go all electric and to be fully electrified, that would require larger natural gas generators. Larger diesel generators. We already have 4 2-meg generators planned and a large diesel storage system. It would actually require almost doubling that system and creating that much more diesel storage in addition to the truck traffic that would have to come up I-17 and replenish that. It also creates an additional element of risk in that mechanical failure or not being able to get diesel fuel during a prolonged outage. So based on that risk assessment is what drove us towards natural gas. Once we decided that that was going to be the way we provide emergency heat to this facility, we then went and looked into what's the most efficient way to use that. So we put in a heat recovery system that actually, the cooling that we're extracting from the building, we're using electricity to drive that, and that provides all the heat for the baseline of our system for the entire year. So, and no, I'm not the only engineer in the room, but just to kind of make that clear, all of the heating requirement for the summer, most of the spring, and most of the fall will be electric heat. We'll be then using 94 to 95% efficient boilers that will in really small increments. So we're only going to burn the natural gas we need to maintain temperature and humidity requirements for patient safety. Those little tiny boiler increments provide that resiliency we need at the most efficient use of natural resources that we can. So again, it's about patient safety and risk management first, and then turning around and looking at how can we reuse our resources the most responsible on site. Again, that natural gas consumption in this new facility will be a 78% reduction over what we're seeing on a square foot basis in the existing hospital. Embodied carbon is a big discussion, particularly in the resilience and sustainability realm. The hospital, from the very onset, like I said, we have our design and construction partners all working in a room together. The hospital invested in bringing on a steel partner. They're paying for their design services. Again, as John alluded to, we're looking at to reduce that height. We're also looking at to reduce steel members, reduce steel tonnage over the baseline code requirement by using active modeling that still meets the requirements of the code but gets it down into smaller tonnages. We're also looking at moment frame connections and other things that allow us for that steel to not change in the building over time. So that's embodied carbon. That means that whenever we renovate this building or we expand it, we'll be able to do it in a way where we're not taking the steel we put in, we're not having to take it out and replace it with something else in the future. It stays with that building and reduces that embodied carbon footprint to the tune of almost 20% in reducing 40,000 pounds.
Excuse me, just one moment. I just
Please.
want to make you all aware that you have 15 minutes left in your presentation.
Yes, we got it. So let's skip to the last piece here. This waterfall diagram, just to touch on it briefly, this is against a baseline standard. So what we're talking about are the first 2 green bars. That's the built environment. And I think what you've seen from NIH is their commitment to the White House Climate Plan of 2030 and 2050 action. As a healthcare system, they will continue to drive down those other operational carbon impacts. They've made that commitment publicly. The gray bar on the left is business as usual if we were going to design this as a standard facility. If we stay in the existing building, that gray bar goes way up because we won't be able to reclaim those resources. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Steve.
Thank you. So a couple of slides just to clarify where NAH stands and a couple of things to clarify where some of the work that we've been working on have come from. So again, as I think back to the collaboration and partnership that we've had with the City of Flagstaff staff, the traffic component of it is something that we've been working on as a team for over 2 years now, not only through the work of City of Flagstaff Traffic Department and our own traffic partners in CivTech, but also Metro Plan. So a few of the things we just wanted to clarify for the record tonight. Scoping of the traffic impact analysis that we have submitted and approved through this process was mutually agreed to over a period of 2 years. That was through partnership with city staff and Metro Plan since the beginning. The inputs that we took for the current and future data that was given to us by Metro Plan, and we used it for our baseline assumptions. So we used Metro Plan's current data and we used Metro Plan's 2040 data for our future outlook. All of the forecasting of trip distribution were applied to the traffic models based on the future 2040 Metro Plan model at the direction of city traffic staff. So this was not just NAH's take on what traffic impact analysis looks like. A little bit about transportation access and equity, and just talk about how our partnership that we hope to form with Mountain Line in the future is part of a much bigger strategy. Whether it's for patients, families, or employees, NAH already ensures that it's imperative that getting to the hospital is easy, affordable, and not a burden. So some of the things we already currently do and we plan to maintain doing in the future. Patients are currently provided bus passes of Mountain Line service as a location near their residence. We coordinate and pay for Uber Lyft rides for those not served by public transit. More than 1,700 rides have been provided by NAH to the community this year. For those coming from a far distance, we arrange and pay for Greyhound and or Amtrak tickets. We also offer bus passes to all Flagstaff Medical Center employees at no cost. NAH, as you know, through our development agreement, is committed to running a shuttle between the nearest Mountain Line stop and the new hospital ambulatory care center at no cost to any riders. And access to healthcare services has been identified as such a critical gap that access arranges and pays for transportation to and from any required care. A few things we wanted to make sure we point out about being good neighbors with the county, and we do understand we have more work to do with the county moving forward. If things go according to our plan, we will be partners with them for a very long time, and we will be neighbors with them for a very long time. We have been meeting with them recently and plan on continuing to meet with them in the future. We've had recent meetings all the way back to 10/19/22, and then twice already this year meeting with them in both February and April. And we plan on working with them more in the future. To the topic of traffic and how we can potentially make a positive impact as it pertains to special event traffic at the county park. The widening of the J.W. Powell I-17 bridge and Beulah Boulevard will improve access and traffic flows to the park. And we also plan on improving safety with the realignment of the Mountain Dell Road, which right now comes into Beulah at a very steep angle, which we will be redoing into a 90-degree intersection. Careful attention has been given to Fort Tuthill County Park's boundaries, and site design decisions have been expressly made to increase buffers between trails and roadways. I do understand that there is more work to be done as we continue to partner with them. One of the things that we have committed to verbally with this county in the past, and will say today, we plan on staging monthly meetings with them throughout the entire construction and development of our project to make sure they stay abreast of everything we're doing, any potential changes and impacts, and anything that can affect the day-to-day operations of running the park. I'll try not to spend too much time on this. I know this topic came up during staff. But this is NAH's side or take on the grading down for the potential underpass. And I think, first of all, it's important that I note we have committed to doing this work through the development agreement. So there is at no point is NAH asking to not do this work. What we are asking, and I think for some of the reasons that were articulated by staff, is to not have to formally commit to do this on day one when there are so many obvious unknowns to what is really going to happen and when it is going to happen. We have taken some time and care into doing a deep dive
into the engineering of this. We do know that it creates a low spot, and quite a low spot, until the I-17 underpass comes in the future. I think there was a comment by a staff member earlier that we try not to use pumping systems. We will have to use a pumping system if we lower this, and that pumping system will ultimately become the maintenance and operations of the city of Flagstaff until that I-17 underpass is done. So we're a little limited on time, so I won't delve into this, and we can pick this conversation back up after this meeting. But again, our request is not to not have to do this work. It's to understand the unknowns of if the work is going to happen and when it is going to happen, and put our finances and the work getting done at the appropriate time with the appropriate knowledge of what we're actually going to be doing in the future. Vision planning for 1200 North Beaver. So our existing campus, we understand that the community has concerns, and we also understand NAH's roles and responsibilities in making sure that we redevelop the existing campus into something that is truly special for the community and meets the needs for the community. So I'm not going to read through every bullet point that's on this screen, but in our development agreement, we have committed to a forward-facing community redevelopment project with the community and participation from Flagstaff Council and staff. We have put Puma, an urban management company, under contract. This schedule, these dates, these delivery points, these come from Puma directly, and we do feel that by Q2 of 2024, we can have a community-focused redevelopment vision plan that we can continue to modify and change as the community grows throughout this decade for a project that will most likely not be redeveloped until 2029 to 2031 timeframe. I'm going to hand it over to Colleen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So exciting for the lawyer to get to deliver so much good news. At the request of the Planning and Zoning Commission, this is a chart of direct economic benefits and tax revenues to the city of Flagstaff. These are not our numbers. These come from Applied Economics, an Arizona consulting firm who was engaged through the economic impact analysis. And this is just the revenues to the city. No tax dollars will be used to construct, move, or commence services at our new campus. Rather, this project generates over $100 million in direct economic benefit to the city. That's exclusive of some of the things you heard from staff, such as $113 million in direct labor earnings by folks in this community. Also not included here, our legacy campus will be, as you've heard, redeveloped, and it will also generate new revenues for the city of Flagstaff and new opportunities for our citizens. So these revenues are some of how the impact analyses show that the city can pay for the additional operations as we bring services out to our new campus. In red, these are the only fees that are required by statute. The impact fees, we need to pay $1.3 million in fire and police impact fees at opening. That goes up to $2 million at full build out. Everything else that NAH is contributing, I don't think Tiffany has taken enough credit for the work the staff has done. They have looked at every single impact analysis, every way that the city of Flagstaff will be affected by this move, and considered what Flagstaff needed and negotiated on the city of Flagstaff's behalf with us to secure these benefits in the development agreement. So these DA and the section symbol are literally where you can find them in writing in our development agreement. This is the draft I have at the moment. It's got some things you're interested in, Councilmember Aslan. I'm not sure which version you have. We're still working. This is Christina's version from this afternoon. So among the things we are going to be paying for, relocating 50%, paying 50% of the relocation costs for that fire station number 6, $7 million in on-site transportation improvements. Off-site transportation improvements, I want to address something that came up at Planning and Zoning. There was a request that we wait to see if we get the RAISE grant. The development agreement makes clear that NAH is responsible for these. If we don't get the RAISE grant, we need to find the $45 million. Further, you heard today the solar commitment. That'll be another $7 million to the project that we've now put a date on. the third-party consultant looking at redeveloping the existing campus, the water storage tank and the water line loop, collectively about $4 million in costs to NIH in benefit to the city of Flagstaff and to our campus. And NIH providing a private shuttle service from the closest mountain line stop or stops to the new hospital until public transit's extended. I want to talk a little bit about the public versus private funding and operation of transportation. So what I've gone through here is everything we are paying for and we are funding, and those are capital costs and costs of relocating and costs of the change at the time of change. We don't want to be here to privatize public services. And the state of Arizona says we actually can't do that through development agreements. There's a state statute that says, or not through development agreements, I'm sorry, through development fees. There's a state statute that says impact fees and these development fees are to be used to fund capital type costs, not continuing operational expense. We want those public goods to remain public goods and not privatized. Hence, the NIH shuttle being operated rather than NIH paying in perpetuity to run a portion of a public transit line. We took really seriously what we needed to contribute to the city of Flagstaff to make this fair and equitable. We looked at every development agreement the city has entered in the last 20 years, and we believe, well, it's quite clear we're funding much more than any developer in recent history in Flagstaff. The largest recent developments you can see listed here paid nothing in excess of their required impact fee. Again, $1.3 million is our required impact fee, and you know what we've been through, what we're paying. 2 of them have funded just the construction of a new bus stop, again, looking to fund those capital improvements, not ongoing operational expense. I know we're out of time, but I just want to call out what you've heard tonight here on the right side of this slide. These are the changes, the improvements to this project that the community, that the citizens, that your staff have achieved through public participation. So the folks sitting in this room, Friends of Flagstaff's Future, all of these neighborhood associations, our local partners, these are some of the very specific changes that we've made to this project, listening to what the concerns of our community are. I would ask that we have an opportunity not only to answer your questions, but to respond to the themes of public comment tonight to make sure we're all operating from the same information and perspective. And at the end of the night, we would really appreciate your approval of this project so we can continue to be here to meet the needs of our community, Flagstaff, and the region for many years to come and keep care close to home. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will take questions from council members and then we will have a break. Who wants to go first? Councilmember McCarthy.
Excuse me. I'm not sure if this is a question for the applicant or for our staff, but I'm just wondering if there's some way we can reduce the cost of what's required for the Purple Sage going underneath I-17. I mean, well, 2 questions. One is, could we move Purple Sage to the west? And is that feasible? And if you did that, would that save any money? So does anybody want to take a stab at that one?
Yeah, so I think the point is that in the regional plan, maybe I'm going to get this right, but in the regional plan, you will see that the original regional plan moved that intersection to the west. And at the request of NIH, because this road network would not agree with their layout of how the site would need to work for the hospital, the city agreed and modified the regional plan with this alignment, which puts the intersection back closer to I-17, which makes that grade harder to achieve.
So I guess the question for the applicant is that a necessary change to keep Beulah over?
It is something we feel necessary for a proper site layout for the hospital and for proper parking fields. And I think just to
to clarify, we do understand we were the ones who asked to move it. We do understand that it will cost more money because of that relocation, and we also understand that it will cost more money in the future, and that is a decision we are willing to make to pay more later, to not only ultimately put the money in at the appropriate time from a capital perspective, but also to make sure that we don't leave a maintenance situation for our partners at the City of Flagstaff, and also make sure that we're putting in the right grade. I think we have a possible understanding of what might come in the future. I know when Bellagio Montagna was originally intended to be on our property, we were thinking that would be an overpass and not an underpass. So I think we're just asking for time to play out so that we make sure we do the right thing at the appropriate time.
Yeah, an overpass is an interesting idea that might simplify some of the sewage drainage issues. I'll leave it at that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Tiffany, come back up. Staying on the theme of this underpass, and I know I've asked these questions to you in the past, but in my mind, we have an underpass for Lone Tree currently, and then I don't believe we have a connector underpass other than that. So I know that this underpass has been in the regional plan for 20 years or so, and we believe that at some point, I've driven it. I don't see that vision that we'll ever need it just because of where it's at, but I'm just curious of why, since we haven't required it in other higher density areas of Flagstaff that are already developed, we don't have an underpass connecting the two sides of our city. Why is this one required?
So because this one is, what we do when we're working with an applicant, I mean, the first place we go to is our regional plan maps. So as we sit and discuss with an applicant, and this was such a big project at first, several of us were working with NAH to figure out how their site could lay out. We looked at a multitude of layouts before we got to what is currently before you. What I can say is that staff is working with that regional plan. So it is where those underpasses are shown, where those interchanges are shown. That's where we work with an applicant to get those features. Same with foots. So it's much harder for us to tell a developer we would like a foots here if it's not shown in the regional plan. If it's shown in the regional plan, we can show that nexus. We can show that this is part of a dynamic transportation system. It is part of an overall transportation system that's looking at the potential for increased density overall within this part of the city. We have had these discussions, not necessarily in terms of underpasses, but just road network connectivity overall. So there have been other places where we've talked about whether or not roads should connect. McMillan Mesa is another perfect example. And roadwork connectivity is one of the more difficult components of all of our jobs to achieve. One, just because of the cost. Two, because it does feel like to some neighborhoods it increases transportation. I'm sure you've heard concerns from lots of neighborhoods as we try to increase those connectivity, but our regional plan calls for connectivity and trying to create the most connective network we can. It doesn't mean that we can't go in and do research and determine if this is still the most viable option. I know it's hard when we look at these things and we hear the issues and the concerns with the design. It's also hard at this stage in the process to come to you when we don't have the final design as well to really provide you with the information I think you need in terms of your decision.
And just to follow up, so I can have it clear in my mind, when that underpass was put into the regional plan, 2025, where the housing, because how I understand the path in Ponderosa Trails, if we did the underpass, it would go through right at the end of where the housing developments are currently, which would seem problematic to me if I was a homeowner there to have the potential of a connector road going through my neighborhood. But my question is, Were those houses even there developed when that was put into the regional plan?
I can't answer that specific question. I'd have to do some research for you. What I can tell you is that's why we show those connective roads in the regional plan. I don't know that that's always enough to really inform, especially the individual homeowners, that that's what the greater road network is going to call for. It's definitely one of those hard, sticky topics.
We've definitely seen challenges with bringing connective roads into neighborhood 20, 30 years later. It doesn't always work, right?
As a planner, I think they're fantastic, but I understand your very, very hard job of working through those issues with neighborhoods. And I know those kinds of changes are really hard.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you can take a seat, Tiffany. My question is actually for the developer. So I'm wondering if somebody can expand a little bit more on this statement of the limited capacity for expanding the current location, and that any expansion would limit the net gain to just 8 additional beds with the addition of a tower. Can you go further into that?
So there was a study that NIH conducted back in 2019, admittedly before my time at NIH. I have read it, and I do trust the work that was done that led us to the ultimate decision to purchase the land at Fort Tuthill and go forward with this new Greenfield hospital. But in essence, the issue is, while we might have 45 acres of land, it isn't 45 acres of very usable land as opposed to a perfectly greenfield hospital. So in an ultimate build out on the existing campus, we would not only be bisected in the north-south direction by 2 different streets. I think most of you on council have heard our presentation in the past about our 900-foot horizontal travel. That would only further increase that horizontal. It's the exact opposite of what John had articulated about why we build hospitals in a vertical system for patient care and staff efficiency. We have quite a few elevation challenges, specifically as we start to head further east with the wash that is to the east of our particular campus. And so when you start to look at some of those limiting factors of actual usable land, when you start to look at the sprawl across the campus, and then you start to look at the fact that there would be no way to actually build a new hospital, right? It would be a constant knock something down, build something else in its place, to knock something down, to build something else in its place. In doing that, we would be consistently changing entrances into the facility. It would be confusing for patients and staff from a wayfinding perspective. We would either close or impede critical services like our emergency department when we had to knock our emergency department down to build something else in its place. So we'd be playing this constant game of checkers around the campus. And not only would it take longer and cost more and have undue burden, in my opinion, on the community, it also wouldn't give us a product that we were happy with at the end. It wouldn't meet any of the goals we've laid out for staff efficiency, clinical care, quality, safety, and maybe more importantly, we would do all of that work to never be able to grow again and never be able to increase to what this new campus will bring us all the way into 2050, which is an ultimate build out of 450 beds, which is almost double the capacity which we have currently, which, as you can see from the population data that we got from Maricopa County Governments Association, shows a doubling of Northern Arizona region patient population by 2050. So we're looking at this well into the future and not as a fix for the now.
If I can add, Councilmember House, as someone who did not come from an architecture and healthcare design planning background, one of the things that I think is helpful to understand that net gain of just 8 additional beds, we are 2/3 double occupancy rooms right now. we have to go to single occupancy. It's below the standard of care. It's not good for patient outcomes. It's terrible in a pandemic. It limits our ability to take patients because if you have somebody with a communicable disease in one bed, well, now you got to close down the other bed. You have gender alignments, things like that. So part of what you're seeing is it's only 8 additional beds because we would have to go to single occupancy rooms, essentially wiping out 2/3 of our existing beds in gain when we add all those additional rooms. Does that help? Thanks.
It does. And if I can ask one follow-up question. So I'm just curious as to the impacts on the increased capacity for the new location on the, I think it was 6,000 that were said were diverted over the past year because of the lack of capacity at the current location. What is the anticipated impact to that number with the new location?
Yeah, so from just an occupancy perspective, it would negate all of those. So the additional increase in beds day one would negate that completely. In addition to that, we have a planned 44 beds that we could bring to market in less than a year without having to add to the footprint of what you see in phase one. So we have one shelled 24-bed floor and then one shelled 20-bed floor in this initial design. So without increasing the day one footprint, we'd be able to just build from a TI perspective or a tenant improvement interior perspective and add 44 beds. So the way we've designed the project is to not put in any more than we need and to continually monitor it and to continually have triggers in the design that meet the needs of the community and something that we're able to build into as the community grows. So there's triggers for when the ED grows, there's triggers for when surgery would need to grow, and all of that is mapped out for decades to come.
I think one of the things too, we talk a lot about the 30-bed increased capacity at the new facility. Those are just inpatient beds. We're also adding 24 observation beds. So observation beds are for patients that are too sick to go home but not sick enough to be admitted to the hospital. Those currently occupy our inpatient beds. So the total bed capacity gain, beds that we're going to have is about 54 on onset. So that'll help as well.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Oh, just a quick follow-up to Ms. Matthews' comments or questions. Where am I going with this? We've been talking about too many things. What was it you talked about? Back to the underpass. I am so sorry. I've had a hard day, believe me. It's about 3 miles from John Wesley Powell up to like I-40. So with that much distance, it's probably good practice to have another route across the freeway. If it were only like say a mile or a mile and a half, then it might not make sense. But at 3 miles, it probably does make sense. You know, and I'm just wondering if Mr. Jeff Bauman has any follow-ups to that, or maybe it's not necessary. But if you do, I'd be interested.
Hi, Jeff Bowman, City Traffic Engineer again. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's about 3 miles. With our arterial grid in Flagstaff, it's very limited. We don't have typical 1 mile spacing, but that is kind of a rule of thumb or what you're looking for so that you can maintain reasonable roadway sizes at your residential and commercial densities that we're looking for in this area. So yeah, as you spread out the roads tend to get bigger, and especially the intersection. So that's part of the value of this as well, is redundancy and keeping road sizes to what we're looking for 4-lane roads.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of like in Tempe and Mesa, Highway 60. I mean, they have rural, McClintock, Dobson. Those are all 1 mile increments, and they have like Mill Avenue is a half mile street. So, you know, so they're getting access over the freeway like every half mile. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call Steve back up. Not to the stand, but to the mic. Steve, just full disclosure, you and I sat down very recently. We had a nice long conversation. I came to you with questions of my own. I came to you with questions that I'm hearing from the community. And I just want to acknowledge to the public, I think we had a very, very fruitful conversation, incredibly respectful. I really appreciate the time you gave me. I hope you appreciate the time I gave you.
I did.
I think it was a great conversation. And I felt like things moved forward in my mind in a lot of ways regarding this project. But I want to grill you with some popcorn-style questions anyway. A lot of these questions are questions that you answered to me personally, but I think the public deserves to be brought along on them. And there may be a couple other questions in there too. So excuse me if I ramble a little bit. And also, I just really quickly want to say thank you to the public for your patience as we've gone through these two presentations and the Q&A session. Very, very eager to hear from all of you. I do hope you will stick around. I hope we can have an efficient short break and get back here. Your participation in this process is absolutely just as critical and essential as any of the other conversations we're having here, and I'm sure a lot of you are eager to weigh in on what you're hearing. So Steve, let's go through a couple little things here. I wanted to give you a chance to respond directly. I want to hear it from you about the 2700 Kelvin lighting and that commitment to dark skies preservation and the U.S. Naval Observatory's critical national security mission that they provide for the whole country.
We are committed to dark skies ordinance. We are committed to 2700 Kelvin, and we have met with the U.S. Naval Observatory multiple times and have had our plan approved by them.
Wonderful, fantastic. We've heard a lot about solar charging stations tonight. This is going to be a new question for you, I think, but I want to hear more publicly about electric charging stations for electric vehicles. I think there's going to be an enormous geometric shift towards electric vehicles by all levels of society, starting soon and ramping up quickly thereafter. What are your plans for providing the electric charging stations for the populace? And I'm thinking pretty far into the future here when it's going to become a very critical component.
Can I phone a friend for 1 second?
Absolutely.
It's 20 day one with expansion capabilities for the future.
Okay, 20 is, how many parking spots do you have there total?
Over 2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not enough. And I understand that that's day one. I would like to see more in a plan about how that's going to ramp up in the same way that you're committing to solar panels on the garage. I think it's a critical component. It's something that I'm asking every single development moving forward. I think it's an equity and a social justice issue as much as it is a carbon neutrality and environmental issue. We're not going to get everybody using electric vehicles unless everybody has the same access to charging ports and the same ease of use of being able to take advantage of what's essentially a total lifestyle change for all of us. I don't know if you want to respond to that any further or...
No, I think we can re-examine it internally and have an answer for you when we meet again on the 16th.
I would really much appreciate that. Thank you. Going back to the grading at Purple Sage, Tiffany's colleague mentioned the issue about ambulances. If we go back later and regrade that area, do you have a response to that concern? Because that seems like a critical concern.
I do, and it is a valid concern, and I think we do understand the implications to one of the entrances of our campus. We have designed the campus specifically and purposefully to have multiple points of access for anything that ranges from planned maintenance to unknown road issues, water line issues, et cetera. So I think one of the things that we strive for when we design a hospital is what we call all risk ready, and to really strive to make sure that we have flexibility and resiliency built into our design. I can tell you throughout my career, I have closed many a main entrance to a hospital. It's not something we want to do, but it is something that it is done very frequently. And I think if it's something that we know is coming in advance, if it's something that we can coordinate with staff, with patients through proper scheduling, instructions when they make their appointments, and coordination with EMS so that they know the route, that we can make that accommodation. And just to touch on that for 1 second further, to go back to a point Councilman McCarthy was making earlier, we are not arguing the City of Flagstaff's traffic department's planning or Metro Plan's planning. We're not saying that the road isn't needed or shouldn't be done in the future. Our only point is the right time to do it is the right time to do it. And I think the discussion that we've heard tonight clearly articulated, there are a lot of unknowns of what the future holds for this intersection. And so to hold us accountable for a $6 million capital investment that we could turn into 3 or 4 brand new MRI machines for the community instead of an intersection that we don't know the result of, is something that we would rather push to the right time.
Okay, yeah, Steve, thank you so much for that. I really see how that makes a lot of logical sense from your perspective. I do think I disagree with you. I think mostly we're having sort of an internal debate up here about whether or not Purple Sage connectivity is necessary. I live in Ponderosa Trails. I don't want to see that road come through there. Personally, from a resident's perspective, that's not something I'm interested in. But it's in the regional plan, and I do think, especially if a hospital is going to go in there, that increased redundancy is absolutely critical. And I'm very much of the mindset that we ought to do it once and do it right and get it done with, than have to think about that multiple years down the line when we're pretty sure it's going to happen. And getting it done might help facilitate that happening. So that's another little intangible there. But I understand where you're coming from your point of view. It makes a lot of sense that you would advocate for that. Another question. So you and I talked about this. This isn't a gotcha question. I really appreciated your ability to nimbly respond to the question. And this isn't really something that I'm concerned about, but I know many in the community are, so I'm going to preemptively ask you about it. A lot of concern that this NAH project is going to be flipped after a few years for investment purposes, and that Banner Health or some other for-profit healthcare organization is going to pounce on it and take over. I want to give you a couple minutes or as long a time as you need to adequately respond to that very legitimate public fear.
Okay, thank you. Great question, and I've heard the same question from a community perspective. And I'll say this, and any of my colleagues can jump in after I'm done talking and give their opinions on this matter. NAH is committed to staying an independently owned regional community healthcare system. Making an investment at the scale and size we're making is truly showing that commitment. I think the analogy I used for you when we were meeting one-on-one was from a purely business perspective. If you're trying to sell your business, putting hundreds of millions of dollars worth of debt on your books is not how you sell your business. You sell your business by reducing overhead and trying to increase profit margins. None of us can sit here and tell you what the future holds for decades to come. But part of the development of this project is specifically to be able to maintain independence and to continue our vision and mission to serve the region of Northern Arizona. And we know that we can't do it in our existing facility.
Anybody else? Josh? You don't have to add to that unless you have something salient to add, but I thought I'd give you a shot.
Yeah, I won't be as good as Steve, obviously, but yeah, what he articulates is exactly right. What we do know in staying in the existing campus, you saw some of the efficiency numbers just in terms of Energy usage, there's staffing efficiencies. We've talked a lot about that. You have 13 bed units. You can never get to efficient staffing ratios there. So for us to continue to provide high quality care in a high value manner to remain sustainable, we do need to get to a new facility.
Since you're up here, Josh, I might ask you another question that's come up a lot too about nurses and staffing and healthcare personnel, and the question of whether or not the efficiency at Flagstaff Medical Center is more related to those concerns, staffing issues, rather than bed capacity and other technology upgrades that you feel are important. Can you just explore that space for us a little bit?
Yeah, I'll try to quickly go through that. So it might be surprising to many. Right now today at Flagstaff Medical Center and across all of NIH, we're 94% core staff. So that means that 94% of all the staff that we employ, our long-term employees, are employed with the organization. That leaves about 6% of our staff currently travelers across the board. When you look at just strictly clinical areas, the one I like to look at most is nursing. We're about 81% core across the board. Now there's certainly areas that may have been hit harder, imaging, maybe the OR, maybe the emergency department in terms of travel staff. Historically, we'd run about 90 to 95% core staff kind of pre-pandemic, but we're seeing a pretty good uptick in that. Our turnover rates are down well below national average now, so I think that's a testament to the staff that we're able to recruit, because you hear that a lot. You're not going to be able to staff the new facility. You can't staff the one you have today, so those are some of those key things. And then there's a multitude of efficiency when you think about overall staffing, both from a nursing perspective, patient care tech. I think Tiffany's in the audience too. She could probably come down here and talk. She's our chief nursing officer. And then we've also talked about vertical integration versus horizontal integration and the amount of efficiency you can pick up from cleaning to supplies. Something as simple as having the same supply room on every single floor and where everything is located creates more efficiency and an easier work environment for the staff. By no means is delivering the type of healthcare that we deliver at Flagstaff Medical Center easy, but it makes it easier when you know that your blood tubes are in the same spot, your chucks are in the same spot, et cetera. I don't know if that answered your question, but hopefully.
Yeah, no, thank you. So it sounds like you guys have your own Tiffany. I'm sure she can't compare to our Tiffany, but I would love to hear from her if she has anything to add to this. I know it's a topic of big concern in terms of some of the fears and the skepticism out there about the project and its necessity.
Good evening. Thank you. Yes, Tiffany Lorano, Chief Nursing
And I'm sure
Officer.
you're just as good as the other Tiffany. I just had to say that.
No, I've had the opportunity to listen to her for many hours. I would say she far exceeds me. I'm a nurse at Northern Arizona Healthcare. I've been there for the last 23 years, currently now functioning as a Chief Nursing Officer. Incredibly invested in the community. I've been here and I've stayed for as long as I have because I love caring for our Flagstaff community. Our staff does an amazing job in the facility we have. However, there's lots of opportunity to make it better for staff. When I think about recruiting staff and when I think about bringing staff to our facility and asking them to care for patients that are in double rooms, or asking them during the pandemic to care for patients when HVAC systems were falling on their head because we had to duct tape it in place, it's challenging for staff to want to stay with us. And I think Josh makes a beautiful point about how well we've been able to retain staff. And that's because of our leadership team. That's because of who we are at Northern Arizona Healthcare. But when I think about a new facility, I have no doubt, no question, it'll make a significant difference in our ability to be able to recruit new staff. Thinking about private rooms, thinking about rooms where patients have windows and the ability to look out into nature, thinking about a campus where our staff have the opportunity to take a break and walk along the urban trail, to sit outside and eat their lunch, it will make a difference, not only for our patients, but also for our staff.
Well, thank you. That's a great answer, and I think on the surface, at least, it makes a lot of sense and seems reasonable.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. So a couple more questions. Steve, I'll let you answer this one first. So I know, I see your slide here, and I've looked at the process you've gone through already and the process that's up ahead for repurposing the Legacy campus. But I just want to ask you directly here in public, and get your magic 8-ball out. Not pinning you to anything because obviously that would be ridiculous. But what do you think is going to become of that site?
So
what are some thoughts, maybe one or two or three different scenarios?
Sure. Just for starters, I'd like to make two declarative statements. One, we're committed to redevelopment of the existing campus. Again, we can't predict the future. We don't know what the market's going to be like, but we are committed to redevelopment of the existing campus. Two, as evidenced by the plan we've already put in place with Puma, we're committed to a community-facing redevelopment that more than likely will be back in front of this very group or some group of mayor and council for a rezoning. And so the community will absolutely have their say, as will city leadership. But to get to your other question, from a completely opinion perspective, what I envision is an unbelievably vibrant multi-use facility that is a complement to downtown Flagstaff. I envision some form or fashion of true infill housing, which, if you just run the numbers, is one path forward to true affordable housing, because land costs are depreciated, utilities are there, walls are there, roofs are there. When I say utilities are there, more utilities than anyone's going to know what to do with, by the way. And so I don't see the whole entire campus becoming that. I see us continuing to try and forge partnerships with NAU and CCC and what the potential for growth and partnerships with them could look like. I see parts of the old hospital being able to be turned into nursing simulation centers to continue to grow the medical staff from both a nurse and physician perspective for the region. I see the ability to reuse parts of a hospital that are unique, like a full production kitchen, for something that could be really cool, like a nonprofit community food center or something to that effect. I see small spaces on the first floor for business incubators. I see the potential for skilled nursing and memory care center. So what I see is 660,000 square feet of opportunity to do something really cool from an infill perspective in a city that I think would really embrace a true urban infill multi-use project.
That was more than three answers.
That last one was one long answer in my defense.
And you missed the opportunity to say Trader Joe's. I think you would have went over the
you got to talk to Trader Joe about that.
A 660,000 square foot Trader Joe's.
That's a lot of orange chicken.
So getting serious again, you know, I do still have a lot of questions. I am filled with a lot of concerns still, and I'll save my comments for later. But one final question for you, and this is an authentic question. We know how important the redevelopment of that old campus is as part of the overarching concern for the community. Could you please help us understand better why we're not further along in that process of making commitments there and a development agreement and getting things down in paper?
Yep.
And shaking hands on some of this stuff?
Sure, a couple of reasons.
I would have liked to have seen us a bit further along. I'll just add that commentary.
I understand, and I can appreciate the commentary, and I'll give you our perspective. So a couple of things. One, we've been really busy doing the work we've been doing. And we've been very focused on what we consider to be step one in the process, and putting all of our time, effort, and energy into working with city staff on making this the absolute best project that we could bring to this council. Two, and maybe the more important one than our own workload and our own focus, is I personally think it is irresponsible for us to guess what the community is going to directly need in the year 2030. It's 7 years away now. It was 8 years away when I started talking about this. But 8 years is a really long time from a development perspective. It's a very long time to understand economic impact and growth throughout the region and the country. I've used this analogy, I believe, at this dais before, and I'm going to use it again. In the 2 preceding 8 years, we had COVID, and we had the biggest housing crisis in the history of our country. And I assure you, whatever decisions we made today, if we had an event like those two, would change the path of what that development is going to be. So similar to our discussions about Purple Sage and Beulah, we are not trying to skirt the issue. We are committed to doing it as evidenced by the commitment in the DA. We're trying to make sure we do the right thing at the right time, and in lieu of making what I would consider to be false commitments in 2023, I'd rather deliver something excellent to the community in 2029.
Okay, well, fair enough, and I thank you for responding to that. I think it is a thoughtful answer. It leaves me a little unsatisfied still, just to be totally honest with you and with the public. I feel there was a missed opportunity in terms of taking a two-track approach to this and full steam ahead on both. So that is something you'll have to reconcile with, I think. I believe Lowell Observatory might be feeling some of the pains of having gone about a recent development proposal, putting the cart before the horse. And I do sit with the tension of that still. But I appreciate you being able to respond to that to me, and I'm sure you'll hear more about it from the public as well. I did want to say I had questions about the beds. Thank you, Councilmember House. I think you covered those very well, and I will yield my time back, maybe, whatever that means. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve. First off, I want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me a few times prior to tonight and answering all of my questions, which I had a lot of. I appreciate your commitment to meeting with the county monthly during this process. I think that that's going to be huge. They are a partner right there alongside this project. And I have every faith that you will keep them in the loop and keep that communication open. The building envelope seems close to the trail system out at Fort Tuthill. So I'm wondering, are there any plans to work on moving the trail? How are we going to mitigate the impacts of that building envelope?
I'm going to ask Guillermo, our civil engineer, to answer. Thank you.
Good evening. Guillermo Cortez, 110 West Dale, with SWIR Dura. Are you talking about the Soldiers Trail?
I am.
Yeah, so Soldiers Trail is actually right next to Purple Sage, that egress access we were talking about. We are actually starting or proposing the Purple Sage Road on the county property to actually start way beyond even the asphalt pavement that's there today. So it's actually moving west already. We're actually giving back about 14 feet. We're not giving back, but we're not utilizing 14 feet of the existing egress access easement that's there. Now, there's a small portion that we did talk to the county about maybe we move a little bit of it if needed, but we actually have even an urban trail that's even being proposed in that area east-west. So further kind of putting away the actual, or putting further west the actual Purple Sage Road.
Thank you. Next question is, I think, for Steve. So the county has events out at Fort Tuthill and they go until 10, 11 o'clock at night. Is that a concern for the hospital at all?
It is not a concern for the hospital, and it's something we've incorporated into our design from an acoustics perspective on our exterior skin. It is something that the county has made us aware of, and NAH has no problem either stating it formally here or signing something that we will not be making noise complaints. One of the things I wanted to touch on our county slide earlier that I didn't get to touch on because we were running short on time was that we also think we can potentially help with overflow parking and some other things that we could probably work on a mutual agreement on, right? We are a very dense parking field, but typically really only for about 12 hours out of the day, and quite a bit of that parking goes unused. So like I said earlier, I think it's a part that have done a better job up to now in fostering, but it is one we're committed to continuing in the future.
Thank you. That was going to be one of my questions. I know you're familiar with the Fort Tuthill Master Plan, and they have a lot of improvements on the way with the RV park, Ramadas, the amphitheater, and there's not really a promise or anything in the presentation talking about NAH honoring that process and being a partner during their master plan remodel. Can you address that a little bit?
Yeah, I think we've publicly said and put in writing that we want to participate in that master plan process. Again, I think it's hard for us to be declarative in actually exactly what we would do, but we are more than happy to participate in that process and to cooperate through that process.
Thank you. And then I have one sustainability question, and I think you know what it's going to be. I asked you earlier, but for the public, the city has joined the Green Partner Program with APS, and I'm wondering if you all would be willing to join the program as well.
We will.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. And since you're up here, Steve, I'll go with your questions first. I run a nonprofit, so I have a little bit more understanding than maybe some people in the public understand. And there's been a lot of community comments about, and I think you addressed it a little bit, but I just wanted to hone in on it a little bit more. To clarify, the hospital's board of directors is a volunteer group.
Correct.
And because we don't know the future, we can't promise that we're not going to sell in the future. If the hospital was to sell to a for-profit hospital or another nonprofit, I don't know, would the board members or staff get any type of bonus incentive to move forward on that?
We do not have anything like that currently contractually, and I think the point Josh was trying to make earlier when he was saying that we have no financial ties. We are salaried employees on a typical salary and bonus structure similar to other healthcare systems, but we have no percentage stake in the company, nor does our board.
And I just want to add to that the nonprofit that I run, the equity in our property is over $1 million, and if I was to close down my nonprofit, I cannot take that money home. So I just wanted to clarify that in a nonprofit world, it's very different than a for-profit world. I also wanted to, and Tiffany touched on this, in one of our meetings that we had, that I had with some of the hospital representatives, made a comment that I thought was really important to repeat here, and that is that the current technology, and my husband and I have had the opportunity to experience 5 days at the hospital 2 months ago. But the current technology to attract new healthcare professionals into Flagstaff and the hospital is challenging because it's outdated enough that new healthcare professionals aren't trained in the technology that you are using today. Is that correct?
That is correct to some extent. I think the comment that was made was that we need to be building and procuring equipment for what students are learning in school right now, not what physicians are using right now. And we do not have the capacity from a room perspective. We don't have the infrastructure from a data, power, cooling perspective. So it is a limiting factor of our ability to be able to grow our technology.
Thank you. And then I have a question for Tiffany. And I don't mean to... This one, our Tiffany. And I'm sorry to keep asking this question, but it is going to be an issue that we have to resolve moving forward. So I'm going to go back to the Purple Sage underpass. When we do the underpass, what is the estimated cost if we were to do it, let's say in the next 5 years, because I know construction costs keep going up, but just an estimate today?
I can work on getting a number for you, a rough estimate. That's not something I could produce.
Is it 5 million or 40 million or 30? I mean, just a rough estimate. I'll get to a point if you give me
50? It's the higher end of the 50-ish would be a
and
rough.
So just coming out of the budget retreats, I don't predict that we'll pull that out of the general fund. And so we would look for grant money or partnership money?
Yeah, part of it, I don't have that answer to the question right now.
So where I was going with that was, I was just curious for my own benefit when we had this discussion, that if we had to go for some type of federal estate assistance, the grading and the whole development would be included in that proposal to get grant funding. Is that correct?
Well, right now, we have a commitment from NIH that if and when we have the remainder of the funding to cover the underpass, that they would cover the lowering of the intersection within their project boundaries.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Typically, it's a big project, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Councilmember Harris.
All right, so I'm going to take us in another direction. So Tiffany from the hospital. Hi, Tiffany.
Hi.
Thank you. I had the occasion to be in your NICU unit a few days ago. And I want you to talk a little bit about what that unit, how many beds you have in that unit, how it's set up, and how the new hospital is going to change that.
Thank
Can
you.
you talk about that?
Sure, that's a great opportunity. Currently, it's an open forum, so all of the beds and family spaces.
I'm sorry, maybe I should ask you to tell people what NICU means.
Okay, great. Neonatal intensive care unit. So it's where our sickest, most young patients go. So tiny little babies, premature babies, babies that stay with us for a couple of months will stay in that space, and it's currently an open space. So just this room is similar to how that space is currently set up. There are no walls that define each patient space. So if I'm a family member and I'm there with my baby, I might be just as close as this gentleman right here, with a small partition that comes up about this high, so we could still make eye contact with one another. So to say there's no privacy currently is a significant understatement. In the new facility, all rooms will be private, which will allow families to be able to room and stay with their babies, which makes a significant difference in healing and being able to discharge babies sooner and allow for families to have better time spent with the patients, with their babies, opposed to what we have now with the open space.
And how many rooms do you have, how many spaces do you have now?
I think we have 16 currently.
And how many will you have with the new hospital?
20 with twins and triplets.
We'll go from 16 to 20.
But then you could add 2 or 3 more babies when you have twins and triplets.
When we go to our new space, you'll be able to have additional rooms for twins and triplets, which we cannot currently facilitate at our current location.
And they typically are, when they're born twins or triplets, would it be fair to say that they need a little bit more care because sometimes they might be early or whatever?
I would say being able to facilitate that would make a significant difference for the patient and family experience. Currently, right now, if we had to ship a family and they were twins, that would be a significant impact on that family compared to being able to keep them closer to home and care for them in a space that we could have more time spent with family.
If I may just add to the capacity, this is a unit that so badly needs the capacity that we actually have permission from the Arizona Department of Health Services to use these tiny little overflow spaces that are kind of in a walkway to house 2 extra babies, so we often go to 18. And it's everything Tiffany said about not ideal care, and it's made worse, but the demand is that high for that unit in particular.
Can you also talk about, and this may be some data that other people don't have, but typically women of color have a higher risk of premature babies than any other group, and especially African American women. And so can you talk about the quality of care that we would have with having more space and being more, private?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question and a very true statistic, unfortunately. Where I would go with that is family integrated care and making sure that we're able to keep families at the bedside with their newborn, making sure that we could provide the necessary education to families and that we're not sending them home when the lights go dark and visiting hours are over. The importance of being able to keep a family unit, not just mom, but mom, dad, auntie, uncle, grandma, whoever it might be that's going to be caring for that child at the bedside with the child, and allowing for that education 24/7, not just during visiting hours, will make a significant difference for all of our patient populations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And so, Steve, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about, and just a few minutes, talk a little bit about why or why not does it make sense to not sell this new hospital when it's finished?
I don't think it would be possible to sell, quite honestly, not for a realistic valuation. I don't think we're going to find a partner that would have the commitment that NIH has to Flagstaff and to the region. I think we've displayed it through the evening. We make a lot of financial accommodations for the community. We run services that other healthcare systems might choose not to offer because we know we operate them at a financial loss, but we also understand that we're the only opportunity for the community to have those services. So I think if someone else were doing this with a different value system, they wouldn't be building what we're building and what we're proposing. And they would use it more as a regional referral center more than a regional medical center that cares for the entire half of the state.
So basically, they would just send me down to Phoenix.
I think that's what you would see in some cases, yes.
And that's not a fun thing.
It's not.
All right, council, any additional questions? All right, we are going to take a 20-minute break and we'll be back at 7:32. We are still in the public hearing portion of our meeting, which I opened for item 12A, 1 and 2. We are now going to take public comment on item 12A, 1 and 2. We saw earlier that when one person speaks on behalf of 10, those 10 persons must stand briefly to identify themselves. If we have a similar request tonight, under our rules of procedure, the 10-plus persons who stand are precluded from speaking during the public hearing. The spokesperson for those 10 will have 10 minutes. And for those online, if you have a technology glitch, we're just going to move on to the next person and then circle back to you and see if that has been, if you've been able to get your technology working. And if we are still unable to hear you, we'll just have you email us your comments. And I want to let the public know that this council is going to take the time we need to deliberate on this project. As you've all heard, it's a really big project, and it deserves thoughtful consideration, and we're going to give it that. So I wanted to say that before we start. And also, we have a lot of public comment, And as those of you who have been here previously to speak to council know, I believe firmly in people feeling comfortable and safe to express their opinions in this space. So I just ask for respect from the listening audience to refrain from any kind of outward expression of support or opposition to whatever someone is saying. So with that, we're going to get to public comment. Geronimo Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Geronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, District 2, and current vice chair. I'm also vice chair of MetroPlan, Greater Flagstaff Transportation Authority, and the MetroPlan representative on the Rural Transportation Advocacy Committee or Council, also on the Northern Arizona Council of Governments Transportation Committee, and executive committee member for Mountain Lion. I'm also a longtime Flagstaff resident. Lived here for 30 years. I have 4 children and 2 grandchildren that were born at FMC. I understand the need to envision the best health care available for the next 50 years. When my father had cancer, it was definitely less stressful being able to have his treatment here rather than in Phoenix, and we had to do both. Yet, we at Coconino County continue to have some unanswered questions with a transportation study that seems only to address the impact of Phase 1 and not the impact of the entire project. One of the requirements of the Parks Management Plan is that the park must be managed with an emphasis on public safety. What is the analysis after all 3 phases are completed, and how will this impact traffic flow, including emergency vehicle access during special events? NAH says they have no concerns, but has a comprehensive traffic analysis been done, especially after all 3 phases are completed? Second, NAH noted that they are supportive of expansion of the public transit system and the system providing service to Fort Hill County Park and Flagstaff Pulliam Airport, but that support comes with no financial commitment to provide or contribute to that transportation service. Third, NAH suggests that they will honor the historical use of the park and accept the current uses and noise created by the current uses of the park. However, once it's established, will the hospital have expectations after the fact of quiet with concerts, the county fair, and other events? This is a very important decision for our community. We all want the best health care for Northern Arizona. This move will fundamentally shift the center of gravity of medicine in Flagstaff for healthcare. So we need to take the time to get it right. There are still some factors that need to be defined. If this project has to go through, we'll at least make sure that all the community's concerns have been addressed prior to making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Geronimo. And something that I did forget to say is that I'm going to allow the applicant and staff at the end of public comment to provide clarification on any points that were made this evening. All right, Matt Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Ryan, Coconino County Supervisor, and for full disclosure, also a resident of Mountaindale, 1235 West Cochran Avenue. And I'm here in the role as a supervisor representing the area, but also our discussions that we've had. Areas that we have expressed concern about. Our staff has been working with the applicant periodically, and we're trying to move toward more agreeable opportunities. Pieces of point, and just a note, we're in your house with respect. Whatever your decision is, we don't do land planning within the city itself in respecting that boundary. However, we do have, as noted, County Island of Mountaindale. Do note that the applicant had stated that they will correct the intersection to Mountaindale Road. Further into Mountaindale, it's called Palmer Avenue. Making a 90-degree expression from the community had been those that had seen the plans concern about slope, creating 7% slope on a north face from the community there in that way. Also, there was a desire for signalization. It's been noted by the applicant that they'll put in the base infrastructure to provide for that as a potential for the future. As far as Fort Todd Hill and the boundary, it should be noted this land was through a Flex 2 land exchange, and Purple Sage Road actually is a Forest Service road. And so we're trying to retrofit on a road that wasn't designed for the primary artery that is to serve over to Woody Mountain Road and Route 66. There is that steep curve as you head west on Purple Sage, and then it begins to head north. I would have thought that could have been pulled out and straightened out from a primary corridor design perspective. It would have created more of a gap, and instead of having a roadway, a primary corridor adjacent to the park and the open space, it could have been mitigated in that way. So it's late in the design process, but that's where a lot of our negotiations are associated with our access and the concern for the impact to the park. With that, 3 minutes. I think I'm good for comment at this point. But we want to continue our dialogue with the city as well as with the applicant to assure that if this moves forward, that we could attempt to mitigate the impacts that are occurring with these areas.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Patrice Horseman and then Luann Mace.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's great to be here with you this evening. My name is Patrice Horseman, and I'm the Chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the Supervisor for District 1. I'm a 50-year Flagstaff resident. 40 of those I've lived in the NoHo area. Many of us who reside here in northern Arizona certainly have a personal connection and experience with our Flagstaff Hospital. I agree that the access to high-quality health care is essential for the well-being of northern Arizona. New hospital facility is needed that offers state-of-the-art treatments for all of us and our family members to receive high-quality medical care in our community. The decision that the Council makes on NIH's request will affect our lives now and into the future. So it is important that NIH and this community works together to make sure that we get it right. As a supervisor of Coconino County, this also means ensuring the regional park, Fort Todd Hill, is protected and that rural neighborhoods around the new development, as well as Hospital Hill neighborhoods that grew up and prospered around the current medical center, are also not negatively affected by NIH's plans. Fort Todd Hill is our county gem and offers outdoor recreational opportunities for families and tourists alike. The county's recently finalized its management plan that looks to grow and enhance these activities and expand festivals and the use of our amphitheater. In December of this year, Coconino County sent a letter to NIH laying out our concerns. Last week, the county received a written response, and we received for the first time a map of the proposed site with the overlay of NIH plans development at Fort Todd Hill. The map shows that Fort Todd Hill will be encased by the proposed development on the north and east side. We need to know, what does this mean for a proposed medical center and hospital next to a county park? What does it mean in terms of traffic, noise, and how will families with emergency trips or ambulance trips to the hospital be handled during a major event at the park, like, for example, the county fair? What does it mean in terms of the future of our music venue and our outdoor events, and on the future enhancement and build-out of our regional county park? When NAH was asked about the county's concerns about enhancing and building future opportunities at the park, NAH responded that they would honor the historical use of the park and accept the current uses and noise created by the current use of the park. This is simply not acceptable and not appropriate for the future of a vibrant regional park. So we look forward to the commitment for NAH to meet with Coconino County so that we can talk about the future in meaningful discussions with meaningful agreements. And thank you so much for your time and for your concerns about Coconino County.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Mayor has a question for you.
Supervisor, thank you so much. I appreciate you bringing these concerns forward. I was going to ask you already before you mentioned it. I remember during the presentation that you sent NAH a letter in December. It seems interesting to me that the timing of their response was just last week. And I'm curious if you have any other comments about that. And just generally, want to give you a chance to, you know, is the county wanting to sit down with NAH to discuss these concerns? And are these proposed monthly meetings sufficient? And how quickly does that need to happen?
Well, it should happen immediately, and it probably should have happened before. I mean, we're very concerned about the future of Coconino County, the future of Flagstaff, and so obviously we want to sit down and be part of that discussion, and not just sitting down and talking. We need to have meaningful collaboration, meaningful decisions, meaningful agreements. We can't just live by saying, hey, someday we're going to sit down and don't worry, we're going to be your partner. We need to have meaningful discussions about what this is going to mean for Fort Tuthill, what it's going to mean for the existing hospital site, and what it's going to mean for the communities for the new proposed site. We understand the importance of this hospital and a medical center and a medical facility here in Coconino County and in Flagstaff. So let's work together, let's get it done right. Coconino County, Flagstaff, has a history of being able to work these important decisions out for the betterment of our community, and we want to be part of that. So thank you for that question.
I find it interesting that you're feeling that you haven't had the opportunity to sit down and have some of those meaningful conversations at this point. That's more of a comment than a question for you. So thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. So Luann Mace and then Michelle James.
I have a question before we start, if it's okay. One of my colleagues had to leave. If I have time left on my 3 minutes, am I able to share her comments, or is that not allowed?
You have 3 minutes. Use them however you want them.
If she wants to read somebody else's during her 3-minute time, that's fine.
Okay, wonderful. I have my own
The rules
statement.
allow for
We'll
that.
see if I have time
Thank
left.
you, City Attorney.
All right, thank you so much. So my name is Luann Mace. I'm an RN, and I'm also the RN Director for the Northern Arizona Healthcare System, and I'm here to show my overwhelming support for the new hospital. I joined the NAH organization almost a year ago. I fell in love with the organization from the minute I interviewed, and I could feel the overwhelming sense of community both in our mission and how we serve. My husband grew up in Northern Arizona, and it was the right move for us to return and become active members of the community. Flagstaff is growing, and that growth will continue. There is no turning back. Progress is part of that growth, and with that progress comes great responsibility. Our 50-plus year facility has been stretched to capacity and has been remodeled over and over again to meet the needs of our growing community. It has been a continual game of Tetris, moving and expanding, repurposing what is available to keep pace. Yet it is never enough. Our community deserves better. So I attended 2 planning and zoning meetings and was surprised by some of the stumbling blocks put in the way of progress. I was also saddened by people who obviously had a personal agenda that misrepresented both the inner workings of our organization and its leadership team. I welcome anyone to come and see both the heart of this organization and the difficulty we have meeting the needs of our patients due to the limitations of an aging facility. What our community deserves is a facility that provides both care during illness and a focus on wellness, a facility that allows families to be part of the care seamlessly, a facility that attracts both providers and services that meet the needs of all of Northern Arizona and allow people to receive care closer to home, to be the future of healthcare for those that we love, those that we care for, and those that put their trust in us. Thank you. So I'm going to read my colleagues' statements real quick. I got a minute and 6 seconds. So my name is Elizabeth Springborn, and I have lived in Flagstaff for 16 years. I'm a community member. I am an RN. I was very surprised to hear today that we are here today to voice support for a new hospital. In my mind, it should always have had community support. Another point to consider, I'm an IT department at the hospital. We struggle daily with our current technology infrastructure. It is very hard to keep up with modern technology and innovation that is available in healthcare due to our existing setup. When we consider new functionality, just to keep in line with other healthcare systems, we have to add additional costs to support the antiquated infrastructures we have in place. Some technologies we cannot even consider for that reason. It would be in the best interest of the community, the patients we serve, to consider how important technology is to our healthcare delivery. We would love to embrace the innovation and technology available to many that we cannot currently take. This opportunity would help each and every patient that comes through our doors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle James and then Molly Munger.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michelle James. I'm Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. Flagstaff and the Northern Arizona region need good healthcare options. This is important for the wider communities of the region and also for those who live in the broader Flagstaff community. However, the direct impacts of how and where NIH provides this healthcare and the bill for related infrastructure costs for this healthcare falls to the city's residents. FCUBE released a statement this week that recommends conducting a needs assessment to determine the positive and negative impacts to the city of, among other things, staying with the distributed healthcare model that Flagstaff has now versus the proposed consolidated model exemplified by this NIH proposal. A needs assessment would allow the council and community to weigh the cost of various different options for providing good health care, their required infrastructure improvements, the impacts of the community, and the impact on the city's budget. Council could then weigh these costs with addressing the two highest priorities and emergencies in Flagstaff: affordable/workforce housing and climate change actions, such as expanded public transit, connected safe bikeways, and reducing vehicle miles traveled. FCUBE and the community do not have the information to determine if the benefits to the community outweigh the cost of the proposal. In addition, the NIH proposal does not line up with multiple goals of the regional plan, specifically related to discouraging sprawl by not developing on the edges of the city and promoting developments that help the community achieve carbon neutrality. If Council decides to approve the current NIH proposal, FCUBE believes that carbon emissions from the development of a new hospital in ACC must be significantly mitigated. FCUBE sent you an email outlining 4 suggested mitigation measures to be included in the development agreement as commitments and responsibilities of NIH. These include using carbon sequestering construction materials, achieving net carbon emissions for Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030, purchasing 100% renewable electricity from APS. I heard the NIH is going to do that. I'd like to see it in the DA, please. Achieving complete carbon neutrality by 2035, and addressing the predicted increase in vehicle miles traveled by funding public transit for 2 years or purchasing a bus for Mountain Line that is not powered by fossil fuels to use on a new route to the hospital in ACC. The email also outlines the energy use and thus carbon emission facts that support these mitigation measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Munger and then Elizabeth Springborn.
I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening. I think it's midnight. Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, and City Council members. I am Molly Munger. I live on Inwood in the east side of town in Flagstaff. I have been a resident since 1974 and a happy resident as well. I'm here to show my support for the new Northern Arizona Health and Wellness Village. Obviously, I've seen this community changed significantly during the past 50 years and am proud of its direction and accomplishments. It makes me sad to hear the recent negatives about NAH and its plans for growth. I am very aware of the health needs of Northern Arizona and see how hard NAH is working to meet these needs. I continually hear so many positives from patients and community members about NAH and their hope for the future with a new health and wellness village. We need to come together in order to expand the community's current needs and to meet the challenges. Many of us will still be here, some of us won't. But anyway, neither I nor those I know want to be deferred to Phoenix due to lack of space at FMC or lack of healthcare technologies and expertise. As an example, several months ago, I sat in the FMC emergency waiting room for 6 hours, waiting for a bed in the emergency area to determine the status of my dislocated shoulder. All employees were apologetic and did their best, but there just were no available beds. Healthcare and its delivery has changed and is doing so constantly. We can't be in a catch-up or shoulda, coulda environment. We must invest in the future now. Thank you. I request your support, and I appreciate this evening. I really learned a lot, and I think everyone was very polite in their discussions as well. Thanks for the collaboration commitment.
Thank you, Molly. Elizabeth Springborn, and then Donald Rodrigue. Oh, okay. So thank you, Elizabeth Springborn. And after Donald is Jill Shook.
All right, well, I'm Donald Rodrigue. I'm the Director of Biomedical Services for NAH. I'm here to show my support for the new campus. I have a draft from one of our doctors and one from myself, so I'll start with the doctor. My name is Dr. Omar Wani, and I am an interventional cardiologist at Northern Arizona Healthcare, and I work at the current Flagstaff Medical Center. I have been an interventional cardiologist for 16 years, with 15 of those years here in Flagstaff. I have seen the changes in healthcare across the country as well in our community. I have watched Flagstaff Medical Center change into a regional referral center, taking care of the sickest patients in Northern Arizona healthcare. While the move of the new facility will personally require me to commute a bit further from my home residence, I am supportive and excited about the move. This new facility will allow us to provide new cardiac services and continue to provide world-class quality cardiac care for our loved ones. Neighbors and friends, I ask you to vote in unanimous approval for the zoning case before you tonight. Warm regards, Dr. Omar Wani. And this is from me. As one of the leaders behind NAH medical equipment strategy, I wanted to provide some insight from my point of view. A new hospital with state-of-the-art medical technology is absolutely necessary to incorporate the latest advancements in diagnostics and treatment of patients, leading to better health outcomes and overall well-being. While renovating an existing hospital may seem like a viable solution to upgrade medical technology, it is often not the most practical solution. Renovations are extremely disruptive to patient care, create downtime, and can require temporary relocation of medical services. Additionally, renovating an old building can be more expensive than building a new one, especially when extensive structural changes are being required. With the age of Flagstaff Medical Center, we are seeing more and more projects that require significant changes as we try and implement new technology. This new hospital will be designed from the ground up to accommodate the latest medical technologies and practices, creating an optimized environment for patient care. It will also be built with the future in mind, allowing for flexibility and adopting to new medical technologies as they emerge. Flagstaff Medical Center has served this community well, but a new hospital is necessary to provide the future of healthcare, which will be increasingly patient-centered and technology advanced. This will deliver more accurate diagnostics, allow minimal invasive procedures, have better patient outcomes, and position us for success in a rapidly evolving healthcare landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Shook, and then Rich Bowen.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jill Shook. I am a resident of Donny Park. I'm going to be reading a letter on behalf of Dr. William Badger. Dr. Badger is actually affiliated with Flagstaff Surgical Associates. He's an independent urologist practicing in Flagstaff for more than 15 years. He is not and has never been employed with NAH, but he does utilize NAH to care for his many patients. And he does get compensated to be available to FMC for urological emergencies. Like many physicians and Flagstaff residents, he has a complicated relationship with NAH. Having disclosed that, he believes that our current hospital is undersized, inefficient, end of life, and does not reflect the quality of care we provide or the quality of our medical staff, nurses, and therapists. While the new hospital campus is not perfect, it is by far the best option for updating our facilities without dramatically limiting medical services during construction. An update to our current campus would take at least a decade and would be more costly. We, the residents of Flagstaff and Northern Arizona, should be demanding an up-to-date medical facility. I ask you to vote in unanimous approval of the new campus. And with just the final few moments, I'm a relatively new resident to Flagstaff myself, but I do live out in Donny Park because I have horses. And I've been thrown off my horses in the past, and I've had broken bones. I don't want to be stuck in traffic on 66 trying to get to an emergency department. For those of us that are in the East Valley, accessibility is just as important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Bowen, and then Mike Levin.
Thank you. First of all, let me say thank you to you all for your service and your sacrifice and hard work. I know this is a long night, and you have a lot of those. So I'm here, Rich Bowen, as Gentera Enterprises, and as you know, we're a partner with NAH in this project, so we have a business interest for sure. But I'm also here as Rich Bowen, as a person who's been involved in most of my career in doing healthcare, education, trying to bring students along who could go out, and in particular in the Phoenix Biomedical Campus, to educate students who would go work in rural communities to serve those that were underserved. And so that was, and then of course I've spent a lot of time in my personal life in the healthcare system. Many of you know the reasons for that and why that was the case. And so I'm very sensitive to what healthcare is all about and what it's like when you're a patient. But I wanted to go on the record and just read a statement so that I could show my support for Northern Arizona healthcare. And I had to write it down because most of you know I can't even ask for a glass of water in 3 minutes. So I'm just going to read it if it's okay. Northern Arizona Healthcare is the largest and most sophisticated and comprehensive healthcare organization serving all Northern Arizona and surrounding states. NAH service area, as is the entire state, and the surrounding states are growing in population and adding more demand and need for expanded healthcare, specialization, and access. NAH needs to expand its physical facilities and expand access to specialized cutting-edge medicine to serve the growing population of Flagstaff and Northern Arizona, as well as improve access to health care for Northern Arizona, which includes some of the most underserved sectors with populations that suffer health disparities as a result. Healthcare is personal. Every patient wants to know that they are being treated by compassionate, highly skilled, innovative, integrated teams of doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals who are working and leading the way with the most advanced integrated medical treatments, medical research, medical technology, genetics research, and holistic medicine. Every patient wants to be in a modern, beautiful, and holistic physical healing environment that allows the healthcare team to focus on wellness and treatment rather than spending time to mitigate the deficiencies and inefficiencies of outdated buildings and campus environments. I could go on more, but I will just tell you that this is a critical project to the future of Flagstaff and to the healthcare of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Mike Levin, and then Judy and Dranovitz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Mike Lovin, and for the past 60 years, I have lived in a 4-block radius of Flagstaff Medical Center, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the project. From the early beginnings of the medical center, as we know it now, founded by Dr. Charles Seacrest, through the various campus expansions, the multiple improvements, healthcare in Northern Arizona and Flagstaff has done nothing but improve. The Wellness Village is the next step in that continuum. Flagstaff Medical Center is both a differentiator for our region and a point of pride in our community. And at a time of corporate health care, let us be Flagstaff and let us be local with our support of the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy and Alex Castillo.
Hello, my name is Judy Andronowitz, and I am speaking on behalf of Lee Worthen, Leeworthen, of 2050 West SR 89A, Lot 267, Cottonwood, Arizona. Flagstaff City Council members, you might be wondering why a resident of Cottonwood is offering support for the proposed Health and Wellness Village project. To be frank, because what happens in Flagstaff affects what happens throughout the entire service area of the Northern Arizona healthcare system. Note the word system and consider the impact on it should this project be rejected, only to continue the status quo at the Flagstaff Medical Center campus, where costly inefficiencies in its physical plant and other facilities are beyond any expectation of being altered, upgraded, modified, renovated, retrofitted, or in any other manner salvaged for current, let alone future state-of-the-art health care. I have no doubt the Council has been provided over time with more than enough information about all of the whys and wherefores undergirding the Health and Wellness Village to not understand the ramification of a decision. Therefore, a vote to reject it or even consider and vote to delay in making a decision regarding it would not be prudent. To deny or delay perpetuates operational inefficiencies and resultant undue financial constraints in and from Flagstaff that every other component of the NIH health system, wherever the facilities and programs are located or in the future will be found throughout the high country service area. Time for a full-scale change in Flag. I am absolutely for the new Health and Wellness Village for our entire region. Lee Worthen. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Castillo and then Nick Pierce.
Good evening. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Joette Walters, Chief Executive Officer of the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. Dear honorable members of the Flagstaff City Council, as the CEO of Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, I'm pleased to offer this letter of support for Northern Arizona Healthcare's proposed Health and Wellness Village to build upon and expand its efforts to advance health equity across Northern Arizona. Flagstaff Medical Center has provided critical, life-saving services to its patients for several decades now, and more than half of the patients who receive care at FMC are from outside of the city of Flagstaff. Across the entire Northern Arizona region, there are patients, communities, and local hospitals that rely on NIH to provide high-quality, specialized care closer to home. The demand for healthcare services at FMC is outpacing NIH's ability to provide the needed care, not because NIH providers lack the skill, but because the hospital simply does not have the space to accommodate the patient volumes needing NIH's care. This means our patients must be sent to hospitals much further from their homes. Instead of a 1.5-hour drive to Flagstaff, our patients and their families are facing drives of 4 hours or more to Phoenix and beyond. This distance is a cost burden that makes it impossible for our patients to have the familial support needed when they have serious, life-saving surgeries and when they need necessary follow-up care that we are not able to provide at TCR HCC. NIH has outgrown the current Flagstaff Medical Center campus and it cannot be expanded to meet the growing demand for healthcare in our region. NIH's proposal for the future Health and Wellness Village will be a significant investment in the next generation of healthcare. It will ensure that patients across northern Arizona have high-quality, state-of-the-art healthcare closer to home. NIH's proposed Health and Wellness Village, anchored by a state-of-the-art hospital and ambulatory care center, will benefit the community. Flagstaff and Northern Arizona residents deserve to have access to the highest quality health care. On behalf of the patients Tuba City Regional Healthcare serves, I support the vote in favor of NIH's future Health and Wellness Village. Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation is a tribal healthcare organization which serves the western region of Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Pierce and then Sean Slauson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Nick Pierce, and I live at 1171 East Dogwood Lane with my wife and our 2 young sons. I'm speaking tonight to express our family's full support of the NIH hospital project moving forward for the following reasons. The first being the importance of quality health care, not only for my family, but for our immediate community and those that rely on this facility in the greater Northern Arizona area. Not only will this campus attract the best healthcare providers, but it will also come equipped with the latest technologies and offer new services we currently don't have immediate access to. As residents of Flagstaff, we all feel an innate sense of ownership and fellowship within our community. For these reasons, we all should prioritize the highest quality healthcare for ourselves. I also believe that the new location for this facility will allow for easier access for the community at large. I recognize this change in location may be inconvenient for some. However, it increases the accessibility for the majority of our community, avoiding a dense downtown area, train crossings, and multiple one-way only roads. This is especially true when I think of my friends that live on the east side of Flagstaff and how they will access the hospital. Lastly, I recognize the value we as Flagstaff residents place on maintaining our small town community. But in order for us to continue to be a place where we can succeed and thrive, we need to collectively rally around the right progress, and this hospital represents that. Thank you to NIH for hearing our concerns as it relates to sustainability and expanding on the solar and other measures of the project that will help us get us closer to achieving the sustainability goals of Flagstaff. I'm excited to see this project become a beacon in our community of what that we can be proud of, and one that will provide the highest quality of health care for my family, for our community, and for all of Northern Arizona. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your time, and I ask that you vote to approve the project to ensure the highest quality of health care is provided to our community.
Thank you. Sean Slauson and then Anthony Goby.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Before I get started, I just wanted to state that I do sit on the Housing Commission, and my opinion tonight is my own and not that of the Commission. My name is Sean Slauson. I live at 1750 North Vista Drive with my wife, who's a nurse, and my young sons that are 2 and 1 years old. We absolutely love living in Flagstaff and raising our family here, but the reason I'm here tonight is to voice my support for the new hospital. I'm becoming increasingly concerned about ensuring access to high-quality health care for my family. Recently, our youngest son, Will, had the need to spend some time at the hospital, and while I absolutely believe that the team at NIH is doing everything they can to provide the highest level of care, they are becoming increasingly handicapped by a facility that is too small and significantly out of date. As they mentioned this evening, more than 6,000 patients each year are being turned away because the facility doesn't have the capacity to meet the current demand of our community. I worry that this trend will only continue to get worse and more of our community members will be turned away. In the case of our son Will, we ultimately had to go to Phoenix to receive the treatment that he needed. And in my opinion, no one should have to go to a hospital and wonder if they or their children will be able to receive that care they needed. I've listened intently to the presentations and public comment from Planning and Zoning and tonight. I really appreciate all that public comment and understand some of the concerns around the development and growth, but I really urge you to keep in mind that this development is a hospital that will ultimately provide the community and save lives. With that in mind, I hope you'll approve this project and bring us one step closer to having a world-class healthcare facility in Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Goby, and then Marilyn Wiseman.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Anthony Gobe. I live at 535 East Doman Drive. Everybody gets it wrong. I'll be speaking on behalf of Keith Garrison, Director of the Children's Health Center. As the population of northern Arizona continues to grow, so does the need for pediatric services. The Children's Health Center currently serves over 16,000 patients per year with many different needs and diagnoses. Our multidisciplinary and collaborative approach allows for children and their families to get the care that they need in a one-stop shop close to home. From our Inspire program, which focuses on disease prevention and reduction of childhood obesity, and I'd like to comment that this program serves our most at-need community and is a guaranteed loss for the hospital. And during the COVID pandemic, services were not shut down, but rather this organization provided job reassignment opportunities like someone like myself took advantage of, which I think speaks volumes to not only to our employees, but to our community at large. To our Safe Child program, working with law enforcement and family advocates to help children that have been a part of any traumatic experience, we strive to serve any and every pediatric patient. We currently contract with 14 different physician specialists from the Phoenix area to provide services, as our current hospital does not have the capacity to serve these children. In addition, if surgical intervention is required, care must be provided in Phoenix, as NAH does not have pediatric-specific design operating rooms, tools, and specialists locally. This requires families that have the greatest need for care to spend time and money making separate appointments with other healthcare systems, waiting for availability for appointments and operations, and to travel to the Phoenix area and pay for overnight stays. And all of this is for only one appointment and can cost up to upwards of $300. Think about how many times this must be completed for initial diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up care. This is also assuming that the child is from the Flagstaff area. 50% of patients served by CHC is from our surrounding native and tribal lands. They can travel 2 to 3 hours just to reach Flagstaff. Asking this population to travel an additional 2.5 hours to Phoenix is added cost to them and continues to limit their access to care. This is a huge disservice to the people in northern Arizona that deserve the best, most affordable care in the communities in which they reside. The new Health and Wellness Village will allow for a significant expansion in pediatric services for the next several decades. This will allow us to perform full services for outpatient, inpatient, and surgical services that are desperately needed in our community. With additional state-of-the-art technology, we will be able to recruit the best pediatric specialists from around this country. This will allow families to stay in northern Arizona for all appointments and to be close to home for follow-up treatment and recovery. Thank you for your time.
Marilyn Wiseman, and then Supervisor Dr. Donna, McMichaels. Marilyn.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Marilyn Weissman. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Board of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I'm going to expand on some of what Michelle said. Is the proposal to move Flagstaff Medical Center from its current location to the edge of town good for the health of our community as Northern Arizona healthcare states? We believe you cannot know the answer to this given the information you have. We have not seen an objective analysis of how this move will impact our overall well-being. We should not solely rely on the applicant as our source of information. A move from the hospital's current location has ramifications for thousands of people involved in some aspect of healthcare. For this reason, an unbiased community needs assessment is warranted. Until that information is available, we urge Council to postpone a decision on NAH's proposal. A community needs assessment conducted by a neutral party could answer the following questions. Is the hospital consolidation to a so-called wellness village better than the current outpatient or ambulatory healthcare model we currently have, where patients receive medical care outside of the hospital in different areas of the community? How will the consolidation approach affect the medical providers whose practices are currently located on Hospital Hill? Will we lose medical providers who operate independently? Will the offices currently occupied by these providers become empty and drain the area of its economic and social vitality? Is it possible to achieve the improvements the hospital seeks through renovation and expansion of the current hospital rather than building an entirely new facility? This would save on the substantial infrastructure expenses, it would avoid the enormous environmental impacts, and it would avoid the unknown consequences of hollowing out a part of the city's core. When these elements are factored into the equation, is renovation a better all-around option? And finally, it's no small matter that NAH's proposal comes with significant costs to the city. How does NAH's proposal align with the city's priorities, affordable housing, carbon neutrality, and maintaining our water supply? NAH's proposal to build a new hospital complex removed from the city core is an exception to the commitment of our regional plan to maintain vibrant neighborhoods and avoid sprawl. Our Planning and Zoning Commission has denied NAH's request for rezoning. Council should give P&Z's decision careful consideration before moving forward. Please postpone this decision and look into getting an independent analysis of the impacts this proposal has on the health and well-being of our community. We need to get this right for ourselves and for future generations. An objective, thorough, and holistic community health assessment will benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Supervisor Donna still in the audience? Okay. Chris DeWitt, and then Jill Stevenson.
Hello, good evening. My name is Chris DeWitt. I'm at 2906 South Pepita. I'll try and keep it brief. I know we have probably a whole lot more to go here, but just wanted to share a few stories. So last year, my 6-year-old was having some struggles breathing. And my wife, who's an RT, specializing in pediatrics, we couldn't actually get the breathing under control. So we ended up at FMC. For plus or minus 6 hours, we sat in what would be labeled as a vestibule, but it's really more like a sally port. And if you're familiar with sally ports, that would be a penal institution or something along those lines. And so she was scared. The staff was great. I cannot fault the staff. There just wasn't a bed available for her. So after 6 hours, we were one of the 6,000 people that was turned away for a 6-year-old, at no fault of the staff. So fortunately, my wife made some phone calls. We were able to get some service, but that was plus or minus 10 hours worth of discomfort and hard breathing. So that's story one. I'm also a father of a NICU baby, and I've been in a NICU, not this NICU here, but I've been in a NICU as described in their current facility. What goes on in a NICU is a tremendous amount of things. Fear, joy at sometimes, tears, information gathering, so many different things that when you're surrounded by so many other people as close to this, like what was described with a board or a podium, it is really hard being a parent there. Well, that NICU baby is now going to be attending NAU, and she's 17. She'll be attending NAU, and I sit back and I ask, I say, if we can't move forward with this, am I comfortable with my daughter being, if she goes to a facility and she can't be seen, or she's scared, or if I'm not in town, those type of things, what could go wrong? And so, I look at it and I say, there's no doubt in my mind that the health of the city of Flagstaff and the citizens of Flagstaff is absolutely better with this new wellness village. So many things go into it, the healing, et cetera. So I ask you to approve, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Jill Stevenson, and then Don Yangich.
Mayor and City Council, I'm a community member, no title in particular, but I'm very concerned about this proposal. I think many of us are not against an improved hospital. That's not the point. We want to see commitments that address our various concerns. We understand that your decision regarding this proposal by NIH must be very difficult to make, with pressures from all sides. There are so many aspects to consider, including serious concerns of many Flagstaff residents who you represent. We hope you will be continually asking yourselves, when you think about the following questions, think about what the scientists are telling us about the climate crisis. That has to be our major concern because it's affecting every single one of us and will be affecting us more and more. If approved, what will the carbon footprint of this enterprise be in the initial construction of the hospital itself and of the proposed village around it? What will be the energy needed and resulting carbon released in the operation and maintenance of this huge project? Will there be enough solar panels installed to help provide all the green energy necessary? Will the construction materials be green and locally sourced? Will builders be local? Will resulting jobs be offered to local folks first? How will patients with no means of transportation find their way to this remote hospital? Will there be public transport provided by NIH? Will there be EV charging stations? Will there enough that we need? Will there be enough facilities for bicycles? Who will pay the cost of all unnecessary highway improvements needed, or for additional firefighting equipment and staff? Is this project likely to result in more burdens on taxpayers? How will this gargantuan project impact surrounding areas? What will happen to the large number of specialized current facilities vacated if Flagstaff Hospital moves? We need satisfactory answers to all these questions. Flagstaff citizens are trusting you to keep our best interests, especially our health, in mind when making this monumental decision. Does this NIH proposal reach the city's climate action plan goal of carbon neutrality by 2030? No. It is of utmost importance that we achieve this goal to help mitigate climate change. A project this size could have a major impact. It is up to you to decide if it will be a negative or positive impact. Thank you very much.
Don Yangich, and then Douglas Loudon.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Yangich. I'm an NIH employee, and I'll be reading a letter from Dr. Adam Weiss. I'm speaking to you in support of the Fort Tut Hill Hospital project. I've been living in Flagstaff and practicing at Flagstaff Medical Center for 7 years. I'm a cardiac anesthesiologist and the System Medical Director of Anesthesiology Services. I have worked in a private group and as an employed physician with the hospital. But most importantly, Flagstaff is my home. Providing high-quality health care for the community is my top priority. I live in Fort Valley. I recognize that moving the hospital will worsen my commute, make call more difficult, and expose new challenges for the city. But like most things in medicine, you must consider risks and benefits. In this case, the risks are far outweighed by the benefit of a new state-of-the-art hospital for our community. Practicing in an outdated, undersized facility creates major challenges for patient care. Too often, we delay, cancel, or transfer patients because our operating rooms are too few and too small for the growth our community has experienced. Modern medical equipment has also changed. Newer treatment modalities require more space and resources. Until our facility can accommodate these technologies, we can't offer the highest level of care to our patients. Over the last 50 years, the current FMC campus has been repurposed, remodeled, and reconfigured as much as possible. The only way we can meet Flagstaff's growing healthcare needs is a larger, modern facility at Fort Tuthill. Although there's a vocal minority opposing this move, my colleagues overwhelmingly support the new hospital. Yes, there will be challenges to overcome, but most of the physicians I talk to agree that a new campus is necessary for delivering high-quality care. The fact is also apparent to the visiting physicians we're recruiting. Only days ago, I was asked by an interviewing pediatric anesthesiologist how we could grow our pediatric service line if he moves to Flagstaff. Unfortunately, the limited space and already stretched capacity of our current hospital has no room for growth. If we want to recruit him and other high-quality physicians, we need a campus that can accommodate new service lines and the growing needs of Northern Arizona. For these reasons, my colleagues and I strongly encourage you to support the new campus at Fort Tuthill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Douglas Loudon, and then Douglas Maple, Dr. Douglas Maple. Oh, and it looks like Dr. Maple is going to be speaking for a number of people, so would have expanded time.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor Daggett. My name is Doug Loudon. I'm an employee at the hospital. I work in the legal department, and I also do government affairs for the hospital. And I live in Ponderosa Trails at 1164 West Little Bend. But I'm actually going to be reading two different letters tonight in support of the new facility. First, from the Core Institute. Dear Mayor Daggett, on behalf of the Core Institute, including physicians at Northern Arizona Orthopedics and Flagstaff, I want to relay our support for the potential investments that hospitals and strategic partners are making into the future of Flagstaff Medical Campus. As a large independent provider group in town, we recognize that only investments made in the healthcare space can drive meaningful care improvement with the secondary benefit of growing job opportunities for local citizens. Investment into new infrastructure, investment in health, and a commitment to improving care is nothing less than a commitment to wellness and sustainability of the community. These investments allow independent providers to see meaningful stability in the healthcare environment in Flagstaff and the surrounding communities. Signed, Dr. David Jakovsky, Chairman and CEO of the Core Institute. And second, I'd like to read a letter from the Northern Arizona Leadership Alliance. Dear Mayor and City Council, first, let me thank you for your hard work, sacrifice, and service to the community. Your dedication to improving the community does not go unnoticed. I'm writing on behalf of the Northern Arizona Leadership Alliance, whose membership is comprised of the CEOs, presidents, and directors of the major employers, agencies, and organizations. Much like you as City Council members, our roles include the well-being of thousands of employees and the continuation and success of our respective companies and organizations. NALA is in full support of Northern Arizona Healthcare's new hospital and wellness village. We have spent significant time meeting with Northern Arizona Healthcare and believe that the new hospital and wellness village are critical to the future of Flagstaff and the Northern Arizona region. The bold and visionary project, one of the largest ever done in Flagstaff, is critical to the health, vitality, quality of life, and economic future of the Flagstaff region. The new wellness village will bring an entirely new dimension to healthcare in Northern Arizona that will greatly increase the health and well-being of Northern Arizona. The economic future of Flagstaff, the Northern Arizona region, depends on access to quality and comprehensive healthcare and wellness, the innovative organizations, institutions, companies, and entrepreneurs that make up Flagstaff's economy today, and the innovative, high-quality jobs that we hope to attract to Flagstaff in the future depend on expanding healthcare in the region for their success and in attracting and retaining talented and highly skilled employees. Signed, T. Paul Thomas, CEO of NALA. So thank you, Council.
Thank you. Dr. Maple.
Mayor, may I just clarify, this will be a 10-minute speaking
Yes,
opportunity?
I believe so. These other people are in attendance with you. If I could have them stand.
On behalf of the Flagstaff Concerned Citizens for Community Health, thank you for sticking it out since 3 this afternoon. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor and City council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Douglas Maple, and I live at 2181 Constitution in Flagstaff. I'm a pulmonary and critical care physician, and I've lived here for 17 years. I'm speaking on behalf of this group. We urge you to postpone Northern Arizona's healthcare's application for the zoning map amendment and related specific plan decisions until a date certain. A formal community health assessment, which is a comprehensive study designed to identify key health needs through comprehensive data analysis and collection, has not been conducted. We ask that you direct NIH to hire an independent consultant to conduct a professional community health assessment and then share the findings with the city and the public. If you choose not to do a community health assessment, we ask that you vote against the zoning map assessment. We believe at this time you do not have sufficient objective data on which to make the findings that zoning code section 10-20.5 requires. We also believe the specific plan completely conflicts with the regional plan because it does not in any way promote infill development over peripheral expansion. Now, by way of background, I was the FMC medical staff president in 2019, and I was on the medical executive committee from 2015 through 2020. So I had a front row seat to see the evolution of this project, which started as a hospital expansion project and then became this health and wellness village. In 2019, the situation at FMC was very different. We were very busy and full much of the time. Despite the limitations of the facility, we had a 5-star CMS quality rating, putting FMC among the top 5% of the hospitals in the country. In fact, U.S. News rated us as tied with Mayo in Scottsdale and Banner University in Phoenix as among the best hospitals in Arizona. We had 5 stars just 3 years ago. So the idea that the current facility is completely obsolete and should never be used as a hospital again is a major cognitive dissonance. So architects were brought in at that time to increase the number of inpatient beds and upgrade certain facilities such as operating rooms. And after much discussion and millions of dollars of planning, they estimated it was going to cost between $300 and $400 million. Some reason that, well, for $400 million, we could probably build a brand new hospital from the ground up on another piece of land. Others recognized that NIH had over $1 billion in investment assets. So we could pay for a new $400 million hospital and a whole lot of other cool stuff. So thus it evolved from, well, let's upgrade FMC to, let's do a health and wellness village. Now note, that's not what's not driving this project isn't specific needs. It's this desire to spend $1 billion. So NIH at that time secretly went out and started buying up 173 acres of land zoned for rural residential housing. Now, logically, before you spend a lot of money on buildings and you ask taxpayers to pay tens of millions of dollars to support the infrastructure, you do a community assessment. You go out to the public and find out what they need. That study has never been done here. Now, NIH does marketing surveys. They go out, they know how many people live in various areas, they know the demographics, they know how much money they make, they know what their insurance is, but they do not know the health status of our communities. In public health, a community health assessment is a comprehensive analysis of the community's current health status, its needs, its current services, and the barriers to optimal health. I have a master's in public health. I have conducted community health assessments. They make the connection between the public you're trying to serve and these facilities you're trying to build. Without that, you're just putting up buildings thinking, well, this will be great, but without measuring, you don't know. You have to have purpose-built facilities. Without a formal community health assessment, We do not know what services and facilities are needed to address our health problems. We cannot describe the cost benefit of any particular intervention. We cannot precisely describe the expected deliverables in terms of what problems you expect the new construction to resolve. If NIH had stayed with the original design to just remodel the current hospital, at least we would have had the ability to describe in detail the cost benefit of such improvements and answer these questions. How many extra inpatients per year will we manage? How many additional operations can we do? How many new people will we employ? Plus, Flagstaff citizens would have been spared the tens of millions of dollars in taxes to pay for infrastructure to support a private not-for-profit. Now, the current proposal is not just a brand new hospital. It calls for specialty centers, outpatient clinics, hotels, retail centers, vague plans for a research center, wellness areas, with a mere 10% of the housing going to be allocated to affordable units. And not just this new hospital, NIH's desire is to fundamentally change healthcare in Flagstaff. They want all the facilities of the independent physician practices to move into this new village. Without fully understanding the health problems of our community now, we cannot know what facilities we truly need or where they need to be. Furthermore, 10 years from now, if we don't have a study now, we'll have no way to know whether this experimental village approach has actually benefited us. Now, we've heard nothing about the risk of these proposals. We all know there are risks with every project, and this is an experimental project. This has not been attempted anyplace else. We are really venturing into the unknown. There are a lot of huge assumptions going on here. Now, it's also important that you are aware that the applicant has been telling people in the community that they already have a majority of votes on the council to approve the specific plan and the zoning map amendment. That is why they had the city staff pushed for the P&Z Commission to take an up or down vote. They didn't really care about the results. According to comments NIH has made to the community, they have your votes in their pocket. And from the appearance of some members being at Kristen Sinema's office in Washington speaking on behalf of NIH, it looks like they might be right. If it's true that at least a majority of the council has told you that you promised to vote yes, then it raises the question of why we're here tonight. Now, I'm glad to hear that you are talking to some of the NIH administrators one-on-one. Personally, I'm glad you're doing that. I asked for your community members and the leaders who have a different opinion to have equal time. They have a different perspective. Perhaps there are some things you haven't thought about. All of this has been presented as an either-or proposition. You know, there's an enormous number of possibilities that have not been considered. So I suggested that since 2019, a lot has changed. Well, in early 2020, before we even had our first case of COVID in Flagstaff, I told the staff that the administration that we needed to act proactively to support our nurses. These epidemics cause tremendous strains. The stress of dealing with dying patients in an infectious disease is always terrible. We needed to act proactively to support them, financially and otherwise. The response was, we have a saying in healthcare, never give a nurse a bar of gold. She'll only complain about how heavy it is. They had another favorite response. If you don't like our policies, just leave. So since 2000, over half of our nurses have left. Another big problem is housing costs have gone from an average median house price of $390,000 to $640,000. Living in Flagstaff is not affordable for nurses anymore. That is a fundamental part of the economics, and that has to be addressed. So, you should not be in a hurry to spend tens of millions of dollars, the taxpayers' money. You should know precisely what you are getting for our investment. We should know precisely as possible what the health of our population is. Thank you.
Thank you. David Monahan, and then Sandra Lubarsky.
Mayor and Council, I've lived here over 40 years, so I've seen a lot of changes at the hospital. I appreciated the staff comment about the confusion that exists. That's why I'm here. A lot of inconsistencies seem to be around. I probably should have read some materials, been attending more things. I didn't. I found this meeting very enlightening. The NAH lawyer answered some of my questions on costs. Another one of their staff addressed some negative experiences I've had in our existing hospital and would hope not to have again. Better health care I support without condition. My concern is economics sustainability, not the carbon footprint, but the economics of this. The city code is clear on development. It's the developer's responsibility to build all these infrastructure items. If you've given them something, I want to know what that is exactly and exactly how much it costs. Tens of millions you've given them? You shouldn't be, but if you are, I want to hear that number defined and clearly stated. That goes for everything: water, wastewater, road, fire station, waiver of parking, taxes, whatever you give them in any form. The parking was raised, and you haven't done one of these hospitals before, but in my mind, the amount of parking needed is simple, more than they have right now, because I drive up and down that parking structure looking for a space, and then I end up at the Bashes and walk back to the hospital. That's not carbon neutral. And then I guess my real question is, can they afford it? Or are we going to get halfway down the road and not have what we've been promised? I think that's a legitimate question for you to consider too. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Lubarsky, and then Tiffany Lorano.
Honored Council, I'd like to call your attention to NAH's 2022 Community Health Assessment Report, a report required by the federal government. The 400 respondents, all of whom were healthcare professionals and community leaders, made clear that our most pressing community health needs have to do with mental health, substance abuse, and complicated social factors. With the exception of the need for an updated cancer center, something NAH can do on its current campus, there was absolutely no mention of any need for a new complex in order to practice state-of-the-art medicine. NAH's proposal is primarily a response to the fact that the Affordable Care Act is no longer reimbursing hospitals on a pay-for-services model. In an effort to reduce the cost of health care, the federal government is promoting wellness as a proactive strategy to keep people out of hospitals. It's a good idea, but it leaves hospitals scrambling to figure out new revenue streams. That's why the idea of diversification and pursuing extra medical development projects like this one is suddenly being pursued by hospital administrators. It is a financial strategy. It is not a strategy for addressing community health and wellness. And it's a financial strategy that comes at great cost to the community. NAH's consolidation model will negatively impact the dozens of hospital-related businesses and their hundreds of employees in the 1 to 2 mile radius of the hospital. Even more importantly, it extends harm outward to the patient population. Accepted economic analysis has demonstrated that hospital consolidation is both more costly and less efficient. That's why our community adopted a distributed structure with the hospital as the hub and affiliate outpatient specialty practices as the spokes in the first place. This ambulatory model keeps patients out of the hospital, lessens the cost of medical care, and improves access. Hospitals all over the country are modernizing their facilities without building entirely new complexes. It is expensive to renovate, but when infrastructure costs are factored in, when costs to the city is included, when all the problems of sprawl are considered, and when the community's well-being is a serious part of the equation, renovation is the most cost-effective strategy. We don't need big box health care. I ask you not to burden the public with this project. Thank you.
Sandra, I have a question. What was the name of the report that you first mentioned?
It's the 2022 Community Health Assessment Report, and it's on the NIH website.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tiffany Lorano, and then Kat Duffy.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. My name is Tiffany Lorano. I've had the pleasure of serving our Flagstaff community as a nurse for over 23 years now. The majority of that time was spent in the Flagstaff Emergency Department. Those 18 years afforded me the opportunity to provide a spectrum of care for our community and truly learn who Flagstaff is. During that time, it became incredibly clear to me I had chosen to serve a phenomenal community, a place where family comes first, neighbors care about one another, health and wellness are a priority, and where everyone strives to find a way outdoors. Choosing to transition into a leadership role at NIH was easier than expected. Northern Arizona Healthcare is invested in not only the communities and patients we serve, but also in ensuring the betterment and well-being of their people. Over the past 3 years, I've had the honor to serve as a chief nursing officer for our health system. To say managing a health system through a global pandemic has been challenging might be slightly understated. However, these years and experiences have afforded me the opportunity to understand the need for ensuring we have a hospital that is well built and prepared for the healthcare challenges of tomorrow. Our proposed health and wellness village will create a space that is not only safer but more conducive to healing, a space that will benefit our patients, the community, our nurses, physicians, and techs who work tirelessly to provide the best care. We're not just planning for the next 10 years, we're planning for the next 50 years. We're planning for the future healthcare needs of people living in Flagstaff and the region. We are planning so that we can advance healthcare technologies. We're planning so that we can care for our growing population. We're planning so that we can recruit and retain the best healthcare professionals. All of our patients deserve a private room when hospitalized. Our staff deserve a campus where they can spend time in nature during their breaks to recharge. The people of Flagstaff and Northern Arizona deserve a health and wellness village designed to ensure safe, high-quality, patient-centered care well into the future. This City Council is incredibly lucky to have the opportunity to create history. Tonight, you've been entrusted with the responsibility of the future of healthcare for our region. I appreciate the time, attention, and heart you're putting into this decision. Thank you for your service and dedication to our community and region. And just in case it wasn't clear, I'd like to close by saying I emphatically support moving forward with that proposed health and wellness village. Thank you.
Thank you. Kat Duffy, and then it looks like maybe Pasquale Bernardi.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kat Duffy. Hopefully everyone's hanging in there. All right, I'll keep it short. I live at 412 South Beaver Street and am lucky to have called Flagstaff my home for the greater part of my life. Growing up in this community, I did not fully appreciate at the time the privilege to live in such a uniquely wonderful place as Flagstaff. I look back now and reminisce after-school strolls to McGaw's newsstand, field trips to Thorpe Park to play on the big green T-Rex, and Sunday morning breakfast at Kathy's Cafe with my family. It wasn't until later in life, after I had graduated from NAU and left to a bigger city to gain some work experience, that I had found no place felt quite like home like Flagstaff. Coming back to Flagstaff, however, was no easy feat. Not only had housing prices increased since I left, so drastically in fact that I'd need to take on a roommate, if not several, to make ends meet, but the available jobs to support my moving back were nearly non-existent. It took me well over 1.5 years to eventually find a job near enough to my line of work and a roommate that I was comfortable living with before I could return. Having been back for almost 3 years now, the housing and job shortages only seem to have gotten worse. I'd like to express my support for this replacement hospital and the numerous jobs it will bring to our beloved community. There are many economic benefits that can come from this project, many that people have been talking about for years. In addition to numerous supplemental jobs, this project presents a great opportunity to draw in more quality doctors, physicians, and caregivers, as well as increase revenue that will only bolster our city. I ask you to look at your families and your neighbors and think about the long-term benefits that a new hospital will bring to the health and economy of Flagstaff and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Pasquale Bernardi, and then Amy Stapleton.
Good evening. I'm Pasquale Bernardi. I'm the NIH's medical group, resident of Flagstaff. I'm here in support of the project, and I'm actually here reading a letter from Dr. Catherine Fuqua. Dr. Fuqua is a hospitalist at NIH. She's also the medical director of our transfer center, also a resident of Flagstaff. She writes, "Thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the need for improvement to our hospital facilities in northern Arizona. You've heard valid concerns from both sides of the issue. As a physician who works in the current hospital building and spends my days in and out of patient rooms all over the hospital, my opinion is based on what is best for my patients' care now and in the future. Here are concrete examples of how my patients' care will be improved at the new campus. First, currently when I have a patient on the ward at the far west side of the hospital, even for a simple chest x-ray, they have to be transported the equivalent of 2 city blocks across the bridge to the east side of the main building. This trip not only takes a significant amount of time, it also takes them through hallways of other wards, past staff and family members of other patients. The new building will allow my patients less physical movement and more privacy when being transported for procedures. Second, when I am seeing a patient who is acutely ill, I must turn on the lights in the room and speak to my patient, notably disturbing the patient resting on the other side of the curtain. The new building will allow each patient their own room, allowing appropriate rest and comfort. Patients will not be awakened throughout the night while staff attends to the needs of their roommates. And then third, when my patients have family members that want to come and spend time with them or be present for important conversations, ability of the family members to visit is determined by the room. If they are in a shared room, there is only physical space for one friend or family member. In the new building, every family will have space for sitting or sleeping in the patient's private room. Being ill and hospitalized is a stressful time for patients and their families. The new campus addresses concerns such as less distance patients must be moved through the building, private space for patients and families, and even concerns like adequate parking. Medicine has advanced significantly since the 1980s when our current campus was constructed. Unfortunately, as the construction team has already demonstrated, providing adequate updates to the current facility is not possible without unrealistic restrictions to space for patient care. There's just not enough room. Yes, the hospital will be a further distance for some patients and hospital staff in Flagstaff, including myself. It will be closer in distance to most in our community and the surrounding regions we serve. There will be environmental impacts as there are with any construction project. The team has worked diligently to ensure this new building is built with sustainability in mind, so we are not having another discussion such as this in 30 years. In today's healthcare environment, it is unusual to have a locally owned and operated hospital and healthcare system. Please support your local, she finishes with, please support your local Northern Arizona patients and allow us to build the facility they deserve.
Thank you. Amy Stapleton, Kyle Monhe.
Good evening. I'm Amy Stapleton. I am a Flagstaff resident, Arizona native, and a nurse of 18 years. I joined Northern Arizona Healthcare about a year ago, coming up as the Oncology Service Line Administrator. And one of the first things that I noticed when I came was the need to be able to expand. We had opened a brand new clinic and we're already out of space on day one. Tonight I'm going to read a letter from Dr. Christopher Diefenbach. He stated, "Dear Mayor and City Council members, From a physician standpoint, our excitement for this project revolves around optimized patient care. The concept of a wellness village is appealing as it would allow for the patient, for the continuity of care in a unified location. The village brings particular focus on preventative medicine care with ease of patient access and an integrated approach to their care that provides a supportive, healing environment. For surgeons and proceduralists, updated top-of-the-line facilities and efficiencies will support the highest level of patient care for our community moving into the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kyle, and then Larry Kushner.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for letting me speak in support of this project. My name is Kyle Monge. I live at 3085 South Hannah Lane. Like most here, I love this community and proud to call Flagstaff my home. Prior to living in Flagstaff, I used to travel up the I-17 multiple times a year to enjoy this amazing place. I came for the weather, the beauty, the lifestyle, and the sense of community. Ultimately, I was fortunate enough to move here full-time and haven't looked back since. I'm not unique for making this change. Many people in Flagstaff every year move here for the same reasons. With that in mind, it is important for us to be conscious of the impacts of growth to our community. When populations increase, many things must be considered. Updates to infrastructure, additional housing, improvements to emergency services, and additional opportunities in the workforce are needed to accommodate this growth. These are all needed regardless of whether NIH completes this project or not. Thankfully, the new Health and Wellness Village proposed by NIH supports all these needs. Instead of sticking to the old way of doing business, NIH is trying to be proactive and ensure that this community, as well as future generations, are able to access high-quality health care here locally. Isn't that what we want from our local health care system? I believe it is. I keep hearing reference to the Flagstaff community as if it's a totally separate entity from NIH, but I'd like to remind the council that NIH is the community. These are our neighbors, our friends, our hiking companions, and most importantly, they're the folks who go to work every day to ensure that our community has the health care it deserves. NIH has been transparent throughout the process. I believe they've been a good partner to the city and have gone out of their way to address the concerns. Are there challenges associated with building a world-class healthcare facility? Absolutely. But we are fortunate enough to have a local healthcare system that understands those challenges and is dedicated to overcoming them to all of our benefit. Northern Arizona healthcare serves a population of over 700,000. With a group that size, it is unreasonable to expect that every person within that population will agree on the right path forward. I acknowledge that we are all entitled to our own opinions, concerns, and expectations. That being said, as you make your decision, I ask that you consider the larger population that NIH serves and not withhold the opportunity for significantly improved health care services to this region due to a few dissenting voices. Please remember that NIH is not causing the growth in Flagstaff. They're simply doing their best to accommodate it. For the benefit of yourselves, your community, and so many who rely on Northern Arizona healthcare, I ask that you approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Larry Kushner, and then Daryl Dodge.
Mayor Daggett and City Council, thank you so much for your sacrifice, for your service. It has not gone unnoticed in any way. I am here to represent Rick and Darlene Rokas at 1260 Black Bear Drive in Cottonwood. They write, Rick writes, my wife Darlene and I live in Cottonwood and have for the last 8 years. We are 51 miles from Flagstaff Medical Center. One of the major reasons, though, that we chose this area was the proximity to good health, both locally in Flagstaff and in Cottonwood. We had the opportunity to tour the NIH facilities in this region, especially FMC. The facility serves, as you know, not only our area, but much of northern Arizona, and has done so for many decades. While touring the current campus in Flagstaff, it became clearly obvious to us that NIH needs to expand. The buildings worked in 1973. They do not work in 2023. It is old, it is tired, and there are only so many renovations that can be made. We need high-quality, state-of-the-art healthcare close to home. As we age, traveling long distances to facilities in Phoenix or Scottsdale, for example, becomes more difficult, if not impossible. Building the Health and Wellness Village, we believe, and our neighbors feel as well, will benefit us in multiple ways. One, provide great quality health care closer to home. Two, draw top qualified doctors and other healthcare professionals. Three, enable NIH to stay competitive in the healthcare field. Four, enable NIH to provide next generation healthcare capabilities in a state-of-the-art facility. And five, become a financial investment and a huge economic boon to the region. As with any major change or something new, there is always opposition. But at the end of the day, one must ask, do the positives outweigh the negatives? And will this new capability serve the greater good? We believe firmly it does, and that it's important to move on with this proposal. The cost of doing nothing will be the highest price of all. We urge you to vote in favor of this proposal, and we ask, why should we ever settle for anything less than state-of-the-art healthcare facility for the next 6 decades? Thank you.
Thank you. Daryl Dodge and then Deborah Block.
Mayor, City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf or in support of NIH and the Wellness Village. I came here, started working March 16th of last year as a contract manager for the operating room. I had no intentions of now, I call myself a resident of Flagstaff, and I'm in a permanent role in the operating room. One of the first things I assessed when I got here was there's a great staff in that operating room that are working under horrific conditions. There's not enough space for all the technology and the equipment, so we have, thankfully, places to stash it elsewhere in the hospital. So the staff are inefficient, spending multiple hours going here and there, getting equipment, putting it back so that we can, one, we got to worry about patient safety and fire codes and all that, right? We can't clog up the hallways with all this equipment and all that. But anyway, the other part of my story is I retired from service to the United States Army, 32 years, 22 years on active duty, 10 years as an Army civilian. I had the pleasure of taking care of America's finest in a whole host, 12 different hospitals I was counted up, and including 3 different locations deployed. So I've seen healthcare provided in the worst conditions, and you know what? Healthcare, American healthcare providers, they will do their best no matter where you place them. However, the efficiency and the cost of healthcare now, we need this new facility, okay? One of my last jobs with the Army, I helped them with a 550,000 square foot, $350 million hospital and clinic building at Fort Riley, Kansas. I was intimately involved in the outfitting, planning, and transition into that facility. So we went from a facility that part of it was built in 1950, updated in 1973, and we moved in 2016. And I can tell you the difference that this facility will make, not only for the staff, but it's going to be huge for the patients. The design, they're just not throwing it out there. This design, because I got knowledge in the job that I did, this design is going to be great, especially for the area that I'll be working in, the operating room. More space, better workflow. I can't support it anymore. I mean, I decided I was traveling, and as a manager, I was not looking to live here. The leadership here is dedicated to this community, to providing the best health care, and it's a great bunch, and I wanted to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Block and then Rebecca Browning.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Deborah Block, 316 East Cherry. Dr. Charles Seacrest, one of the founders of FMC, gave FMC to the certificate holders and the board of directors. FMC belongs to the citizens of Northern Arizona through the certificate holders. This is a quote from two of the certificate holders, Joe Nackard and Bill Garbarino, from a letter written to the FMC board of directors 1 year ago. With their permission, you should have received a hard copy of that letter. Their opinion, which still holds, is that the action of the board of directors in regard to their plan to build a new NAH village on the outskirts of Flag is tantamount to a corporate hostile takeover. The certificate holders have not received meaningful response to their questions regarding the proposed relocation of medical services in Flagstaff. As a 30-year resident of Flagstaff, I fail to see how this absurdly expensive undertaking is the best option. I have given birth at FMC, I have had inpatient surgery at FMC, and I have had outpatient surgery at a facility across the street from the hospital. But every medical need cannot feasibly be accommodated here. I just lost my... I am fortunate enough to have insurance and the means to travel when my disease required expertise not available locally. There was only one specialist in the state when I was diagnosed with a rare cancer. Not every medical need can realistically be met here. I also know what it is like to be turned away from a hospital because I could not pay. Regrettably, healthcare in our country is profit-driven, regardless of a private nonprofit label. What does nonprofit mean when administrative costs are astronomical? Healthcare should be for the greater benefit of the community, as FMC was originally envisioned, not to serve the managerial interests of 10 people on a board and their appointed CEO who have repeatedly disregarded or silenced objections from certificate holders and providers. I urge you to vote against adopting the NAH Health Village Phase 1 specific plan and the zoning map amendment. This real estate venture masquerade does not promote the public interest. It does, however, promote sprawl, traffic congestion, light pollution, and indeterminate cost to taxpayers despite promises. When asked directly whether there was a likelihood of a flip to an explicitly for-profit entity down the road, the CEO did not answer that question. If NAH was truly interested in promoting community health, they would not have banked hundreds of millions of dollars while allowing FMC to degrade rather than bring necessary improvements and adequate staffing. Please vote no as the project stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Browning and then Stephen Summer.
Good evening. I'm glad my name got called. I've been here since 3 and I'm really tired. I just want to put a disclaimer out there that none of the opinions that I share are reflective of where I work. I will try to prevent myself from sharing where I work because I want to keep a clear divide. Any opinions I share with you today, this evening, are mine and mine alone and reflective of nothing else. One thing I found interesting was the reference to the RAISE grant and this potential funding that's going to come through with it. So I looked it up. What is the RAISE grant? I don't know. I don't know if I found the correct answer while I was sitting far in the back there, surrounded by those who are pro development of this hospital. But it turns out, if I researched correctly, the RAISE grant is through the Department of Transportation with the U.S. government. If this grant money is available, as the way it seems that it is in my review, it's for infrastructure use. And there's no reason the hospital couldn't apply for that grant to utilize those funds for the improvement of the building that already exists. There's no reason to leave a shell of a building, exploit the environment. Frankly, I need those trees. We all need those trees. Those trees, those ponderosa pine, they're on so many logos in our town. It's everywhere. There's a depiction of you behind all of you on the board behind you with those drapes. The ponderosa pine are unique to Flagstaff. We can't just find them anywhere. They're kind of like our version of saguaro. They're on their way out. There's a likelihood of the juniper coming in and taking over the ponderosa pine because of climate change. If you allow the development through construction unhindered, where they're going to exploit the land, take out almost 200 acres of trees, use water in that construction, not to mention the water that's going to be used in the maintenance of the building and whatever usage comes along with that building, the resources are going to be exploited far beyond any calculation of this, quote unquote, what we're going to save with this new building. What we're going to save reminds me of coupon spending. If you get a coupon, a discount, and you go, oh, I just saved $1 when I bought whatever item, is it really saving if you're buying an item that you never would have bought in the first place? Is there really a need to, quote unquote, save money by building something that we may not even need? If there's grant money available, let's use it to improve the building we already have. If there's questions on how to do that, perhaps they correspond with Phoenix Children's Hospital. They had to expand within a very small area of property, and they were able to do so without hindering the care that they provide. If memory serves well, which at this hour I'm not sure if it does, but if memory serves, Phoenix Children's Hospital is also a level 1 trauma center. They obviously cater to children, but it's still a trauma center. I think these things are imperative. I work with the indigent. There are so many people that struggle with the ability to get anywhere. They are going to be adversely impacted by this. If I could make one sentence.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I moved here because I was on death's door and I needed the air. Don't take it from me.
Stephen Summer and then Nicholas Balthazar.
Mayor Daggett, City Council, City staff. My name is Stephen Sommer. I've been a resident in Flagstaff for about 20 years, and I live at 3855 South Jewel Drive. I'm here on behalf of myself primarily, but I also serve on the board of directors of the Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance. As such, I want to thank you all very much for passing the Flagstaff Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, the Carbon Mitigation Plan, for declaring a climate emergency, and for getting the requirement of net zero by 2030 into the regional plan. The Planning and Zoning Commission forwarded this project to y'all with a vote of no on the plan itself and a vote of no on the zoning changes it would require. I urge y'all to take that into consideration in your own decision. They considered all of these various things and came to that conclusion. I think that in terms of the kinds of findings y'all need to make, the findings were put up on the board earlier. Finding number 1 asks whether or not this project meets the goals, the requirements, the conditions of the regional plan, and it does not. The city cannot really assess how it's going to affect that. What the regional plan says specifically, not that a project needs to be net zero by 2030. It says that the city's goal is to reach net zero by 2030 and that new developments need to help the city, quote unquote, help the city reach that goal. Without knowing what the carbon footprint of this project is, you have no way to evaluate how this project will or will not help the city meet that goal. You need to require NIH to provide what the carbon footprint of the construction, the operation, and all the associated impact of this new hospital is going to be. That number needs to go to your sustainability division so they can evaluate how it's going to impact the city's ability to meet its goals. I think that that's a really important thing because when the Planning and Zoning Commission was hearing from NIH about this, NIH said, well, putting photovoltaic panels on the parking lots is not in the budget, quote unquote. What you heard tonight was, we're going to put them on the top of the parking structure, not necessarily the parking lots, but anyway. So by holding their feet to the fire, you got a better carbon outcome, and I believe that you all need to do the same thing. Require that they provide for you what that carbon footprint is going to be, and then the Sustainability Division can help them whittle down that carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Balthazar, and then Jared Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nicholas Balthazar. I'll be speaking on behalf of Dr. Jennifer Kahn, CEO and Manager Member of Flagstaff Emergency Physicians. Dear Planning and Zoning Committee, for the last 48 years, Flagstaff Emergency Physicians have been a partner to Northern Arizona Healthcare. Flagstaff Emergency Physicians only hires emergency medicine trained and board certified physicians to provide the highest quality care possible to Flagstaff. We have worked together with NAH to provide for the emergent and urgent medical needs of the Flagstaff community, while meeting the needs of the underserved regardless of their ability to pay. Flagstaff Emergency Physicians and Flagstaff City Council were witness to growth and the need to move from the historic hospital site across Beaver Street to expand the facility between Beaver Street and San Francisco. And there have been multiple expansions since the time to continue to update the physical plant, meet the needs for both general medical care and specialty care, including specialty surgical services for the Flagstaff community. But again, we find that our emergency department physical plant is strained. It was built in the 1990s when the patient and provider expectations were very different. Half of our rooms have curtains which do not allow for patient privacy. Although we are a level 1 trauma center, our trauma bays are 1990s era. They are very small, making it very difficult to accommodate the entire trauma team, plus the equipment necessary to care for those critically ill patients. And the lack of single inpatient rooms means that we board patients in the ED, giving us fewer beds for patients in the waiting room. So, as we look to the future of healthcare delivery in Flagstaff together, please support NAH in its quest to remedy these essential physical plant needs for the future. Having been a trusted and reliable partner for NAH for the previous 4 decades, we look forward to the dynamic and challenging future that lies ahead. Flagstaff Emergency Physicians will continue to serve the Flagstaff community and provide the finest quality emergency health care to our patients for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared Ryan, and then Pat Ellsworth.
Good evening. My name is Jared Ryan. I am a resident of Mountain Dell, which is one of the areas that will be primarily affected by the incoming new hospital. And I wanted to contribute a couple of thoughts as far as our community is concerned and the proposed hospital. One, I am in favor of the new hospital. I think that having grown up in Flagstaff, I have seen the transition as Flagstaff has gone through its growing from the state-of-art facilities we had to now, as an educator, seeing more and more of my students who are being referred to Phoenix, that they are having to take multiple days off of school to go to Phoenix to find the care that they need. And the expansion of the hospital will be able to address the needs of these students, that they don't have to travel as far, that they don't have as much hardship on their families that I've been seeing. As far as a resident in the neighborhood affected by the hospital, I do feel the hospital has done a good job of reaching out to communities, to adapting their plan between the first meeting we had with them last year to even this meeting tonight. And in addition to that, I think that they are doing their best to try to listen to communities as far as their needs goes. For this specific rezoning, I would like to support that the designation of active and passive sport activities is an extremely important part of it, including the accessibility from the public standpoint to these facilities in order to provide better preventative care for the hospital and kind of increase that wellness attitude that hopefully can prevent people from needing the beds in addition to having those should they be needed. Finally, I would like to encourage NAH to continue to be transparent and also to be a little bit clearer as far as the designation. They have said many times tonight that they are committed to certain actions, but I would like to see that kind of more explicitly stated, where that is, how that lies, including financial responsibility and funding, whether that is NAH supplied, whether it is coming from grant funds, or if it is an expectation of the communities that are surrounding this hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Ellsworth, and then Kate Summer Elliott.
My name is Pat Ellsworth. I live in the Bow and Arrow neighborhood, and I've been a resident of Flagstaff for almost 25 years. I understand that the current hospital is not adequate to meet all the needs that have been expressed, but I also have a concern about the new Health and Wellness Center. There have been many analyses done on many aspects of the project: police, fire, water, transportation, all these and many other factors that will be that have been taken into consideration in planning this project. But there has been no analysis on the project's carbon footprint. There are lots of opportunities for cutting back on the carbon footprint in construction and design, but we don't know what those are or might be, or what might be considered. For example, the type and R value of insulation, the type of skin that will be on the building, the energy efficiency of different types of windows. I've heard almost nothing about that tonight from NIH. They have mentioned solar panels on the garage. Why not solar panels on the patient tower? This is a missing piece of analysis for the project. How will you know what reduction in the carbon footprint will occur with different design options if there has been no original analysis of the carbon footprint? Climate change and air pollution, and the two are closely connected, are both health issues for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Summer Elliott, and then Charles Seacrest.
Good evening. I'm here to read on behalf of Steve Vargas. He shares, "Thank you for your time today. My name is Steve Vargas, and I live at 3620 North Langdale Trail here in Flagstaff. I've lived in Flagstaff since 1983, and I moved here because of roots planted by my parents in the 1950s. While my dad was a student athlete at NAU, my mom was a surgical nurse at Flagstaff Medical Center when FMC was the small, old building on the west side of Beaver Street. Because of these roots, I graduated from NAU and I volunteer at FMC. So much has changed since the 1950s as our beautiful Highland community has grown and evolved. However, what hasn't changed is a strong desire created and sustained by citizens to thrive together as a community. I moved to Flagstaff because I grew up hearing stories of the NAU community, hearing stories of the FMC community and how Flagstaff bands together to take care of one another. This has not changed. Healthcare, on the other hand, does change, and thankfully it evolves. If we compare healthcare quality of today against that of the 1950s, healthcare has completely changed. Science and medicine continue to evolve, and each day we discover new and better ways to promote health and prevent disease. To do this locally, we must equip our healthcare providers with the tools and physical space to practice their disciplines. We must design patient experiences so that each dollar invested in healthcare has the best possible outcome. Now, imagine where we would be if we tried to provide high-quality healthcare today from the original small old building on the west side of Beaver Street. Thankfully, we didn't try to do this. We knew that wouldn't make sense and it wouldn't work. Yet today, this is the very decision we're making, trying to provide high-quality healthcare from a facility that has already burst at the seams and cannot sustain the evolution of care that we want and need in our thriving community. I thank you for your time and attention to this, and as a constituent of the City of Flagstaff, I ask you approve the motion to create the NAH Health and Wellness Village. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Sechrist and then Sot Bess.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm going to speak a little slower and from a different perspective than perhaps many others tonight. My name is Charles Sechrist. No, not that Charles Sechrist. I'm his grandson, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and the heritage that is my grandparents and their donation of Flagstaff Hospital at the time to the city of Flagstaff. You guys have a really hard job. I thought my job was hard. You've heard 1,000 opinions. For every opinion you heard tonight, there's probably 100 others that you haven't heard, and you get to sort it out. In addition to being a grandson of the founders of FMC, I was also an NAH employee, but only for about 38 years. I started at FMC in 1985, and I ended last week, Wednesday. I had about 20 some odd years at FMC and the balance at VVMC. And I did a period of time as a system floater pharmacist, working in all the different pharmacies. So I have a fairly good experience with the transition from the hospital that was just recently mentioned on the West Campus to what it is today, the development of NAH the creation, joining, merger, whatever you want to call it, 1995. I also am a 20-year certificate holder at FMC. I suppose you want me to tell you what my opinion is on this project. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you that it was my grandparents' wish that FMC be a community hospital. Whatever you decide, keep that in mind. You are the stewards of an amazing gift that my grandparents gave. Not only did they give that, my parents also gave substantially, as did other members of the Sechrist family. The approximate 2 acres wow, that was quick. Am I out?
Councilmember McCarthy has a question for you.
Yes.
You're the second person tonight that's alluded to these certificates of whatever that were given by your grandparents. Could you kind of explain how that worked and what the significance of that is? I'd appreciate that.
Yes, my grandfather felt like when he donated the hospital that an administration or board or whatever could be in a position where they would need the benefit of the eyes and ears on the ground in the community. Business leaders, community nonprofit leaders, whatever, what have you. What are you hearing? Unfortunately, I believe when NAH was formed, the certificate holder benefit was lost. And my father, who was a local pediatrician for his entire career, wrote a letter to the editor saying as much in 1995 that basically the benefit of having the certificate holders was lost, and their voice back. what I want to say is you guys are the stewards of this asset, and you need to be aware of it. You know, there's been how many city councils over the years since the hospital was donated in 1955, 2 years before I was born. How many administrations? I was an NIH employee for 38 years, probably 15 administrations. You know, I was there for 38 years, and administration would come in, they would go, come in and go. You know, that's just the nature of healthcare. That's part of the change. But I feel like you guys are on the precipice of what could be a really important decision, and I just want to, I wish I could make it easy for you. I think I made it harder. It's a really tough decision because the wrong decision could.
Well, were these certificates, were they like advisory or?
So they were advisory.
Or were they ownership? Or, I mean, did these people like own stock in the?
No.
No, it was more like an advisory thing.
Yes.
Okay, and then that just kind of faded away over the years?
Mostly since '95 with the creation of NIH. Up till that point, I feel like they had a voice to the board and to the administration. And I think you've heard from a lot of pros, you've heard from a lot of cons, but I think if the certificate holder intention would have been left intact for the last 25 years, there would have been a better pulse on what was going on. And I just feel like maybe there has been a little drift. Is the drift because of the modernization of medicine? Is it because of the involvement of the government in healthcare? I don't know. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. But things have changed, and some people have really positive comments about FMC. I have nothing but good to say. I had my 2 daughters born there. This knee over here has a zipper in it from multiple knee surgeries. All of them were pleasant. I personally was involved in many traumas in the current trauma bays where lives were saved. That doesn't mean I'm opposed to the new village. I'm not opposed to it.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your comments on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sot Best and then Guillermo Cortez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sot Best. I live at 3935 North Paradise Road, have for 35 odd years. A lot of moving parts. Thank you and staff for all the hard work. I definitely think that FMC needs an upgrade, but it remains to be seen the best way to do that. I support the questions asked by Friends of Flagstaff's Future, Michelle James and Marilyn Weissman. What got me to the first Planning and Zoning meeting was the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, issuing the report that said reduce carbon by 60% in the next 13 years or we're tipping over the edge. Planning and zoning hurt us. I was amazed, frankly, that planning and zoning would not approve a $1 billion project, and I thank them for their hard work as well. What got me here today was the news in the last week and a half about rising ocean temperatures, unprecedented. Climate change, in my opinion, is by far the biggest health concern that we face. In order to kind of review the carbon neutrality plan, I started reading through it and I got to a statement. The path to carbon neutrality will require leadership, bold action, perseverance, and creativity. Each step closer to carbon neutrality offers hope for a healthy, prosperous, and equitable future for the Flagstaff community and the world. That's a bold and great statement by this group called the Flagstaff City Council in a letter in the neutrality plan, which I think is you guys. And that's great. It really is. That's a great statement. The goal is clear, carbon neutrality by 2030. There's a number there. The number is 0. Does this project take us above 0 or below 0? And we don't have the information. There's been a little progress. Now we've got some solar panels on the roof and a commitment to buy green electricity from APS, and that's happened since planning and zoning. That's positive. But we still don't have clear numbers, and that's what I would ask that you ask for. And I think my time is up, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Sat. Guillermo Cortez, and then Susan Howden.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Sorry that I'm up here twice. Maybe I'll be up here a third, fourth time answering some questions if I'm lucky. 110 Westdale again. You have heard me speak as the civil engineer on NAH project, but I also wanted to speak as a citizen. My family first moved here in 1984, and I have been a member of the community ever since. In that time, I have seen some of my friends and family visit the hospital, mostly see babies being born, fun things like that. But others, where the level 1 trauma center was critical to their survival, which is why I am in support of this new state-of-the-art hospital. Now, although the hospital would be the first major development to move to the area, I believe all the planners and engineers in town would let you know that we really only have 2 areas available for growth in town, and that's on the southeast side along J.W. Powell Corridor, which is east of kind of our proposed location, which adds up to approximately 1,600 acres, and here in the southwest corner up to Kilty Lane, which is about 900 acres. There have been several developments in and around these 900 acres where we're proposing this hospital, some large like Villaggio Montagna that actually changed the general plan that you saw tonight, and other smaller ones like Cameron Pines, but all of them canceled or failed due to the cost of bringing in the infrastructure. So the hospital, or along hopefully with the city teaming up for this possibility of a grant to help the infrastructure in this area, will not only serve the hospital, but allow for housing to be more readily developable on the adjacent 700 acres up to Kilty Lane. So obviously providing much needed housing. This proposed location will also provide easier health care and access to the aforementioned 2,500 acres on the south side of I-40. As I mentioned, my family moved here in 1984, therefore have seen a lot of changes, and some of those have been redevelopment, especially downtown, both on the north side and south side. I remember when most of my friends would, all of us just want to leave for the summer because there was nothing to do here, nothing downtown. The proposed move by the hospital will create great opportunities for housing and what we all as a community have been looking to create, more walkable communities, therefore reducing vehicle miles traveled. Imagine how awesome that could be. Also recognize that I could be personally affected as I'm invested in 3 buildings downtown. I also live on the 180 corridor, therefore will be further away from the hospital. But I think this new location will better serve our community for the decades to come. Thank you for your time and look forward to having further discussions with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And so Susan Howden, I believe, needed to leave. So Stacy Salyer is speaking in her stead on behalf of Marge and Sam you'll tell us. McClanahan, thank you, yes.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me step in. I'm Stacy Salyer. I'm a resident of Flagstaff, and I am the administrator for inpatient services and primary care for Northern Arizona Healthcare. And I will be reading a letter as submitted by Margie McClanahan. My name is Margie McClanahan. My husband Sam and I live on Charles Road, just up on Cherry Hill. We have lived in Flagstaff for 55 years, arriving in 1967. NAU had just become a university, formerly the Arizona State Teachers College. I served on FMC and NAH boards from 1987 to 2000, serving as chair for 3 years. I am appearing before you with this letter to give my support to relocating FMC campus of Northern Arizona Healthcare from its present location to the Fort Tuthill site. Personally, I will find this move quite inconvenient, what is now a 6-minute drive from our front door. However, we are willing to make the drive as we have studied and listened to the presentations over the past year and a half to understand and appreciate that we, the citizens of Flagstaff, have a responsibility to the health and well-being of the community that is much broader than our city and county. More recently, I was at FMC for a preventative care procedure. As I was wheeled into the surgery room from the pre-op room, I was fully aware of the dungeon-like halls that look like storage closets on my journey. Post-surgery, I had a long, bumpy ride passing linen carts, moving through the flow of nurses and support staff to my room on the 3rd floor. Total distance from beginning to end was probably equivalent to 3 football fields in length. It felt like Milton Road during busy times. I was in a 2-person room. My roommate did not use the earphones to listen to the TV, thus I was awakened at 6:30 a.m. to the TV news. I could also hear her doctor talk about her serious condition. I will highlight for you some of the major leaps that have been made during these past 55 years. Expansion to the east side of Beaver, Physician and Surgeons Building, now known as North Star, the pedestrian bridge over Beaver, Women and Children's Wing, seeking qualification as a Level 1 trauma center, exponential growth in specialty services, and Northern Arizona healthcare system. And now we face the same kind of leap with the Health and Wellness Village question. The village will ensure that our community will once again step up to the plate to serve the needs of present and future generations with high-quality, state-of-the-art healthcare close to home. We will attract additional top-notch physicians and staff who love our location here in the mountains of Northern Arizona. And finally, selfishly, I will tell you that I want to grow even older here, and I do not want to travel to Phoenix for my healthcare needs. I want to stay here. This is my community. It is your community. I want the highest healthcare right here. Let's meet the challenge and create change. What a wonderful opportunity to make a difference. I strongly encourage you to vote for this proposal to make the Health and Wellness Village possible. Thank you for your consideration of my request.
Thank you. Laura Kessler and then Joe Galley. Laura Kessler. All right, Joe Galley and then Tom Pearson.
Good evening, Your Honor. Joe Galley, 101 West Route 66, Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm the Senior Advisor of Public Policy at the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, representing nearly 1,000 business members with the Chamber. And I'm here to share some thoughts with you on this going on 6-hour meeting that we're having this evening. Thank you for your attention.
Going on 7 hours.
7, sorry, Your Honor. 6 on this topic, though. Thank you for the correction. A couple things. I want to sort of start by painting a picture. I want you to think back to March 2020, global shutdown, COVID-19, subsequent 3 months led to massive strain on our healthcare facility here. Our president and CEO in constant contact daily with the hospital administration to see how our business members could help. Turns out one of our local manufacturers shifted their entire role. Prent, you know them, they support Gore, and they ended up making PPP at a different facility out of town, shipped it into town to get it to our facility here to assist during that strain. That's when we learned that the hospital had makeshift ductwork down hallways to vent COVID air because the facility is outdated. And they did the best that they could. Kudos to them, the folks that are sitting behind me, and the many that spoke this evening on behalf of the need for this new facility. There is no question that we need a new facility in this community. And we're grateful. I want to be remiss if I didn't thank staff for the 2 years of diligence to get us to the point that we're at today. 2 solid years of the work that you saw at the very beginning of this presentation. And then, of course, the applicant. I thought that was a tremendous presentation, and that I don't want that to get lost in a lot of what you might have heard in public comment tonight. Of course, the business community supports this for a number of reasons, not the least of which are the impact to our city coffers and new tax revenues from the construction jobs, the construction sales tax that will be a boon to our community. There's also a strong housing component, which we think is necessary. We know having a housing emergency. Something that hasn't been talked about tonight, the opportunity for NIH and NAU and the School of Nursing to partner. You know, we hear so much as the manager of employers in the community about how our graduates can't have opportunities to stay here and they have to go elsewhere for jobs. This is a great opportunity to enhance future job opportunities for graduates from the nursing school at NAU. So on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, we ask you to support this proposal tonight and again on May 16th. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matthews has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, Joe, you do represent or have your finger on the pulse of their business community, and there's been some community comments about local businesses not supporting this because they fear a loss of revenue from nurses and doctors being relocated. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, Your Honor, Councilmember Matthews, I think it's a really good question. You know, we look at this through the lens of opportunity. I think without question, since this was put on the table many years ago, the Chamber Board of Directors evaluated it and saw an opportunity to have an enhanced healthcare delivery system that's more attractive for doctors and nurses to function here and to provide more amenities to attract the best. It's not that we don't have the best. We have very, very good providers in our community through the hospital, but the hospital has limitations. And if you're a physician, if you're an ER doc, you have choices. You can go anywhere in the country. And a new facility like the one that's before you this evening on the table, I think does the exact opposite of those things that you were referring to. It's not a deterrent. It's actually a massive attraction to get us better healthcare providers here and gives us more opportunity to enhance our business community. So we're supportive for that reason. Opportunity. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Tom Pearson and then Rebecca Piers. Tom Pearson, Rebecca Piers, and then Tim Kinney.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to say that I am a commissioner on the Flagstaff Housing Commission, but I am here speaking on behalf of, as a resident, and not representing the opinions of the Housing Commission. I moved here a year and a half ago to take on a position as the Director of Development and Construction with NIH. I have worked in many hospitals around Arizona, building large projects, renovating projects, and getting very involved in healthcare. My last project was with the county hospital, Maricopa Integrated Health Systems. Let me draw some parallels to that project and this project. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous.
In that project, the community was an underserved community. They were underprivileged community, similar to a portion of the patients that we serve at NIH. Let me tell you what the differences are. The difference is the community for Maricopa Integrated Health Services, which is now Valleywise Health, voted by a majority as a special health care district to pay taxes to replace the hospital. They saw a need to replace the hospital. The cities put up no roadblocks to replace that hospital. They only asked, can you move this bus stop down the road? In the future, can you put in a street light? And they asked us for nothing else because they saw the value of replacing the hospital. Another difference between NIH and Maricopa Integrated Health Services is that in the valley, there was hospitals within a 2-mile radius of that hospital that could serve the community. Here at NIH, there is no other hospital. We are it. The county, the cities, the city council, the population that voted for it never asked, can you prove it to us that you need another hospital? They knew that we were the healthcare providers, And that was what was needed, and they put up no roadblocks to that. I've been in healthcare since 2007, and I've had the unfortunate experience of witnessing what occurs in a hospital when the facility is too small. As development and construction, I should never have seen a sentinel event due to the size of a room, but I did early in my career. Sentinel event means death. And they do research after, they do a postmortem to determine what happened. The room was too small. The Code Blue team could not react to that. That is what our future could be here at NAH. We have to respond to that as communities. I don't want my family here in a building that's too small, that cannot accommodate needs, that we are telling you we are growing out of. There is a desperate need. The community should be supportive. And NAH is coming to the table, not like anywhere else in Arizona has ever asked. We're coming to the table and saying, we'll do off-site improvements, we'll do water, we'll do all of these things.
Thank you, Rebecca. Tim Kinney and then Joshua Hensley.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Tim Kinney, Road in Flagstaff, and I'm speaking to you as a 30-year community resident, as well as a member of the development team for the NAH Wellness Village. I've been building and developing commercial buildings all over the country for over 40 years, most of them healthcare related. So I can attest to you that this development team, the architects, the engineers, the NAH staff, are probably one of the best in the country. An example of that was the presentation that our engineer, Nolan, gave to you on the metrics of the resource and energy usage of this new building. All of those metrics that you saw up there exceed ASHRA, LEED certification, Energy Star, and our very own City of Flagstaff carbon neutral plan. So I just want to say my passion for sustainability began 4 decades ago. I was one of a handful of LEED accredited professionals over 20 years ago. Today there's over 200,000. I've sat on the board of the USGBC, the U.S. Green Building Council. I started, or was one of the founders of the Northern Arizona chapter. I sat on the SETI, if you guys remember, Sustainable Economic Development Initiative by Carl Taylor, started that one. I also currently sit on the board for the Arizona Forward, which is probably the most prestigious sustainability organizations in Arizona, and I'm a founding member of the Northern Arizona chapter. I've built more sustainable certified buildings in Northern Arizona than any contractor in existence. An example is the NAU International Pavilion, a LEED certified platinum building, and if you don't know, that's the highest rating you can possibly get. That was also a net zero building, one of the first in the state. I built the M&A Easton Collection Center, which is also a LEED platinum building. That was designated by Engineering News Record as the greenest building in the country in 2009. I tell you this because you should know that along with an excellent design team and an owner that values sustainability, you also have a local professional organization that's got the input and is looking to lead this project as a leader in our quest for carbon neutrality. And we need a leader, and this is just a major project that can fit that goal. So there, I ask you to approve this application.
Thank you, Tim.
And move our healthcare forward in Flagstaff. Thank
Joshua Hensley and then Nancy Branham.
Good evening. I'm Joshua Hensley. I moved into the area in March of 2020 during the pandemic. I am a former medical lab tech over at the hospital. And I've been on the receiving end, and my team, the whole team was on the receiving end of administration deaf to the issues of medical, all medical healthcare employees. There's always staffing issues, and they don't seem to care. And it's burnt out a lot of people, myself included. And, you know, one thing one of my mentors up there taught me was to treat every patient that you deal with like a person, not a number. And I'm no longer there. My pay was $27 an hour. They're currently hiring travelers to replace local employees like us. My replacement is at $75 an hour, and the local people fit the bill for that. Half the team I used to work with, most of the phlebotomists, have been replaced with travelers, and we all get to fit the bill for that. It's a cultural problem they have up there. They need to stop treating people that work for them, people that are doing the work, and they need to stop treating people like that, like a number that they can replace. Oh, we'll just hire a traveler. Travelers are here on assignment for a very short period of time. They don't have the same level of commitment in their position that someone that is locally invested in the area, lives in the area, might have family members that they're going to be doing specimens on. They're not going to have the same level of investment as, a traveler's not going to have the same level of investment as someone that actually lives here. So I'm against the expansion. At least, until you can solve the problem. You got to fix the foundation first. Maybe some competition would be good for them as well. I don't know what the plans are with the current facility, but I imagine if that's abandoned and left empty for many years, that's not going to be very good for the local taxpayers as well. So maybe not banning another hospital system from coming in and taking over a facility that's built as a hospital, maybe that's, maybe a good idea there. Thank you for hearing me out. That's just my opinion on it. I look forward to continuing to serve the community in whatever role I can find.
Thank you. Nancy Branham.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for all of your hard work. This is not easy. My name's Nancy Branham. I've lived in Flagstaff, about 32 years. Love Flagstaff, never gonna leave. I'm not asking you tonight to go one way or the other, and I wasn't even gonna speak, but I just thought, I've got something I need to tell you guys. What I'm asking the council is to consider this decision very carefully. We have heard some impressive presentations tonight, but we also have heard many issues that cause me to ask, should we not take a little bit more time and get some additional information? Issue of city carbon neutrality, carbon footprint of the NAU, of the new facility, issue of cost to the city and the taxpayers. We have roads, transportation, underpasses, accessibility, infrastructure, fire station, etc. Issue of, do we really need a village? I mean, a hospital is one thing, but a village of commercial and residential, etc. Issue of what will North Downtown look like 10 years from now, and what will happen to all the medical practices and businesses that have currently surrounded FMC. The issue of P&Z studied this issue, and they said, no, we need more information. This should be a wake-up call to you guys. Don't rush into anything. I especially hope that you take the comments of our first three speakers tonight, who are county supervisors. They all were giving you some food for thought, and I hope that you take that really carefully. Your decision on this issue will have ramifications, serious ramifications, decades from now. So I hope that you take it really seriously. I know you're going to, but you hold the cards. Don't rush in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, let's take some online comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We first have Ken Burkhoff available to speak. Ken, could you please unmute yourself and give your comment?
Thank you. Mayor and Council, Ken Burkhoff, a 35-year resident of Flagstaff. First of all, I think the staff did a wonderful job with the staff report, and I also will note that they are in favor of this project. I've sat through 3 planning and zoning meetings, 3 neighborhood meetings, many NAH community meetings, and tonight I want to talk about the facts. Like Sergeant Joe Friday said on Dragnet, just the facts, ma'am. And if you know Dragnet, you are of the age, like myself, that may need a new hospital in the near term, so let's build it. Fact number 1, this is not sprawl. 3 miles from downtown is the new wellness center, just like Timber Sky, Pine Canyon, Canyon del Rio, and Country Club is 7 miles away. The new mall is 8 miles away, and the city's own auto mall is 8.5 miles away at the edge of town. No developer has been made to pay for fire operations or equipment or stations. No developer has been required to plan for a future underpass that may never be needed or built. NAH provides door-to-door transit for the needy in our community, something many hospitals don't do. NAH provides health care regardless of ability to pay to the most needy in this country. NAH is on the hook for $45 million in offsites, plus other costs. Modern hospitals are vertically integrated for efficiency. The height is needed. This plan meets or exceeds the carbon neutrality plan, period. Thomas Jefferson said, the government you elect is the government you deserve. We will see if this government gives us the health care we deserve tonight. I urge you to vote yes. I also leave you with one last thought. If not here, then where and when? If you don't build this healthcare center at Fort Tuthill, give me another piece of land in this town that you can actually build it on. I challenge you to do that. I say to you with all sincerity that there is no other place to build this hospital. If you don't build it here now, we're out of land and we will never get a new hospital. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marika Ogletree.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mark Oltrogi. I will be reading a letter, and if time, I will also share a few of my personal comments. Dear Commissioners, my name is Lori Anna Harrison. My address is 1326 North Indian Valley Way. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I've revised that to evening now. I support the building of the new hospital campus. I'm a Flagstaff native and was born at Flagstaff Medical Center. September of 2021, my grandmother got sick with COVID. She was really ill, and I stayed at her home to take care of her. But she was too weak, and her oxygen was so low that I called the paramedics to help. She lives in University Heights, and the ambulance arrived immediately to take her to the ER. Once in the hospital, we found out she had COVID and double pneumonia. She received excellent care while at NAH and was nursed back to health. She then had other medical issues and went back to the hospital 4 more times within a 12-month period. I am so thankful that my grandmother was not one of the 5,600 patients that get deferred each year due to the lack of bed space of the current facility. However, during her numerous stays at the hospital, her brother came from California to be near her. The rooms are very small and they didn't have enough space for him to sleep by her side. In addition, she was diagnosed with colon cancer, and she had to discuss embarrassing GI issues with just a curtain between her and her roommate. We need the new hospital campus to provide space for healing for patients. This is not something that can be achieved by remodeling the current hospital. I support the new hospital campus so that all patients can receive the high-quality health care my grandmother received. Thank you. Lori Anna Harrison. And personally, I live at 803 North Beaver Street, and I work at NAH. So trust me, I enjoy my 3-block walk and commute to work every day, but I'd give that all up for a new hospital. My husband has medical issues that have exposed us to hospitals literally all over the world, and we've frequented FMC and Phoenix hospitals. And just as Flagstaff residents, I truly believe that we just deserve better. and not in terms of care or staffing, but just in terms of a facility. So I fully support a new health and wellness village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor, our last online commenter is Alexander Shekin. Alexander, could you please go ahead?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you all for your endurance. I wholeheartedly agree with the previous speaker. The question here isn't whether or not we want better, more modern healthcare. Of course we all do, but that's not the question. That is a red herring for the most part. The question is whether we'll develop a new campus properly. I believe that it can either be a negative or a positive to the community, and that depends on how it is developed. To date, I'd suggest that the process has been seriously lacking, unfortunately, and that council at the moment doesn't have enough in writing to confidently vote to proceed yet. I will highlight just two concerns here, but I believe the proper path forward is to convene a forum of stakeholders, including NIH, local communities, and others, that would require consensus to move forward. The first issue to highlight is that there's been no noise analysis conducted, as far as I can tell. This is relevant to neighboring communities, including mine of Ponderosa Trails, in terms of increased traffic. I've heard there's going to be 52,000 car trips per day. Hard to imagine, but the ambulance noise on highways, streets, and coming from the airport, as well as helicopter noise. 23 years of construction noise could be even worse. Who knows? I'm not sure, and I don't think anyone's sure because there's been no analysis conducted. We chose Ponderosa Trails for its tranquility, though we already get some traffic noise here from I-17 and I-40. The traffic from this development will have serious and a negative impact on the tranquility of neighboring communities. Noise can have serious health impacts, including on anxiety and other aspects of mental health. It also disrupts wildlife in various ways. There are proven ways to reduce noise, to reduce traffic noise, such as sound barriers, sound-reducing pavement, speed limits, and in terms of construction, limited construction days and hours, and so on. These really ought to be investigated and put in writing before this project is allowed to move forward. The irony of a hospital development that decreases the health of neighboring communities should not be allowed to come to pass. You, the council, are the only ones able to hold this line at the moment. The second issue, very briefly, I won't go into that because we're just out of time. Thank you very much for your time, council.
And Mayor, I'm sorry I lied. There is one more public participant, Gail Jackson. Could you please go ahead and give your comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Hello, I am Gail Jackson. It is 1:15 in the morning where I am at, and I am here today to speak to you as a representative of ECONA, the the Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona. There are so many reasons why this project is good for our region. I know you know them. I know the hospital did a great job sharing the economic benefits. Obviously, the jobs that they bring are huge. Also, the recruitment opportunities. I'm actually in Washington, D.C. right now, meeting with companies that are interested in our region, and knowing that we have a strong healthcare system that is modernized is so important. Not just important for new businesses, but important for the residents that live in Flagstaff, myself being one of them. There's been a lot of discussion about carbon neutrality and what that means with the city's plan. I would ask that you picture this. If this project doesn't move forward, how many trips to Phoenix will our residents and visitors need to make in order to get the modernized healthcare that's required for our health? So with all of that being said, Mayor and Council, I know you have a tough decision in front of you this evening, and I hope that you will vote to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. So At this point, are we sure there are no more online commenters?
Yes, Mayor, that was our last one.
Okay. So at this point, I am going to invite the applicant up to clarify any points, and I just ask that you take no more than 10 minutes, and then the same for staff after the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett. Thank you, Council, and thank you, community members, for not only everyone who spoke, but everyone who's still here. Really pleased tonight that just like the written comments, a majority are positive and recognize the need for the community, and even those that spoke to how we've been able to change their understanding of this project or change our project to better meet their desires and their understanding of what the community needs. So thank you for allowing us to participate in this process and allowing the City of Flagstaff to come together tonight and over the past 25 months. I really think there's only two issues that I want to address. One, just as kind of a housekeeping measure, Councilmember McCarthy, I do want to just reiterate what you discussed with Chuck Seacrest, that the certificate holders has been and remains an advisory group to the fiduciary board of directors of first Flagstaff Medical Center, as well as Verde Valley and Cottonwood, and Northern Arizona Healthcare. They do still meet currently every other month. We do discuss projects like this with our certificate holders. You actually heard from many of them tonight. Most spoke positively, didn't necessarily identify themselves as certificate holders. Fantastic news for Dr. Maple's group. We do community health needs assessments every 2 to 3 years. These community health needs assessments are found on our website, which I will pull up the address for you. It's nahealth.com/about-us/community-health-needs-assessment. Sorry, that's really actually hard to speak that way. But you can also just Google. At that address, you can find our community health needs assessment published in 2015, 2017, 2019, and 2022. And the most recent one, the date on it is June 2022, but I did find it looks like we published it through the Arizona Daily Sun on July 13 of 2022. So sometime in June or July. Just as they requested, that community health needs assessment is conducted by an independent professional group. This collaborative assessment was conducted on behalf of Flagstaff Medical Center and Verde Valley Medical Center for Northern Arizona Healthcare by PRC, a nationally recognized healthcare consulting firm with extensive experience conducting community health needs assessments in hundreds of communities across the United States since 1994. And in this assessment, they describe a community health needs assessment provides information so that communities may identify issues of greatest concern and decide to commit resources to those areas, thereby making the greatest possible impact on community health status. So through these community health needs assessments, we identify where do we need to invest. Every single one of those assessments has identified access to health care as the top or one of the top needs of our community. They have also identified chronic disease and subspecialty care, in particular oncology and cardiovascular disease and stroke, as high needs. Also maternal and fetal health, which Councilmember Harris raised earlier, and identified the disparate impact some of these community health needs have on communities of color and or impoverished community members. So what we do with that community health needs assessment, so that just identifies the community need. It doesn't then further say it doesn't direct the healthcare provider, how do you invest in it? It's then the healthcare provider's obligation to go and see how we can best meet those needs. We have to make what we call an implementation plan. Part of our implementation plan and part of what fed into all of this that you have seen before you tonight and over the past 25 months, thank you staff, was driven by that community health needs assessment and then further detailed through a partnership that we have with SG2, which is a healthcare data consulting firm, which helps us look at not just where are the needs, but what are the travel patterns for health. So when we tell you things like we're overflown, or we tell you things like people in this community need to get care elsewhere, we know that because we're in this community. We are community members. You've heard it tonight from all of us who have family members here. But because through Medicare and Medicaid data, you can actually look up zip codes of residents and see where they get care. It's anonymized. It's not that you can see that Colleen got care for her child at Phoenix Children's. It's that you can see that someone who lives in 86004 got care for a Medicaid eligible child at Phoenix Children's. And so you can see where our community members are going. So it's that exact data. It's the needs assessment and looking at the travel patterns for the patients in this community that drove us to invest proportionately in the campus that you've seen today. And that's what gives us confidence that the services we're investing in will be used and that they'll be needed at the size and scale that they're needed. And I will pause there and would love to answer questions about that. Any other comments, themes I can address? I don't want to belabor anyone or any issues, but also don't want to leave any question unanswered that this council has.
It looks like we're good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tiffany?
I just want to say thank you so much for your time and attention, and if there's anything that we can do for you all as staff to help make your decision, please let us know.
Now for the other 9 minutes and 59 seconds. So we're waiting for an answer regarding the Purple Sage road grade, and we've all had a long night. I'm ready to make a motion to postpone the public hearing to May 16th, but I'd like Sterling to lay out our options.
Mayor and council, you have heard all the public participants during the public hearing. You've heard the applicant, you've heard staff. You could, if you wanted to, go ahead and deliberate amongst yourselves and proceed with a first read tonight, pending further information about the road grade and any other questions you might have that you want staff to bring to you before a second read, which is currently scheduled for May 16th. That's one option. The other option is what you just mentioned, Mayor, which would be a motion to postpone to a date certain, which would keep the public hearing open. Those that have talked tonight would not be able to speak again. However, even if you did proceed with a first read tonight, that other option that I talked about, there's still the DA that could be commented on at the potential second read on the 16th. So those are your two options. You could still proceed with the first read tonight, get that additional information before the 16th when there's a potential second read, or you could keep the public hearing open, postpone to a date certain of the 16th.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Sterling. Thank you, Mayor. Did you make a motion, or were you ready to entertain a motion?
I'm ready to make or entertain.
Well, I'll make a motion. Maybe you can second it. I agree. I think we should postpone to a date certain to May 16th to continue this conversation. It's been a long night. I think there's a lot to consider. I would like more time to masticate on these things a little bit further. Great conversation, great dialogue from the public, great perspectives all around. You know, some folks feel sorry for us having to be up here, but I find this all really exhilarating. I just feel so gratified and grateful to our community for the discourse, the dialogue, the respect, the mutual respect, the good faith. It makes me hopeful for our future as a country, and it's one of the reasons why I got involved in local politics instead of pulling out my hair, worrying about things on the national stage. So thank you to everybody
for this incredible opportunity to discuss something with great complexity, with a fair amount of uncertainty, with a lot of possibility. I would like to take a time out, think about things, so I move that we postpone to a date certain, May 16th. We'll have time to get some answers back. We'll have time each to think about this on our own. And I hope you will all join us again on May 16th, maybe not to talk, maybe not to speak 3 minutes apiece, but to hear what we have to say in finality on this, or not really in finality. I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation for a while either way. And so that's my motion. Looking for a second.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion about masticating?
Madam Mayor?
Ruminating. Maybe that's a better word.
Yes, Sterling.
I know that you raised one question that you wanted more information on, but I think whatever the outcome on this vote, it would be good if you followed up with any other specific information you want, either from the applicant or from staff.
Do you want that verbally now, or?
I think that would be great. No reason to wait. If you need more information and you know what it is now, great. If not, email staff. And I mean, Greg, I hope I'm not speaking in your place. But
And so that can be done during discussion?
you can discuss that now. I think that would be best before you vote.
Great. All right. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, I'd just like to point out that I brought up several things hours ago, and I presume staff has those in their notes, and there's no need for me to go over them again.
Councilmember Harris?
If we're going to postpone and people want more information, I would like to know specifically what information you want so that we don't waste time again. So either that should be put in writing to staff or should be given to them right now so that we know when we come back what we're looking for. And if they don't have the information, then we'll deal with that then.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. That's what we're doing right now. Any other questions? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that came up earlier was the discussion about the number of EV stations, and I appreciated that conversation. I'm curious if we have, I want to say that we do, an incentive program for number of EV stations or anything like that. Is there a number that's typically associated?
I should stop trying to walk at this point. Actually, in our building code, when we adopted the energy code standards, we require the basic hookup and connection based on the total number of parking spaces. We don't actually require the charging stations to be put in place. It was in one of the planning documents that I had originally that there would be 20 EV charging stations, but in the most recent document, it was removed. We've been adding to our notes what we'd like to see added to the DA based on the comments that we've heard tonight. So we'll be working with the applicant on those additional items that we heard, including Councilmember Sweet's ask as well.
Thank you. And then you have the question also about the grading of Purple Sage. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, well, just to add to the list of things I'd like an update on, just to be clear, it'd be nice to see those EV charging station numbers go up substantially. Let us know what you can do there. So community health needs assessments, it looks like there are some available. I look forward to looking through those. One thing that struck me from that 10-minute conversation with the pulmonary doctor is the evaluation, and 10 years from now we won't know what the impact has been. That really hit me hard. I am a big believer in evaluation and really good assessment techniques. You know, if you want to lose weight, you need to be able to jump on the scale. You need to see where you're at. You need to have a target goal, and you need to see if you're meeting it. So some more talk around that, some guarantees that a robust evaluation plan is going to be underway. It's something that we can look forward to and look back on, really important. And I would like to see that not only with regards to community health needs. This is a good time to ask for that. It's also a good time to ask, to reiterate what many in our community is asking for, and that is in a carbon footprint assessment so that we can evaluate where that is and where we'd like it to be in 2030 and how we can further assess that. I don't want an actual assessment. I don't think that can be provided adequately in 2 weeks, but I'd like to hear a commitment to developing that in the near term and a plan for that. And I think I'll leave it there. I'm probably missing something, but I guess that's on me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
I guess this is a question for Sterling. An assessment of community health needs. Is that an issue that the city council should be interested in? This is a planning and zoning issue. This is a land use issue.
Your findings are what you should be concerned with. And if you can make the findings, and if you can't make the findings, that's what's before you as a council in a rezone question.
Okay, so that item that I just brought up might be appropriate to consider under the findings that we talked about earlier.
That would be...
Thank you for helping me think that through.
You bet.
I believe it is, and would you like to know why?
Well, I think we just established that it is, but go ahead.
No, actually, I'll save us the time of debating that back and forth. Thank you.
I'd like to read something. I wrote notes beforehand. I'll just read it because I'm too tired to ad-lib. The economics of projects are generally not the concern of the city. However, we should not accept a scenario that could lead to a financial sinkhole for the city. For instance, if NAH came back to us and says, oh, we can't afford these various things that we've agreed to do, then what? Do we have safeguards? You know, I mean, I guess in another part of this question is, Dr. Maple stated that the NAH has, what did he say, $1 billion, I think he said. Well, if that's true, then they do have the resources to follow through on this project. So I guess I'd be interested, I don't know if I can get it, but I'd be interested in knowing that, are they going to be able to pull this project off? Or are they going to get halfway through and say, oh, sorry, city, you know, you're going to have to do this or that?
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney. Coming from a financial background, it's my understanding that it's not the city's scope to financially analyze or make assessments on their new project's capability. Is that correct?
So again, I'll reiterate what council has to consider in front of it for a rezone question is the findings and whether or not you can make those findings. I think that answers your question.
All right. So we're about to vote. And before we do, I'd just like to thank the audience, thank our applicant, thank staff, thank council. You asked great questions, and I think that this was a good start to the discussion. And there's a motion on the floor to continue the public hearing until May 16th. Postpone. And all those in favor? Aye.
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 All right.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. All right. We have another round of public participation. Oh,
Actually, Mayor, it's past 9:30, and under the rules of procedure, you need a unanimous, or not a unanimous, a majority vote of council to consider or to continue the meeting. See, it's late, I can't even speak.
so we need a motion and a second.
If you want to continue the agenda as posted. Otherwise, you adjourn.
Anyone want to make a motion to finish these items or not?
Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? We're adjourned.
All right, we are good to go.
Okay. The Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for April 26, 2023 is called to order. And I'll give note with notices given that the members of the commission may vote to go into executive session to get any legal advice from the city's attorneys at any time. And we're ready for the roll call now.
There we go. We were just making sure we were actually streaming. Okay. Marie Jones.
Here.
Bob Harris.
Here.
Ricardo Guthrie.
Present.
Mary Norton. Marshall Camp.
Here.
Ian Sharp.
Present.
And Carol Mandino.
Present.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, any member of the public may address the commission on any subject that is not scheduled on the agenda today. Due to open meeting laws, the commission can't discuss or act on the items presented during this portion. Is there anybody from the public who would like to make a comment on an item that is not on the agenda today? I don't see any hands. So we'll move on, and we're ready to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Wednesday, April 19th.
This is Carol Mandino, and I move to accept the minutes as written.
Okay, and Ian, I'll ask you for a comment, but we need to get a second first.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And then Ricardo?
Having trouble opening up my mic. Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that the recorded minutes were corrected to have an update that I was excused. The copy that I had still had absent, and so I had not seen a new version since then.
Okay, so can we have that changed to say excused rather than absent?
So I cannot change the word absent. That's part of the software that generates the minutes. But we have already updated the minutes. It's posted on the website, and it says excused after his name.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, it's hard to vote on something you haven't seen, so I just wanted to make sure that was recorded. If the software won't allow you, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, we have any other discussion before we vote?
Yes, this is the end. The only thing, and I don't know if it needs to be edited or not, but I know that we opened up the opportunity for people to have public comments on the NAH Village who had not yet spoken. So I don't know if that needs to be added to the minutes or not.
Yes, that's right, we did. Yeah, that's we don't have Becky here to give us the word on that, but if that needs to be in there.
I can amend those minutes to reflect that we offered public comment.
And as part of my motion, I accept that that addition to the minutes.
Great. And does our
Bob
secretary want that?
Yeah, Bob will need to accept that as well.
Yes, I accept that.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? And the motion passes. So we'll move to the item 5 is the public hearing. We have one case. This is a conditional use permit for the Carter High Occupancy Housing Development.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon, Planning and Zoning Commission, Chair, Vice Chair, members. My name is Patrick St. Clair. I'm a planner for the City of Flagstaff, and I'm here to introduce you to the Carter Single Family Residence High Occupancy Housing Application for a conditional use permit. This is project number PZ23-00033. Oops, sorry, I advanced the wrong slide. Sorry, I'll advance your slides. Okay. So the application request is from Robert Colton on behalf of James and Sharon Carter Trust. The proposal is for a single-family high-occupancy housing development use at 40 North Lake Hills Drive, which is part of the Country Club Ridge subdivision and is zoned to state residential, ER. This map indicates the parcel with a red boundary and red star. The parcel is approximately 7.11 acres, and the proposed use is allowed in the zone with an approved conditional use permit. In September of 2022, city staff approved a building permit application, BP 22-00841, for a 1,588 square foot addition to an existing 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom single-family home on the subject parcel. The existing home can be seen in blue on the plan, and the approved addition can be seen in green. For this application, areas triggering the need for an approved CUP can be seen in yellow. An existing guest house and garage on the parcel is not included in or affected by this application, and that structure can be seen in gray. Please note that the addition is within the development envelope, which is indicated by the red dashed line as required by the subdivision plat. The outer long dash, short dash line represents the parcel boundary. The focus of the conditional use permit is to review the inclusion of a single bedroom and the inclusion of a full bath within the area of the approved addition. If the CUP is approved, the residence will contain 7 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. The 7th bedroom would originate from the conversion of a storage room into a sleeping room. And the 5th full restroom would emerge by adding a shower and a tub to an already approved half bath servicing multiple bedrooms in the addition. And you can see those 2 areas in the yellow squares there. The proposed 7th bedroom and 5th bathroom have no effect on the elevations for the addition. Though not affected, please note that the elevations of the single-story addition seen here are in keeping with the character and appearance of the existing and surrounding homes. The Planning Commission may approve the conditional use permit only after making 3 findings. The first of these 3 findings is to determine if the conditional use is consistent with objectives of the zoning code and the purpose of the parcel zone. The parcel is a large rural lot characteristic of the estate residential zone. It has ample open space, and the proposal retains the existing single-family land use consistent with the expectations of the estate residential zone. This zone allows for single-family high occupancy housing development with an approved CUP. The CUP process allows for a more discretionary review of the proposed use, and conditions may be proposed to mitigate any effects of the proposal. Staff recommended conditions will be addressed further on in this presentation. The second finding to be made is that granting the conditional use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. The addition already has an approved building permit and is under construction. If the proposed project is developed in accordance with city code standards and requirements, the project should not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. All changes required to the approved building permit based on an approval of the conditional use permit will be subject to building permit resubmittal process for review and approval. The last finding required is to determine if the CUP and the proposed uses are compatible with the types of uses permitted in the surrounding area. To ensure this finding is met, the project must adequately address the following 9 topics. Topic 1, access, traffic, and circulation. The residence has access via the existing driveway from North Lake Hill Drive. High occupancy housing single-family developments are required to provide 1 parking space per bedroom. The residence has a 3-car garage and ample driveway parking to fit the 7 required parking spaces. Again, the guest house and its access and parking are not affected by this proposal. Topic 2 is adequacy of site. The proposed lot coverage is about 2%, and the zone allows 17%. The proposal is within the development envelope stipulated by the subdivision plat and so complies with resource protection standards. The proposal does not affect any steep slopes or floodplain and complies with ER zone standards for setbacks and building height. Regarding topic 3, it's not anticipated that the project will generate any noise, visual, or other pollutants into the area. As shown by the elevations, the proposal fits the style and siting of the existing residence and neighboring residences, which addresses topic 4. There are no landscape requirements for the use, and the proposal will capitalize on existing utilities with no off-site improvements required. These address topics 5 and 6. Regarding topic 7, no signage is proposed, and exterior lighting will be required to comply with the standards of the code, of the zoning code. Outdoor lighting standards allow the development 10,000 lumens of outdoor lighting if using non-LED bulbs, and 6,933 lumens of outdoor lighting if using all LED bulbs. Outdoor lighting must be fully or partially shielded, and single-family residential building permits do not require a separate outdoor lighting permit. The proposal does not require any dedication or development of streets and has no state or federal historical significance, as discussed earlier. Resource protection standards are met by the proposal, and that addresses topics 8 and 9. Conditional use permits are required to provide notice for neighborhood meetings and public hearings. On March 2nd, 2023, the applicant mailed a neighborhood notification letter to affected residents within a 300-foot radius, notifying them of the CUP and providing contact information for any comments on the proposal. The letter was mailed in lieu of holding a neighborhood meeting. 17 days later, on April 8th, 2023, the applicant mailed a notice of public hearing letters to the same property owners within a 300-foot notification radius. 2 days later, on April 10th, the applicant posted a sign on the property indicating the CUP hearing, time, date, virtual public hearing link, and other information. Since the time of the staff report, 3 members of the public have made comments on the proposal. Copies of these comments are attached to the staff report or have been emailed to the commission. One of the comment letters does not support approving the CUP, citing excessive noise of people and music originating from the area of this parcel. The 2 other comment letters are in support of the development, citing no noise complaints and indicating that the Country Club Ridge HOA does not permit rentals less than 6 months. Staff recommends that in accordance with the findings presented in this report, approval that the commission approve PZ 23-00033 with the following conditions: that the development of the site shall substantially conform to the plans as presented with a conditional use permit, and that the property owner shall maintain compliance with the Flagstaff Police Department's crime-free multi-housing program unless they are exempted by the police department's representative. That is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions for staff? And just a reminder, the applicant may also wish to present or make comments to the commission as well.
Thank you, Patrick. I have a question about this, why this why this project would require a conditional use permit. Is this because of an ordinance that was passed, I don't know, I want to say a couple of years ago, that was an attempt to deal with the fact that people, to avoid the whole, what can I say, problem of people converting large single-family homes into multi-housing developments?
I think I would say yes. The standards for high occupancy housing for single-family residences, the trigger points are 7 bedrooms or 5 full bathrooms within a single family residence. Those are those points that once they're hit, the code says it's got to get a conditional use permit approved, or they cannot do this. Which is why right now as approved, it's a 6-bed, 4-bath single family residence.
Okay, and are there any other requirements that would prevent this from being sort of, like individually rented units or something like that? Or is it just going through the process itself, which is considered discretionary enough?
Well, I believe, I don't know if I think it's really just that these single family homes, some of these larger single family homes are hitting those trigger points. Obviously, for this particular development, they have noted that this is for their family use, for a larger family to gather. So I think the point is that we want to make sure that we're we're anyone other than the family to be using it. Yes, there's adequate parking, but I believe it's up to 8 unrelated people within a single family home is the limit for that use too.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commissioners for staff? Would the applicant like to speak to their project to the commission if they're here?
Yes, hi, this is Sarah Colton, Robert Colton's wife. We'd appreciate your time reviewing our application. And it's really just basically for our family who has grown with grandchildren, and, those kiddos will be having kids. So we're just wanting to have enough space when we gather for Thanksgiving and summer activities that everyone has a room and we can all stay together.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the applicant from the commission?
I don't. I have my husband here. He had to fly to San Diego today. Robert, we had a death in the family, and so he's currently at the airport and wasn't able to get on the team's meeting. But I have him here on another phone via speakerphone. So, do you have anything to add, Bob?
No, you summarized it pretty well. The existing home is basically a 3-bedroom, 3-bath home, and we're just trying to enlarge it for additional family members. We've been going to motels and outside
Airbnbs.
Yeah,
to fit
to
everybody.
supplement, but it would be nice to have everybody to be able to stay together.
Okay, thanks so much for coming to speak on your application. If the commission doesn't have any questions right now, I'll see if there are any public comments on this agenda item. Are there any? If so, and you're online there, please raise your hand. And I am not seeing any comments, unless they're coming in some other way, Alex. But is there any other discussion by the commission on this, or is somebody ready to make a motion?
This is Commissioner Mandino, and I can make a motion. I would move to approve PZ 23-00033. Let me see. In accordance with the findings that were presented in the report and with the staff recommendations. And I don't think that goes to council. Is that correct?
I think
this isn't to approve to go to council. Is that correct, staff?
That is correct. This is
okay.
This is to you. Then council does have a 10-day review period that they could ask to see this.
Okay. Well, then my motion is the way I stated it, I believe.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Carol Mandino and a second by Marshall Camp. And do we have any further discussion before voting? All right, then. All those in favor? Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Mandino. And I just, I wanted to state, I really looked at how far the property was from the gentleman who did not want us to approve. And I'm not sure what he's hearing, but it just seems very far to hear any noise. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, anything else then? Let's go ahead then and vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have, that's the only item we have on our agenda today, Alex. So anything else you need to tell us, or anything the commissioners you need to tell staff?
I was going to say that I apologize for getting everyone's hopes up on an in-person meeting. They're working on the council chambers, and I wasn't able to reserve it. So I'm hoping that our next meeting will go back to in-person. We'll maintain that virtual option. So if you need to use that, that's still there, and it's there for our applicants and the public as well. but we'll have that in-person component from now on.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
All right. Well, if nobody else has anything, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff, a vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust on your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this, you can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars, you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this, you can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department managed the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know is happening.
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust on your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right now.
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senez Tech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff, a vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust on your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this, you can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department managed the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. You were made for this, you can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right now, so run, it's a new day. Run, it's time to embrace. Breathe, in and out and love, let it all sun's creeping in, let it sink in your heart. Everyone's taking slow, being you are. 'Cause you were made for this, you can feel it inside your soul. You were made for this, so watch out, what you waiting for? It's happening right now, so run, it's a new day. Run, it's time to embrace. Breathe, in and out and love, let it all
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, It will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snowbowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. You were made for this, you can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. Happening right
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Cineztech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the Tourism Department managed the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles. And you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The Tourism Department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Keep the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snowbowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right now.
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senez Tech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department managed the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country, from the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall. It's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.